Libidinal. Economy. Jean-François Lyotard. Translated by Tane Hamilton Grant. Contents. Translator's Preface. Glossary. Introduction by Lane Hamilton Grant. A shameless immodest provocation. Lyotards. One or several lyotards. Opening/surroundings. The libidinal economics of critical philosophy critique and crisis fantasy island, back to Kant. The great ephemeral skin. Opening the libidinal surface. Pagan theatrics. Turning of the bar. Duplicity of signs. Deduction of the voluminous body. Duplicity of the two pulsional principles. The labyrinth, the cry. The tensor. Semiotic sign. Dissimulation. Intensity, the name use me. Simulacrum and phantasm. Syntax as skin. Exorbitant. Vil. The desire named marks. Libidinal marks. There is no subversive region. Every political economy is libidinal. Every political economy is libidinal, continued. There are no primitive societies. Inorganic body. Edwarda and Little Girl Marx. Force. Tautology. 4. Trade. Nicomachean erotics. Lydian eulogy. Institutive prostitution. Outlet payment. War of silver, currency of death, mercantilist politics. V. Capital. Coitus reservatus. The concentratory zero. Nihilist theory of the zero of credit. The reproductive use of credit money. The speculative use of credit money, 1921. The speculative use of credit money, 1929. 6. Economy of this writing. Economy of the figurative and the abstract. The theoretical as libidinal. Bodies, texts, conductors. Translator's preface. Lyotard's long sentences. The role of style in a text such as this immediately provides the translator with the problem of whether, a. to organize the material into a stylistically insensitive but comprehensible English, or, b. to attempt in vain to convey the rhythms and distortions of the original. Insofar as such a choice is possible, I have chosen the latter approach. For this reason, certain of Lyotard's most distinctive temporhythmic structures pose certain problems for the reader. Notably, a sentence will become a paragraph, with precious little punctuation, to be brought to a sudden halt by a short burst of extreme relief. The momentum built up by such constructions is lost if the long sentence is broken down into shorter ones, and perhaps more especially for this book than others, momentum, the rapid pressure of change, is crucial. In recent years the question of style has been posed, each new offering displacing the last of last year's lines. Gilles Deleuze writes of Nietzsche that, his masterful siege of the language permits him to transmit something uncodifiable, the notion of style as politics. Lyotard partially confirms this approach in the present text, when he writes that our politics is a flight, like our style. Furthermore, in one of the Welleck Library lectures of 1986, Lyotard writes of libidinal economy, the dominant position given to writing or style could indicate nothing other than how impossible any argumentation, any debate over the so-called contents was to. But there is perhaps a further piece of evidence that may be drawn on to support such a wicked attempt at transmission as this. Lyotard has often cited Diderot's Le Neveu de Rameau as a text witnessing a vertiginous despair similar to some of the affects animating. These are chiefly manifest when Diderot's narrative gently relays the nephew's colorful opinions only to collapse under the general strain of attempting the expression of the nephew's attempts at playing imaginary symphonies, feigning the entire corps of instruments and musicians. It is at precisely these 9 points of narrative breakdown, catahexes, that Lyotard's vertiginous text is articulated by the accelerating aleatory sweep of the tensor sign, sketching the very ephemerality of its ungraspable flight. Lyotard's sentences may be long, but they are intensive rather than extensive. Translator's notes. Insertions of translators' remarks have been kept to a minimum, but when they do occur they are indicated by an asterisk, located at the foot of the page and annotated TN. The superscript numbers in the text refer to the notes which are found at the end of the text. Acknowledgements. I should like to thank Karen Littau and David Wood of the University of Warwick for their generous help at many stages of the production of this translation. Ian Hamilton Grant Glossary. Concentrat/ion/ari/ed, Lyotard's neologism circumversion does not lend itself to satisfactory transliteration into English. Several definitions are scattered throughout the text: a furious force of concentration, annihilatory perversion, and so forth, all of which basically describe the centripetal movement of consolidation, or, more accurately, condensation. In one essay in De Dispositifs Pulsionals, Lyotard can be seen groping towards this term when he writes, "What is important is rather the fullness of circumscription, the stable investment of energy. All these aspects are covered by concentration." See point 15, Concentratory 0. Dispositif, although this term is conventionally rendered as setup, apparatus, and the like, this gives a somewhat banal mechanistic picture of Lyotard's efforts. In De Dispositifs Pulsionals, we find the following passage: "The positivity of these investments must be affirmed, rather than the disparity and exclusion they produce, the positivity rather than the dis of dispositif. It is the production of new libidinal operators that is positive. The positive is also a positing, an investment, the dispositif a disposition to invest, a cathexis. As such, the dispositif is subject to economic movements and displacements, an aspect which the retention of the French term, by combining the displace with the dispose, movement with expenditure, helps to convey. Incompossibility. Compossibility is a term used by Leibniz to indicate the relations between possible worlds. Many worlds are possible, but not possible together, not compossible. It is left to God, therefore, to create the best of all possible worlds, which, since he is perfect, he cannot fail to do. Leibniz's definition of this perfection is profoundly economic: the less the expenditure the greater the perfection. God being perfect, his purse is never stretched. Lyotard's use of incompossibility, then, highlights. Glossary XL not only, as is pointed out in the section entitled Turning of the Bar, pages 00-0, a logical violation, but an expensive and metamorphic economics for investment, have translated investissement, the French translation of Freud's Besetzung, as investment rather than cathexis, James Strachey's translation of the same term for the Standard Edition, because the French is indifferently employed in libidinal and political economics, whereas Strachey's English term remains classical. Libidinal. 5 jouissance, French retained throughout, except where it is employed in a context where enjoyment would serve better to indicate the political legal sense of the word, i.e. the enjoyment of rights or of property or wealth. For the verb jouir and the adjective jouissif/ve I have used enjoy and enjoyable, with the French following in brackets 6 pouvoir/impouvoir, power and powerlessness. See point 8, puissance/impuissance. 7 pulsional. Pulsion is the French term for Freud's Trieb, which the Standard Edition translates as instinct, a move now widely condemned as inadequate, primarily because the same English word is used to translate both trieb and instinct. The current term is drive, which I have sometimes used for reasons of euphony. Death pulsion reads horribly. To transliterate the French pulsion, however, seems preferable since it confers a less mechanistically dominated energetics than does drive. These are the only two options used throughout the present text. 8 puissance/impuissance, Lyotard makes much of the distinction between, the gendered difference between, la puissance and le pouvoir throughout this work. Roughly, this can be rendered as the difference between force and power, which are the main options used throughout the translation. Both words have, however, a range of uses which often blur the distinction. Either word can be employed to designate power. Nietzsche's Will zur Macht, the will to power, is translated into French under the title La volonté puissance. The former has a use indicating potential, the latter capacity, the former strength, the latter ability, and so on. Despite possible confusion arising over another resultantly blurred distinction between the French force, which I have also translated as force, and its English counterpart, I deem this preferable to a confusion between puissance and the potentiality Lyotard is keen to attack as the dawn of thought and other nihilistic products. I have, to guide the reader, inserted the French term in brackets following the word force. Similarly, I have translated impouvoir as powerlessness and impuissance as impotence. The following also merit a short gloss given the weight and importance accorded to them in libidinal economy. 10. The libidinal band/skin, the band, which has, most importantly, neither an inside nor an outside, is most easily comparable to what Freud called the primary processes of the Pool's ions of the psychical apparatus, and could be considered as a sort of analogical presentation of difference independent of the secondary orders of representation in which identity, signification, and reference are determined. Although the libidinal band allows Lyotard to show what is necessarily excluded by representational thinking, it is not to be considered to be descriptively true, since the model would then collapse back into representation, but as more forceful and more interesting and more inventive than previous totalizations of the real. As a kind of persuasive fiction, the various descriptions of the band wish, nevertheless, to account for the closures and exclusions inherent to representational thinking and suggest a pagan manner of affirming the differences and singularities that run through the libidinal band in an aleatory and indeterminate fashion. The bar, if we imagine the libidinal band as having one surface, white-hot, labyrinthine and aleatory, then the bar is to be seen as the operator of disintensification which, in slowing down, allows the displaceability and non-identity of the drive/Pool's ions and intensities to be arrested and given a designation and signification. It is through procedures of exclusion, notably negation and exteriorization, that the bar gives birth to the conceptual process, twisting the band into what Lyotard calls the theatrical volume. Dividing up what takes place on the band into a this and a not this, the bar, as it cools down, accounts for the series of conceptual frontiers which distinguish the ideal and the real, the authentic and the alienated, the useful and the exchangeable, the normal and the perverse, etc. It should be noted that, for Lyotard, the bar and the band are nevertheless one and the same. When the bar rotates in a furious aleatory fashion. 11. Glossaries ill we have something like the libidinal band, when the bar slows down, we have something like the theatrical volume. Why the bar slows down is a question peculiar to representational thinking, itself an effect of the cooling bar. The great zero, the name Lyotard gives to the instance informing a particular but insistent dispositif on the libidinal band. With the disintensification of the bar, the libidinal band is folded back into a theatrical volume which has an inside and an outside, appearance/essence, sign/the signified. The inside is then ultimately considered in terms of what is going on the outside. One of the most important figurations of the outside is the great zero, which serves as a general term to cover the Platonic world of forms, God, the authentic mode of production, the phallus, etc. All these instances and despite their differences are effects of the slowing down of the bar, referring the intensities running through the band to an elsewhere which they appear to lack once they have been confined to the interiority of a volume. The great zero is thus an empty center which reduces the present complexity of what happens instantaneously on the band to a chamber of presence and absence. In his description of the great zero, Lyotard wishes to show that all theories of signification are fundamentally nihilistic. Intensities, partly following Freud's description of the primary processes of the unconscious, Lyotard considers intensities as unbound excitations of force which are characterized by their displaceability, their instantaneity, and their resistance to the temporal syntheses of memory. Lyotard radicalizes, however, Freud's understanding of psychic intensity, since libidinal intensities cannot be willed, even by the unconscious, and describe the forces running through the band as a whole, and not just a so-called part of it. It is through an organizing and regulatory central instance, e.g. the great zero, that the singularity of an intensity becomes a communicable and exchangeable sign. If such a center weakens intensities in this manner, it is nevertheless itself a particular arrangement of libidinal force. This will be important in Lyotard's description of capital. It is in his description of the tensor that Lyotard combats most directly the nihilism he takes to be inherent in all semiotics, structuralism in particular. Signs form part of the theatrical dispositif, subordinating intensities, actions or emotions, for example, to a lack, whether this lack be considered in terms of a signified or another signifier to which a sign refers in order to have a semiotic value. The sign refers, or defers itself, to an elsewhere, constitutively replacing something, absent, for someone. Lyotard's wish to reintroduce into the sign a tension that prevents it from having either a unitary designation, meaning or calculable series of such designations or meanings, polysemia, is an attempt to block this movement of referral and remain as faithful as possible to the incompossible intensities informing and exceeding the sign. The tensor sign is a description of this attempt. The latter is not, therefore, a move beyond representation, the creation of an elsewhere outside the sign. For the idea of the tensor would then simply repeat the rules of the dispositif which organizes the possibility of signs in the first place. Signs are also tensors, indissociably singular, vain intensities in flight. Signs dissimulate tensors. The great ephemeral skin, this is in many ways the most provocative figure in libidinal economy. It highlights the disruptive potential of the figure, a concern which occupied Lyotard from Descartes' figure through his two 1973 collections of essays, Derive à partir de Marx et Freud and de dispositifs pulsionals, to the present text. Freud's elaboration of the dream work, cf. The interpretation of dreams, provides Lyotard with an articulation of the connivance of the figural and the libidinal, the dream work, condensation, displacement, secondary revision, and considerations of representability, distorts figural materials which are constitutionally more plastic, or so Freud argues, than ideational materials, words, signs, and ideas. In Descartes' figure, Lyotard draws out the implications of the figural unconscious plastic invasion into the realm of the conceptual conscious, the result of which invasion is not merely to demonstrate the inevitable confusion of the two realms, but to highlight difference in their respective organizations. Whereas the conceptual relies on rigid opposition, the figural works differences, concepts, in other words, utilize negation, the this and the not this in the language of libidinal economy, isolating unit, i.e., s as opposed entities, whereas figural difference, like the unconscious whose work it is, knows no negation. By the time of libidinal economy, the difference between opposition and difference is worked by the intensive unconscious. Opposition, the bar, between conscious and unconscious, is itself the work of the unconscious, a simple disintensification, with positive difference a disjunctive, synthetic intensification. The great ephemeral skin is the libidinal materialist, solution of figural difference and conceptual opposition as polymorphous, hence ephemeral, material, hence skin, intensity. The concentratory zero, the skin is subject to unlimited metamorphoses operated by many dispositifs, two of which Lyotard examines under the names of the great and the concentratory zeros. The first, see point 11, above, of these, the annexing regulative forequarters of the conqueror centaur, as Lyotard has it, folds and hollows out the band into a site for regulated reproduction of the same. The second, however, the same monster's looting hindquarters, puts the system of reproduction at risk by jealously looting every overexcited intensity in order to plug them into the same circuits as established by the first zero, to the point of immobilizing the organic body the zero produces, intensifying the concentratory process to the point of becoming fatal to the stability it serves. The two zeros dissimulate each other, they are not opposed, they are unclear and indistinct like the principal pools ions of eros and then eidos, life and death. Simulacrum / the exorbitant, the simulacrum is the name Lyotard gives to the exchangeable, the equivalent. Thus his analysis of Augustine's theory of simulacra establishes the generalized equivalence and exchangeability of signs for things due to the participation of the latter in a relation of similarity that subsists amongst all beings, such unity being guaranteed by, and guaranteeing, God's unity with natural things and the mirror-ical unity of simulacra insofar as language, second-hand, or third-dash, for Plato, and representative, is used to display these relations. Exchangeability, then, is premised on similarity. What then of dissimilarity? The exchangeability of money and goods in capitalism also operates a generalized equivalence which establishes the value of goods. Every good on the market has a price, but certain objects resist being turned into a good. Thus Klossowski has it that political economy can offer no equivalent for intensities, highlighting an asymmetrical relation between capital and libidinal economy. Political economy forecloses the libidinal, claiming, in conjunction with Augustine, that if a thing cannot be exchanged, it has no value and consequently does not exist, it is not on the market. According to Lyotard, every political economy is, however, libidinal. That intensity has no equivalent in currency does not rid the circuits of capital of the force of libidinal investment. On the contrary, intensive exchanges are ignorant of the constitutive negation of both political economy and natural theology, since the libido invests unconditionally. The libidinal exchange in prostitution, for example, invests the prostitute's desire, a desire whose foreclosure capital, and the pimp, demands in order to profit from the prostitute's body. Beyond the circuits of capital as far as political economy is concerned, libidinal exchanges are exorbitant. The exorbitant, having no equivalent, is inevaluable and unaccountable. Moreover, the libido's metamorphic force, its polymorphousness, invests even these constitutive negations. For whatever intensities it can glean from it, it is prepared to sacrifice the most exorbitant price. Lyotard's économie libidinale occupies a place in the history of contemporary French thought which many consider a minor and short-lived explosion of a somewhat naive anti-philosophical expressionism, an aestheticizing trend hung over from a renewed interest in Nietzsche prevalent in the late 1960s. It is further held to be the philosophical expression of the political situationism experienced throughout Europe during the same period, just as short-lived, and just as much a dead end, as Peter Dewes, echoing the maturity of contemporary wisdom, says in his Logics of Disintegration, London, Verso, 1987. To situate it more specifically in regard to its contemporaneous philosophical climate, it was written in 1974, 2 years after Deleuze and Guattari's Anti-Oedipus, Paris, Minuit, 1972, London, Athlone, 1984, with which it shares many thematic preoccupations. It is exactly contemporaneous with Luce Irigary's Speculum of the Other Woman, Paris, Minuit, 1974, Ithaca, Cornell University Press, 1985, 2 years before Jean Baudrillard's Symbolic Exchange and Death, Paris, Gallimard, 1976, London. Sage, forthcoming, 1993, 7 years after Derrida's Of Grammatology, Paris, Minuit, 1967, Baltimore, Johns Hopkins University Press, 1976, and it forms, with these other texts, a series of responses to the demise of structuralism as the dominant intellectual discourse, known collectively as post-structuralism. There is a major difference, however, in the trajectories of libidinal economy on the one hand, and the better-known Derridean response on the other. While the latter endlessly meditates on the end of metaphysics, the former will exploit and accelerate the movements of generalized disruption in a fundamentally affirmative manner, seeking to conduct new and unheard of intensities. We desire the effects of conduction and the conduction of effects. Libidinal Economy, 6, p. 259. Even when Derrida insists that difference be affirmed, in Nietzschean fashion as he says, as nameless, but not aimless, amidst all the names of metaphysics, such affirmation remains simulated and itself dissimulates a Heideggerian hope that finally, anonymous difference will find its proper name in the alliance of speech and being. The end of metaphysics is gained through a quest beyond the other side of nostalgia. Deconstruction is not in quest for what it has lost, but hopes for what it has never yet found, like an old beast awaiting its pasture, says Lyotard has in general drawn little critical response, save losing Lyotard many Marxist friends. Indeed, with a few exceptions, it is now only Lyotard himself who occasionally refers to the book, to pour new scorn on it, calling it his evil book, the book of evilness that everyone writing and thinking is tempted to do. By 1988, however, Peregrination's narrated author has passed from the fourfold yes that ends libidinal economy to doing penance for this great work. The readers of this book, thank God they were very few, generally accepted the product as a rhetorical exercise and gave no consideration to the upheaval it required of my soul. Its rare readers disliked the book, which passed for a piece of shamelessness, immodesty and provocation. Ringing in Molly Bloom's desire-drunk ears, the yes becomes a death knell. The priest going by with the bell bringing the Vatican to the dying. James Joyce, Ulysses, Harmon Swarth, Penguin, 1965, p. 680. From deep on the inside of the Academy, the Welleck Library lectures, and in fitting confessional mode, the narratee exposes the academic's genealogy, piety, traditionalism, and creativity. In a single trusting, good-humor gesture at the opening to his peregrinations, Lyotard reveals that he had wanted to be, a monk, b. an historian, c. an artist, and d. a novelist. In each case he was to meet with various frustrations, until in the end, as they say, he became a philosopher. In a sense, however, the respective modes of these never-to-be-attained professions have haunted his career. Instead of joining the Dominican order, he entered political brotherhoods, Socialisme ou Barbarie and Pouvoir Ouvrier, whose staunch and solemn intensity still rears its patriarchal head from time to time. The sacrificial aspect of this commitment to political reflection and praxis is obviously related to monastic obedience. Peregrinations, p. 17. Upon quitting this brotherhood, the historian performs the excommunicated's penance in extended meditations on Auschwitz and memorials for Marxism, plus the other faces making up this academic hydra are the artist and the novelist, who contaminate the philosopher's purism, necessitating the naive ideal of attaining a zero-degree style in the different. Paris, Minuit, 1983, Manchester, Manchester University Press, 1988. To neutralize the effects of writing, reduce its material puissance, its opacity. As this minimalist desideratum brings style to zero, the paganism of libidinal economy yields to a Judaic monotheism respectfully attentive to writing as the word of the dead Father 5, as Lyotard says. So Lyotard offers a penitent's explanation for this act of stylistic contrition: I have schooled myself in Wittgenstein's Philosophisk Untersuchungen in order to purge myself. Desolating my culture fecundated me. Registered monotheism and traditionalism depose the desolate hysteria of paganism. Lyotard lays claim to the culture he desolates and to the fecundation it stimulates, a strange moment of appropriation, a strange difference between his culture and his me. The finally proper name, albeit not that of difference, concretizes around philosophical readings of the great tradition, whose latest mouthpiece is the penitent libidinalist. In libidinal economy, however, Lyotard conducts an examination of the proper name as a tensor sign, see glossary. As an exemplary case of the tensor sign, Lyotard selects Professor Dr. Paul Emil Flechsig, who treated Judge Daniel Paul Schreiber for paranoid psychosis. Flechsig's name is no longer a depositing site for the stockpiled remnants of an identity, but functions as an unstable and unpredictable intense sign whose aleatory whirl traces labyrinthine paths into Judge Schreiber's multi-sexed body, drawing, along with jurisprudential, psychiatric, and theological phrases, even a libidinal somatic semiotics, into its untraceable wake. Are you suggesting that Lyotard is a paranoid psychotic, a Schreiber, spoken by God's nerves, or some such thing? Surely he remains a writer, perhaps even a philosopher? Exactly how Schreiber got out of hospital, he asked that his writing be taken as testimony of his sanity. Lyotard has himself testified that economic libidinal links paganism with hysteria. Paganism has no one God who is removed from the civic, social, or philosophical stage, but on the contrary, a multiplicity of gods who swarm over it. Hysterical anxiety, as Lyotard writes, signals not that the God is too far away but that he is too close. Intimacy with the gods without seeing their faces would not be too far-fetched a description of libidinal economy degree. But this is not a sanity trial we are interested in writing, and writing, says Lyotard, is irresponsible, 9 perhaps because it flies inevitably towards the multiple rather than homing in on the one. Perhaps we have the beginnings of an intensive theory of textuality, and with it, an hysterical rather than a penitent account of the evil book. Is Lyotard then an author, even a responsible one? This is how he counters Van den Abeele's attempts to assess Lyotard's responsibility for his works. If the heterogeneity of my work passes by the reader, it also passes by me, insofar as am my first reader. However, I am also the supposed author of my work, and you ask about my responsibility with regard to it. We never publish anything except rough drafts. And in this sense, I can without lying plead limited responsibility. That is to say, a reader cannot incorrectly locate in a piece of writing an aspect which, according to me, is not there at all. p.16, I can without lying plead limited responsibility. It is tempting to pursue a sanity trial, or even to subject Lyotard or his work to tensorial scrutiny. Scandalous. We shall momentarily shift our concern to the multiplicity of discourses in which Lyotard's texts have engaged before and after the publication of Libidinal Economy. One or several Lyotards. In the introduction to his book Lyotard, Writing the Event, hereafter cited as LWE, Geoffrey Bennington reports that Lyotard sees himself as having written 3 real books, Discours, Figure, Economie libidinal and Le Different, LWE, p.2. Around these 3 texts are clusters of minor works, collections of preparatory essays, and such like. Despite the manifest heterogeneity of philo-sophical works on libido theory, semiotics, and the problem of justice, there are other works marking incursions into other realms of writing, a recent Le Mur du Pacifique, experimental essays, for example Des a Revolution, in Derive. Texts from an experimental postmodern Crystal Palace exhibition, books which are the result of collaborations with contemporary artists, and so on. After having adopted this device, however, Bennington indicates the problematics of inclusion/exclusion attendant upon it, electing finally to accept the homogenization his schema imposes. Succumbing to the temptation of the same and universalizing this fall as the theology of representation, as Lyotard reminds us, reverence for the question of representation is a fall, a collapse, the weakening of intensities, necessary to philosophical discourse. 2. Bennington goes on to fulfill the criteria of representation by constructing a corpus, a career, inscribing his discourse on the interior of the body of Lyotard's oeuvre. We will not be the media perpetuating this general agonistics of the proper name, Van den Abeele. 3. Nor will we provide another bibliographical or biographical, nor even a thanatographical, account of Lyotard's work. 4. And rather than emphasize the obvious heterogeneity of Lyotard's works, from the neutral place, as Judith Stull says, of their unification under the logical asceticism of the rigid designator, the function of which is to establish the inside and outside of the Bennington/Lyotard oeuvre, we emphasize that, far from designating an interiority, the proper name is a tensor. At low intensity, proper names have that property of attracting to themselves phrases belonging to different regimens and to heterogeneous genres of discourse. p.20. High intensity, melting fragments that never were a totality into unheard-of configurations. To logicians and other nihilists, the tensor is the name of impropriety. Scandal. As Felix Guattari somewhat pompously snaps at Lyotard in particular and the postmoderns in general, I believe that this philosophy is no philosophy at all. The postmodern is nothing but a state of mind that happens to be in the air, a condition of public opinion that gets its truths out of its surroundings. Copyright. Not philosophy? Not critical, improper in that it refuses to stabilize into a proprietary inside and outside. Opening/surroundings. The opening event of libidinal economy, the anatomy of polymorphous perversion undoes the libidinal investments and somatic folds that maintain the proper body. The volume implied in thinking the skin as the ego's boundary between the interior and the exterior, as Freud does, spills into the folds and twists of the great ephemeral skin. The cold Kantian logic of Lyotard's deduction of the voluminous body contrasts with the extreme tension between XX life and death that is intensified with each cut in the skin of this body, in the little folds and their defenses that constitute the organism, and the libido's indifference to such folds. Already faint rumors of Kant and Freud's complicity in this text can be discerned. Later chapters involve Marx, Machiavelli, Baudrillard, Tate and Klossowski, to name but a few. Its immediate context, however, is most profitably explored in relation to Gilles Deleuze and Félix Guattari's Anti-Oedipus, Capitalism and Schizophrenia Part I, hereafter cited as Anti-Oedipus. This work, as Vincent Descombes points out in his Modern French Philosophy, Cambridge University Press, 1980, continues the largely failed project of a synthesis of Freud and Marx in the work of Wilhelm Reich and the Frankfurt School theoreticians Herbert Marcuse and Erich Fromm. Deleuze and Guattari establish the site of this welding by industrializing the unconscious, hence anti-Oedipus desiring machines that constitute the various modes of unconscious investment. They attack Marxism for its derisory attitude towards the unconscious, and psychoanalysis for limiting its range to the individualized psychical apparatus. Just as Lyotard writes every political economy is libidinal, so anti-Oedipus has it that desiring production machines, as they say, social material. We have, then, a libidinal, rather than a dialectical or historical, materialism. But there is another main player in the cast of anti-Oedipus, Kantian critique. In what he termed the critical revolution, Kant intended to discover criteria immanent to understanding so as to distinguish the legitimate and illegitimate uses of the syntheses of consciousness. In the name of transcendental philosophy, immanence of criteria, he therefore denounced the transcendent use of syntheses such as appeared in metaphysics. In like fashion we are compelled to say that psychoanalysis has its metaphysics, its name is Oedipus. And that a revolution this time materialist can proceed only by way of a critique of Oedipus, denouncing the illegitimate use of the syntheses of the unconscious as found in Oedipal psychoanalysis, so as to rediscover a transcendental unconscious defined by the immanence of its criteria, and a corresponding practice that we shall call schizoanalysis. Gilles Deleuze and Félix Guattari, Anti-Oedipus, Tr. Robert Hurley, Marxime and Helen Lane, London, Athlone, 1984, p.75. Introduction XXX1. Psychoanalysis claims, as did speculative metaphysics, to know desire, to identify its privileged forms. But everything psychoanalysis knows about desire it knows by injecting it into a certain schema called Oedipus, a closed, familial circuit wherein desire plays out its dramas of conflict, seduction, and anxiety with the figures of the child, the mother and the father. The imperialism of Oedipus is such that any path sketched out by aberrant desire is immediately brought back to the fold. To produce the wolf father out of the crowd of wolves in the wolf man's fantasies, Freud turns the crowd into sheep so that the wolf father may devour them. Hence, a schizophrenic out for a walk is a better model than a neurotic lying on the analyst's couch, Anti-Oedipus, p2. So rather than having discovered the true paths of libidinal investment, the psychoanalyst uses his familial, Oedipal prejudice to engineer neurotics. Yes, my boss is my father, and so is the head of state, and so are you, doctor, as they say, Anti-Oedipus, p.35. Schizoanalysis does not merely denounce Oedipus, as Kant denounces metaphysics' speculative attempts to prove or disprove God's existence, as an illusion, but critiques it as a structure in which the unconscious is trapped by psychoanalytic metaphysics. Schizoanalysis evokes the difference between the machine and the structure in terms of the immanence of the former to the unconscious. Everyone knows that the schizo is a machine, anti-Oedipus, p. 381. When Lyotard, therefore, writes in his review essay on anti-Oedipus, Capitalisme Energumene, that it is not a book of critique, but rather an energetic position inscribed in discourse, where negation of the adversary takes place not by means of the Aufhebung sublation, but through forgetting, dpp. 10, it is at least difficult to reconcile this prima facie oblivion of anti-Oedipal critique with the importance of the critical architecture of Deleuze and Guattari's text. What is important as regards Lyotard's, fundamentally Hegelian Marxian, model of critique is the function and form of negation. In the above quote he establishes the divergence of the Hegelian Aufhebung and Nietzschean forgetting in this respect. Where Deleuze and Guattari, emphasizing the immanence of critique to the criticized characteristic of the Kantian model, establish the critical mechanism in a relation of immanence with the schizo machines, Lyotard sees critique as irrevocably tied to the adversary's position. Get out immediately is Lyotard's anti-critical. XX1v response, forget immanence, it can only belong to the enemy. This paranoia concerning the inside and the outside of enemy territory is apparently dispelled in libidinal economy, be inside and forget it, that's the position of the death drive, LE, 1p.3, emphasis added. Extreme critical tension, the alliance of Freud and Kant in the critical machinery. The force of anti-Oedipus, however, lies precisely in its libidinal materialist critique of psychoanalysis. Such a critique does not aim, as Rijks did, to produce a liberation of the unconscious or of sexuality, but to dissociate desire from lack, making desire a positive force, conditioning the social field in its entirety rather than being conditioned by a subject's lack or deprivation, such as Freud used to provide the psychoanalytic conception of the female as lacking a penis. Why then does Lyotard read Anti-Oedipus as an acritical book? A certain loathing of critique resonates throughout what may be called Lyotard's libidinal period. Indeed, despite the Freudo-Kantian axis mentioned above, critique remains the privileged object of rejection, a hated, isolated, despicable colony of virulent negativity at the hot core of libidinal economy. The passage from pious and passionate critical activity to its denunciation and exile can be traced through Lyotard's two 1973 collections of essays. In the 1979 preface to the second edition of De Dispositifs Pulsionals, however, the post-critical libido is denounced as the speculative metaphysics of desire, D.P., Introduction to Second ed., 1979, p.2, marking a new shift where philosophy goes back to its beginnings in Kant, dpp.3, to a traditionalist, paranoiac, and properly Kantian model of critique, where the libido now occupies the position of the exile. As this denunciation continues in Lyotard's works after 1979, it is accompanied by an increasing attachment to this conception of critique, leading Lyotard to pitch Kant against Freud in an essay from 1984,2 and to identify, in L'Enthusiasme, Paris, Galilee, 1986, critique with politics. We have, then, a libidinal hostility to critique and a critical hostility to the libidinal. In the English-speaking world, we might perhaps be tempted to rush into identifying this situation as a differend between the two parties. If so, it is a differend, a conflict, which Lyotard has been anxious to solve in one way or another. For example, in an interview with Willem van Riegen and Dick Veerman, he claims that Le differend remedies the shortcomings of Introduction XXV. Economie libidinal, it is an attempt to say the same things but without unloading problems so important as justice, J, pages 300-1, emphasis added. Again, in Legans sur l'analytique du sublime, Paris, Galilee, 1991, p.183, Lyotard mentions an effective differend, Le differend effectual. What this demonstrates is an ongoing critical attempt to recuperate the libido, The attempt to say the same things constitutes a critical gesture according to Lyotard's reading of the Aufhebung as its privileged means, rather than the forgetting characteristic of the acritical mode of, as Lyotard sees it, anti-Oedipus. How can the crisis of libidinal economy, peregrinations, p.16, be solved? Or, since the libido invests unconditionally, how does it invest? Bestetson critique. The libidinal economics of critical philosophy. Besetzen is Freud's German for what the standard edition gives as cathexis. The French translation is investissement, investment, which is the fiscal sense of the German term. In the new introductory lectures on psychoanalysis, Freud plays with another of its senses. The superego has the arduous task of keeping the ID in order, a task it accomplishes, writes Freud, by install fing a garrison besetzen in the place where insurrection threatens, Standard Edition Volume 22, pages 110-11. The superego occupies, takes up a position, counter-invests in the ID's troubled areas. In this, psychoanalysis deploys a militarist ethic just as critique does, since for the latter conflict is the motor of its necessity. For example, in the Critique of Pure Reason, hereafter cited as CPR, Kant writes, to deny that the service which the critique renders one's positive in character, would thus be like saying that the police are of no positive benefit, inasmuch as their main business is merely to prevent the violence of which citizens stand in mutual fear. CPR, BXXV, both psychoanalysis and critique desire that the situation be stabilized. The former aims to stabilize the boundaries on the interior of the psychical apparatus, Freud's name for the three agencies, ego superego, through a dynamic equilibrium being established by rival investments on the same territory by different agencies. Critique, on the other hand, hollows out a space on its own interior where the conflicts on which it feeds can be played out as mock combats, the deluded participants, speculative metaphysicians, supplying the peaceable onlooker, the critical philosopher in his safe seat, with contributions to theoretical insight, a kind of surplus value for pure reason, CPR, A747/B775. Both orientations hollow out an interiority, stabilizing its borders through counter-insurrection maneuvers or through annexation. It is critique's function to redraw the borders of its territories and to strictly position reason within its proper field, the imagination in its proper field, and so on. It is this positioning, this installation besetzen, which is the Freudian libidinal operator par excellence. And it is this function which Lyotard is concerned to analyze in terms of the energetics of the bar and the band, see glossary, points 9 and 10. Just as Schreber's name is linked up with God's nerves and with the Saxon judiciary, just as the skin can be operated on so as to produce the most civilized, the most neurotic, human being or the most intense and unchanged archeable metamorphoses, so critique has an intensive range. We have seen the importance of military fiscal libidinal besetzungen in the critical function. We must now follow its mutations across the range of displacements to which it is subjected by the various libidinal investments critique has filed under the name Lyotard. We shall take three texts: On Theory, an interview, with Brigitte Devi SMES, Adrift, 3, and Libidinal Economy itself. In On Theory, which dates from 1970, before his first major book, Discours, Figure, Lyotard retains a solidly Marxian view of critique. The function of theory is not only to understand, but also to criticize, i.e. to call into question and overturn a reality, social relationships, the relationships of men with things and other men, which are clearly intolerable. And as far as I am concerned, that is the dimension of politics. DPMF, p.210/Driftworks, p.19, Lyotard repeats Marx's gesture, just as the critique of heaven turns into the critique of earth, the critique of religion into the critique of law and the critique of theology into the critique of politics. Criticism is not a passion of the head, but the head of passion. It is not a scalpel, it is a weapon. 24. So theory is to pass from understanding to overturning situations which are clearly intolerable. Intolerable to whom, or to what? To the exploited, the proletariat, a constant subject subjected, in the classic example, by the Industrial Revolution to inhuman conditions. The survival of the proletariat under these conditions is generally explained by the scope and effectiveness of the revolution. It was either that or die. They had to go from the country to the new urban environments, had to labor in factories, in mines, merely in order to survive. Such critique serves a supposed master, the oppressed, in the name of the future and of justice. Preparing for the scandal, hang on tight and spit on me, offers another analysis. It is never that or die, but always that and die. The Industrial Revolution machines new inhuman potentialities, a different effective range, a generalized metamorphosis which sweeps away the pious, missionary fiction of the alienated and oppressed constant subject, displacing the orientation of the struggle from the white terror of theory to the red cruelty of acephalization. 2 degree The head of passion is removed and there is nothing in its place. This trap consists quite simply in responding to the demand of the vanquished theory, and this demand is, put something in my place. The important thing is this place, however, not the contents of the theory. It is the place of theory that must be vanquished. And this can come about only through displacement and flight. Libidinal economy, p.000, put something in my place, says vanquished theory. In the name of the future, of the revolution to come, obstacles are placed in the way of displacement and flight, repressions, we might say, like dams into rapids. Pressure brings out the libidinal in the theoretical, replace me, reinvest, make my position immortal, demands theory, ignorant of its own passing. Derives, 1972, fully exposes the type of investment demanded by the critical and the theoretical. Critique is deeply rational, deeply consistent with the system. Deeply reformist, the critic remains in the sphere of the criticized, he belongs to it, goes beyond one term of the position but does not alter the position of the terms. DPMF, p.14/Driftworks, p.13, critique is defined by its maintenance of static forms, whether of the universal subject, the proletariat, or the forms of labor and exploitation. It even blocks its own issue in its almost Platonic commitment to retaining the system's position. 7. A sudden change of tack, a crisis. Must the critic labor at the interminable task presented by the deconstruction of accepted forms and stable positions? Only form lends itself to expressing the movement of the revolution. Form is the revolution, DPMF, p.31? Or does the morphic move inexorably into the metamorphic of itself? Is it now necessary to rewrite the critique of political economy, or of metaphysics, or even, as Lyotard suggests in Judiciousness in Dispute, a critique of critical reason, Judiciae dans le différend, in La Faculté de Juger, ed. J.F. Lyotard, Tr. Cecile Lindsay, in the Lyotard Reader, ed. Andrew Benjamin, Oxford, Blackwell, 1989, p.328. No need, says libidinal economy, just be inside and forget it, that's the position of the death drive, p.3. Forget the stable position/investments, forgetting rather than negativity, the acritical orientation Lyotard ascribes to anti-Oedipus. This one's the orientation adopted in Derives. It is not true that the occupation of a position necessarily entails its critique and compels us to adopt a position which will negatively contain and sublate the former. DPMF, p.13/Driftworks, p.12, emphasis added, the crisis does not entail a critical denegation of critique, there is no need to renew critique, to reinstate the head of passion, or the queen of all the sciences, as Kant has it. CPR, AAI. Nor is it necessary that an anti-critique be formulated to right the wrongs of its predecessor. Taking up the lexical hint italicized in the above quote, Lyotard continues, there is a forgotten Freud in this reading, the one who dared to write that the libido never relinquishes one investment for a better one. Ibid. Freud continually emphasized that the unconscious has no capacity for negation. Unconscious libidinal investments are superimposed one upon the other, just as Rome's ancient ruins have provided the material for more recent structures, the interpretation of dreams. 6. 1. Such investments are, in the language of libidinal economy, incompossible. They are blocked together, as Bill Readings says, drawing on a Lyotardian lexis from the time of Derives. In his Introducing Lyotard, London, Routledge, 1991. Without considerations of temporal or spatial order. Further, there is an extreme mobility of unconscious energies, a mobility which finds ingress, despite repression, into conscious organizations, by means of displacements. If the dam holds, the banks burst. Deformation, distortion, what follows does not belong to the drift from Marx and Freud, but to the drift which continues/discontinues it, a drift from this drift. Derivatio diverting is not simply leaving a shore, but diverting a riva stream, a course, a fluidity. Where it goes, we were not going cava ailers kldode on alite. What joy if Ripa's shore were derived from rivas, if this were the streaming which determined the shore. The shore of the stream, of the ocean, displaces itself along with it. DPMFP.9, the crisis of libidinal economy is a perpetual displacement, an eternal turning rather than a splitting. Drifting by itself is the end of all critique. DPMF, P.15/Driftworks, P.13. Instead of fixing territories, setting up shields, or installing garrisons, libidinal investments traverse the entire metamorphic range of these unlimited displacements. The shores are disfigured and identities wrecked in this post-critical torrent which engulfs Kant's safe seat as much as the garrisons of the psychoanalytic superego. Fantasy Island, back to Kant. Jean-Luc Nancy opens his contribution to the 1985 Cerici Colloquium on Lyotard's work with the recognition of the latter's playing the stakes of Kantian resources. 2*. We have already mentioned Lyotard's turn to Kant, this turn being at Freud's expense. There was a distinct asymmetry here, an irreversibility in the critical Besetzen. While the libido invests unconditionally, critique regroups to denounce the libido as a metaphysics of desire. We have sketched an intensive range which runs through the term critique in Lyotard's work, carrying it from the privileged tool of a rigid political agenda to a crisis, a splitting. This splitting became at one point the focus of Lyotard's attention in the form of the differend, a radical and insoluble dispute whose demands for a justice can never be satisfied. The philosopher can only bear witness to the differend in order to save the honor of thinking. In a sense the differend exemplifies critical mechanisms, the return to a sense of the clearly intolerable, this time in a metaphysical historical register. The classic example is Fersen's question concerning the reality of the Holocaust, testified to by the occurrence of the differend which prevents the issue of a verdict, returns an object to the critical project critique itself. The critical orbit is no longer a cycle from theoretical questioning to a real overturning and back, but a stuttering arc, ceaselessly failing to circumscribe its receding dominion, momentarily and provisionally linking up with other dominions, whether these be called language games, genres, or whatever else of this sort. These islands, or the archipelago as Lyotard terms this topography, these unconnected fragments no longer cry out for their reunification into a proper body, but constantly seek recognition of injustices perpetrated upon them. Injustice can merely be witnessed in the arc's flashes, to which the critical watchman may bear testimony, fallout from the Enlightenment, burning fragments of the French Revolution and its supreme being. Illuminate the crisis. No longer the concentric cycle with its fixed futural reference, nor the eccentric eternal turn of the libidinal band, but a penitent's attempt to return to the crisis at the end of critique. More recently, there are perhaps signs that this return is no longer possible. In Ellen Humain, for example, this recognition, in this respect, even what may be most disturbing in Kant, which is not anthropological, but strictly transcendental, which in the critical tension goes to the point of shattering the more or less presupposed unity of the subject, as is the case, in exemplary fashion. 1t seems to me, in the analysis of the sublime or the historico-political writings, even that is expurgated, sanitized. Under the pretext of a return to Kant, we merely shelter humanist prejudice under his authority. Ellen Humane, p.9, emphasis added, with the sanitizing fantasy of a return to Kant's critical island dispelled, the critical tension is building up again. The regulated cycles of revolutionary critique, and the stuttering arcs that mark its memorial, are themselves incompossible fragments of the duplicitous critical libidinal Besetzung, displaced and disfigured along the libido's unaccountable flows. Is it a metaphysics of desire? The question remained and has remained. Is being shameful? What about hysteria, especially hypochondria, as a mode in which being or the law can be divined? Peregrinations p14. And the sublime, a tensor deployed in the rigid hierarchies of the faculties, intensifying critique, carrying with it both pleasure and pain. Which some would call neurosis or masochism. Point 3. How to judge? This is Lyotard's evil book. Do not expect answers to the questions it generates, nor excuses or rationalizations of its scandals. Read impiously, brutally, through this divine and incompossible libidinal multiplicity, pagan like Nietzsche. I am all the names in history. If you must judge, then take this opportunity to judge without criteria, since never were there fewer. Be the hysterical judge in the sanity trial we tempted you with, dear reader. Add to the very few readers of this honorable sinful offering. To paraphrase Lyotard, a discourse at maximum intensity. This is much more than a critique, which is perhaps only a degenerate amusement. Degree 2. I. The great ephemeral skin. Opening the libidinal surface. Open the so-called body and spread out all its surfaces, not only the skin with each of its folds, wrinkles, scars, with its great velvety planes, and contiguous to that, the scalp and its mane of hair, the tender pubic fur, nipples, nails, hard transparent skin under the heel, the light frills of the eyelids, set with lashes but open and spread, expose the labia majora, so also the labia minora with their blue network bathed in mucus, dilate the diaphragm of the anal sphincter. Longitudinally cut and flatten out the black conduit of the rectum, then the colon, then the cecum, now a ribbon with its surface all striated and polluted with shit, as though your dressmaker's scissors were opening the leg of an old pair of trousers. Go on, expose the small intestine's alleged interior, the jejunum, the ileum, the duodenum, or else, at the other end. Undo the mouth at its corners, pull out the tongue at its most distant roots and split it, spread out the bat's wings of the palate and its damp basements, open the trachea and make it the skeleton of a boat under construction, armed with scalpels and tweezers, dismantle and lay out the bundles and bodies of the insphalon, and then the whole network of veins and arteries, intact, on an immense mattress, and then the lymphatic network, and the fine bony pieces of the wrist, the ankle, take them apart and put them end to end with all the layers of nerve tissue which surround the aqueous humors and the cavernous body of the penis, and extract the great muscles, the great dorsal nets, spread them out like smooth sleeping dolphins. Work as the sun does when you're sunbathing or taking grass. And this is not all, far from it. Connected onto these lips, a second mouth is necessary, a third, a great number of other mouths, vulvas. 2 nipples. And adjoining the skin of the fingertips, scraped by the nails, perhaps there should be huge silken beaches of skin, taken from the inside of the thighs, the base of the neck, or from the strings of a guitar. And against the palm, all latticed with nerves, and creased like a yellowed leaf, set potter's clays, or even hard wooden handles encrusted with jewels, or a steering wheel, or a drifter's sail are perhaps required. Don't forget to add to the tongue and all the pieces of the vocal apparatus, all the sounds of which they are capable, and moreover, the whole selective network of sounds, that is, the phonological system, for this too belongs to the libidinal body, like colors that must be added to retinas, like certain particles to the epidermis, like some particularly favored smells to the nasal cavities, like preferred words and syntaxes to the mouths which utter them and to the hands which write them. It is not enough, You see, to say, like Belmer, that the fold in the armpit of the child, dreamily intent, her elbow on the table and chin in her hand, could count as valoir pour the folds of her groin, or even as the juncture of the lips of her sex. The question of counting as, don't urge us to ask it, far less to resolve it. It is not a part of the body. Of what body? The organic body, organized with survival as its goal against what excites it to death, assured against riot and agitation, not a part which comes to be substituted for another part, like, for example, in the case of this little girl, the fleshiness of the arm for that of the thighs and its faint fold for the vaginal slit. It is not this displacement of parts, recognizable in the organic body of political economy, itself initially assembled from differentiated and appropriated parts, the latter never being without the former, that we first need to consider. Such displacement, whose function is representation, substitution, presupposes a bodily unity, upon which it is inscribed through transgression. There is no need to begin with transgression, we must go immediately to the very limits of cruelty, perform the dissection of polymorphous perversion, spread out the immense membrane of the libidinal body, which is quite different to a frame. It is made from the most heterogeneous textures, bone, epithelium, sheets to write on, charged atmospheres, swords, glass cases, peoples, grasses, canvases to paint. All these zones are joined end to end in a band which has no back to it, a mobius band which interests us not because it is closed, but because it is one-sided, a Mobian skin which, rather than being smooth, is on the contrary, is this topologically possible, covered with 2. Roughness, corners, creases, cavities which when it passes on the first turn will be cavities, but perhaps on the second, lumps. But as for what turn the band is on, no one knows nor will know, in the eternal turn. The interminable band with variable geometry, for nothing requires that an excavation remain concave, besides, it is inevitably convex on the second turn, provided it lasts, has not got two sides, but only one, and therefore neither exterior nor interior. It is certainly not a libidinal theatre then, no density, intensities running here and there, setting up, escaping, without ever being imprisoned in the volume of the stage/auditorium. Theatricality and representation, far from having to be taken as libidinal givens, a fortiori metaphysical, result from a certain labor on the labyrinthine and Mobian band, a labor which prints these particular folds and twists, the effect of which is a box closed upon itself, filtering impulses and allowing only those to appear on the stage which come from what will come to be known as the exterior, satisfying the conditions of interiority. The representative chamber is an energetic dispositif. To describe it and to follow its functioning, that's what needs to be done. No need to do a critique of metaphysics, or of political economy, which is the same thing, since critique presupposes and ceaselessly creates this very theatricality. Rather be inside and forget it, that's the position of the death drive, describe these foldings and gluings, these energetic vections that establish the theatrical cube with its 6 homogeneous faces on the unique and heterogeneous surface. To go from the pulsion to representation, but without allowing oneself, in order to describe this implantation, this sedentarization of the influxes, without allowing oneself the suspect facility of lack, the trick facility of an empty alterity, of a zero whose silence is about to be shattered by the demand which disturbs it, demand, already speech then, and addressed already, and to something, yes, to this other, and by something, which is therefore already able to speak, yes, whether in gestures, tears, fury, the infatuated suckling's torpor, interjections, as they say, so that with this trick of the demand and the zero's silence, well, it remains only to inaugurate the theatre and power, and set them to work, the theatre of power where satisfactions will dupe the desire originating from this alleged lack itself. Quite the contrary, it is necessary, we will come to this later, to describe the business of the cube starting with the opened and exposed band of the libidinal body, according to the unique face without verso, the face which hides nothing. We should not continue to confuse the closure of representation, that sarcastic discovery, that sham dropping of the scales from our eyes, by those thinkers who come and tell us, what is outside is really inside. There is no outside, the exteriority of the theater is just as much its interiority. Don't mix up this sad piece of news, this cockangelism which is only the other side of evangelism. This wretched news that the artifact bearers running along their little wall behind the backs of slaves who are bound and seated at the bottom of their cave, do not even exist, or what amounts to the same, that they themselves are only shadows in the cave of the sunlit world. Reduplication of sadness. Don't go confusing this crestfallen message and this representation of an entirely closed theater with our Mobian labyrinthine skin, single-sided patchwork of all the organs, inorganic and disorganized, which the libido can traverse, for however well it is closed upon itself, it too, like a good Mobius band, is not at all closed in the sense of a volume. It is infinite, and contrary to the representative cube, intensities run in it without meeting a terminus, without ever crashing into the wall of an absence, into a limit which would be the mark of a lack. There is nothing the libido lacks in reality, nor does it lack regions to invest. The slender and very dark finger of her left hand which, in a conversation, the young woman, anxious because she is afraid of what she believes to be your erudition, passes over her eyebrow, while in the other hand she pulls at a cigarette. Here is a real region to invest. One can die for it, one can give all one's organicity, one's ordered body, one's functional arrangement of organs, one's memory of organs, one's socio-professional status, one's supposed past and one's supposed future, one's agenda and one's intimate theater. One can feel like paying very dearly, exorbitantly, for this finger which is like an engraver's stylus and the whole orbital space, cranial, vaginal, that it engenders around the eye. And it is not because it is prohibited that it is invested, not because it is represented, beyond a stage set and because one hasn't the right to climb onto the stage, but because one desires to climb up there ere it sees it. The libido never fails to invest regions, and it doesn't invest under the rubric of lack and appropriation. It invests without condition. Condition is rule and knowledge. But the passage of emotion on the hand stroking the eyelid, what does it matter if it obeys rules, laws of emotion and other nonsense? What does it matter what causes the woman's shyness before your supposed 5. personage, obviously paternal? What does all this matter, this hodgepodge of words which will give an account and do the accounts? It is these words, which set about representing the gesture and produce it in the exteriority internal to all discourse, and the law that they invent in order to explain exteriority and the spectacle. It is their own law as knowledge. Far from taking the great zero as the ontological motif, imposed on desire, forever deferring, representing and simulating everything in an endless postponement, we, libidinal economists, affirm that this zero is itself a figure, part of a powerful dispositif, wise like the God of the Jews and pale like the void of Lao Tzu, a concentratory dispositif de circumversion where, of course, several libidinal positions are affirmed together, which we make merry in disintricating and demonstrating with tact, in disengaging without shock, like Japanese, like blades enmeshed in a fencing match, and we will show not only that it is not necessary to pass through it in order to follow the course of intensities on the labyrinth, but moreover that the passage through the zero is itself a particular libidinal course, that the position of the signifier or of the other is, in the concentratory dispositif, itself an enjoyable jouirassive position. That the rigor of the law gives more than one person a hard-on, and that this nothing is not a matter of ontological necessity, but of a religious fantasy, libidinal then, and as such, moreover, quite acceptable, that is, if it were not, alas, terroristic and deontic. We must model ourselves an affirmative idea of the zero. So we rebegin the critique of religion, so we rebegin the destruction of piety. We still seek atheism, terribly intelligent. We have understood that the reintroduction of the zero, that is to say, of the negative, in the economy of desire, is quite simply that of accountancy in libidinal matters. It is political economy, that is, capital, carried even into the sphere of passions, and with this economy of capital, necessarily, and yet again, we have understood that it is piety that comes to take its course, the pulsional and passionate dispositif of religiosity, inasmuch as this is identified as the force of lack, capitalist religiosity, which is that of money engendering itself, causa sui. And therefore we are doing politics, we desire that the force of lack collapse, that it degenerate, we love and we want all that affirms that this zero not only does not engender itself, and no more is it engendered by another force, the force of labor, Marx supposes, but once again, exactly as lacking, effaced on the surface of the social stage, but most of all that questions of engenderment are trapped, they bear within them knowledge and its answers, all of which strikes you as incredibly funny. No, we do not subordinate our anti-religious, that is to say, anti-capitalist, politics to knowing what the origin of meaning, that is to say, what surplus value really is, not even to know that there really is no origin and that it does not lack any this or that, but is lacking as an origin. We want and do a dismembered, unaccountable politics, godless for politicians, and it is in this way that the critique of religion which we rebegin is no longer a critique at all. No longer remains in the sphere, that is to say, note, the theatrical volume, of what it critiques, since critique rests in turn on the force of lack, and that critique is still religion. Pagan theatrics. We desire the atheism of the libidinal band, and if it cannot be critical, that is to say religious, then it must be pagan, that is to say affirmative. We have therefore to leap over two frontiers, that which separates the political from the apolitical, but also that which separates the religious from the secular. We have to say, for example, that there is perhaps more atheism, affirmative, in that religion of the low empire which Augustine detested and ridiculed, this religion in which for the least hiccup, the least scandal, a copulation without issue, a birthing, a military decision, there was a god, a goddess, several gods and goddesses attending the act, the patient and the agent, not to double them in a pointless spectacle, as Augustine appeared to believe, and no more to divest the alleged subject, implied in the act in question, of his responsibility, but because in this way all these gestures, all these situations, in the life, ever since, called the everyday, as if there were another, on the one hand were valued as intensities, could not decay into utilities, and on the other hand did not have to be connected by a paradoxical, dialectical, arbitrary, terrorist link to an absent law or meaning, but on the contrary, being self-sufficient in their self-assertion, never failed to be affirmed as singularities. The divine was simply the self-assertion. Perhaps nothing is closer to what happens on the libidinal band than the parody that theatrical theology makes of this popular religion, half septic, half stoic, of late Rome. It is in any case, even if we are unjust in its favor, much more atheist than the discourses if of science, of politics and critique, of our contemporary liberators of desire, women, children, blacks, Indians, spaces, and the proletariat liberators whom we love, and who, moreover, we too are. Between theatrical theology and the Judeo-Christian who today still governs the critique of religion and political economy, there is no opposition between a eulogy to the divine in the world and a hymn to God at the expense of the world and in absentia, there is the difference between two dispositifs of pathos. This is where Klossowski begins. On his advice, let us listen to Augustine discussing the disjunction made by Varro between a fabulous or mythic theology and a civil or political theology. The Christian takes the example of the nuptial coupling, and if virginensis is among those present, to see to the untying of the virgin's girdle, and subigus, to see that the bride is subdued to her husband, and prema, to make sure that, when subdued, she is pressed tight, to prevent her moving if they are there. What is the function of the goddess Pertunda? She should blush for shame and take herself off. Let the bridegroom have something to do for himself. It would be most improper for anyone but the husband to do what her name implies. But it may be that she is tolerated just because she one's a goddess, note a god. But what am I talking about? Priapus is there as well, that all-too-male divinity. And the newlywed bride used to be told to sit on his phallus, that monstrous obscenity, following the most honorable and most religious custom of Roman matrons. So let our friends go and try to use all their subtlety to make a distinction between civil and fabulous theology, between the city and the theater, the temple and the stage, priestly ceremonies and poets versus a supposed distinction between decency and obscenity, truth and falsehood, solemnity and frivolity, the serious and the farcical, between what is to be desired and what is to be rejected. And Augustine continues with a good apostle's argument: if Varro works in such a way that the respective representations of the divine on the theatrical stage and the social stage are after all indiscernible, it is because already the certainty fills this pagan that only natural theology is true, that of the philosophers, meaning Plato, and therefore that of Augustine, meaning Christ. All these simulacra, whether of actors or of priests, come to fall together on one side, on the side of the false, of the illusory, of the impure. The new limit is set up to separate all that, which is appearance, from the essential, which is pure and veridical. What is Augustine thereby doing? He believes he has finished with the theater, he invents it, reinvents it after Plato and the others, restores what the adherents of Subigus, Prema, and Pertunda had demolished, that is to say the devaluation of the here and now, its subordination to the other. He reforms voluminous theatricality and repeats the dispositif by which the auditorium is ignored, in favor of the stage, and the stage devoted to the representation of an exteriority left behind at the doors to the theatre, and then judged non-theatrical once and for all. But popular, Varronian theatrics did not present this distribution of functions in its scenography at all. If the young bridegroom provoked Virginensis to strip the girdle from the young woman he was about to deflower, how can it be imagined that it could be by indecency, foolishness, and falsehood? Is it not obvious that Virginensis is the name borne by the impatience of the Vir Desiderans and the Virgo, equally astonished and expectant, yet full of amazement, also the untying of the girdle in order that it be released, and superimposed, the formation of another knot in the process of being tied between her arms, her shoulders, stomach, thighs, her introitus, and her exodus? Virginensis is a cry forced out by all this at once, a cry made of several incompossible cries. She opens up, he takes me, she resists, he squeezes, she gets loose, he starts and stops, she obeys and commands. This could happen impossibly, supplication and order, oh the most powerful thing of all flowing through them, do what desire desires, be it slave, connect, I give you a name. And for each connection, a divine name, for each cry, intensity and multiplication brought about by experiences both expected and unexpected, a little god, a little goddess, which has the appearance of being useless when one looks at it with globulous, sad, Platonic Christian eyes, which in fact is of no use, but which is a name for the passage of emotions. Thus every experience gives rise to a divinity, every connection to an inundation of affects. But Augustine passed into the camp of the great Zero, and so already understands nothing of all this. He wants and calls for resignation, abandon the libidinal band. He says, only one thing merits effect, it is my own Zero, my other, it is through him that all your emotions come, you must give them to him, go, leave them with him, render 9. them unto him, he will buy them back from you, the Redeemer. What does the Christian want? To bring connection into disrepute and almost to disconnect it. The next, what a joke of a word. The other is put into the atmosphere of an effective distance, then brought much nearer again by a particular and paradoxical effort, named caritas * because it is expensive. One gives without return, one gives distances from a distance, it is the Zero who perceives them and fructifies them. As a result of this disconnection, more singularities. Caritas has an answer to everything. And that is why everything which became the ancient God finds itself devalued, divided into its appearance, Virginensis, Priapus, Fool, and into its essence, the new God, the central Zero, the stage director, meter and scene. In its appearance, delirium, or madness, and in its essence, divine intentions. Listen to the Father of the Church attempting to cleave intensities. They want to derive the name liber from liberamentum, deliverance, on the ground that through his assistance males are delivered from semen in coition. Besides this they have women, as well as wine, assigned to liber, with a view to provoking sexual desire, and in this way bacchanalia were celebrated with all their limitless insanity. Varro himself admits that the Bacchantes could not have performed their feats if their minds had not been deranged, nisi ment comita. One thing is certain, such performances would never have taken place in the theatre, they had entertainment there, not raving madness. And yet to have gods who delight in such entertainments one similar to a kind of lunacy, simile furioris. That is how the excellent Father prepares the generalized closure of appearances under the name of symptoms. The devaluation of the given functions fully, that is to say emptily, the movement of forces becomes commotion of the spirit, and soon dementia and amentia. The pagans called it Dionysus and Bacchus, names of inestimable singularity. And note Augustine's paralogism, his faltering way of paying tribute. Nevertheless, to the force of their theatrics, the Bacchantes were prey to rage and madness. This cannot be seen in the theatre where one only acts, although theatre plays are 10. Such that they could please only the gods who were also seized by furor. The implication is direct, and pagan, furor is divine, the divine is furor, as much in sacred rites as in stage plays. There is nothing that does not enter the tracks of the impulses, under a singular name, and there is nothing that keeps itself outside this passage. We catch Augustine, here in the act of folding the libidinal band onto itself in order to produce within it a volume and a chamber of presence/absence. Intensities will need to be filtered and imparted to the active voice of the zero, in order to balance all the accounts. And we see how he cannot succeed in doing this, how the difference between play and madness, simulacrum and truth, clowning and seriousness, is not successfully set up. This affirmation of the band, this banditism, is written in a pain which makes the hand tremble. Let's listen to it. This is certainly more important than what is said. This pain is not a sadness or a loss of force, but the opposite. It is stamped with an expenditure of important quantities of energy, employed to make something bearable which is not bearable, perhaps this same accumulation of forces puissances. Crying, yelling are within the hand's capabilities. Figures. Meanwhile the hand continues to advance its pen through Dionysus Grove's figures of life and death are accumulated, figures which are the same energy fixed for a moment and for an eternity, and which devour it, mistresses of wild beasts. Egyptian face, Negev hair, bistre-colored androgyne, unmanageable girl-child. With this pain, perhaps at the center, this new event, truly awful, this same Egyptian face, staring into space with its impassive gaze, it has become yesterday evening, a black night. The figure of the young woman has become the death mask of a young man the cops had kept watch over and beaten up 2 years ago in an island prison bordering the African seaboard, and whose body had been buried after his father refused, having examined it, to admit their version of death by suicide. It is this same face, this same narrow forehead, big nose, a little crooked, and the third great identifying feature of the Abyssinian type, the same fineness of the jaw. And he spoke, all the time, while she kept silent, he yielded, escaping to his death and looking for it through floods of words, speaking like a Negro, multiplying the ambushes of words, but his speech was so soft and imperious that it was followed by visible effects, just like physical actions. If his death could have exploded as his words exploded, into 11 palpable transformations, when he was his body. To make of his death his active body again, transformer. The anagrams of his nomen were Roma, amor. And this tension, above all difficulty and intolerance, is associated with the incompossibility of all these simultaneous figures. You would need to be 100% Christian and stupid to think that these Romans and Negroes are libidinal idiots, innocents plunged in debauchery. This suffering through excess is that of the Bacchantes, It proceeds from the incompossibility of figures, of masks which together occupy the same space-time and thereby reveal the libidinal band, for such an incompossibility where several parts, however different, of the alleged organic body, are affirmed at the same time, or even, if you prefer, where sections of the psychic and social apparatus which must only be affirmed separately or successively, are affirmed at the same time, it is unbearable. Is this because it is the dissolution of unity, of the supposed synthesis? What is engulfed in theatrical theology, for we who come long afterwards, having centuries, almost 2 millennia of disfiguring traditions upheld by religion, religions, metaphysics, capital, is identity. Is it possible that all intensity is suffering only because we are religious, are clergy of the zero? Even to say this is perhaps a consolation. Our danger, we libidinal economists, lies in building a new morality with this consolation, of proclaiming and broadcasting that the libidinal band is good, that the circulation of affects is joyful, that the anonymity and the incompossibility of figures are great and free, that all pain is reactionary and conceals the poison of a formation issuing from the great zero. What I have just said. But it is not an ethics, this or another, that is required. Perhaps we need an ars vitae, young man, but then one in which we would be the artists and not the propagators, the adventurers and not the theoreticians, the hypothesizers and not the censors. We do not even have to say, this great zero, what crap. After all, it is a figure of desire, and from what position could we assume to deny it this quality? In what other, no less terrorist zero? One cannot assume a position on the twisted, shock-ridden, electrified labyrinthine band. One's got to get this into one's head, the instantiation of intensities on an original nothing, on an equilibrium, and the folding back of complete parts onto the libidinal Mobian band, in the form of a theatrical volume, does not proceed from an error. 12. From an illusion, from malice, from a counter-principle, but again from desire. One must realize that representing l'mise en representation is desire, putting on stage, in a cage, in prison, into a factory, into a family, being boxed in are desired, that domination and exclusion are desired, that extreme intensities are instantiable in these assemblages too. That the black pharaoh face has died, that the metamorphosis he was looking for had been the death that he was. We must succeed in hearing that without any rejection, for it is rejection, the exteriorization, which prolongs theatricality like a shadow cast over the libidinal band. This rejection is necessarily concomitant with the setting up of a point of view on the zero, on the empty center, the place where everything is supposed to be visible and intelligible, the place of knowledge. Turning of the bar. Thus there is the pain of incompossibility. This pain is much older than the word incompossibility can indicate. This word could tend to produce the belief that the origin of pain is logic, the violation of the compossible, the simultaneous affirmation of the this and the not this. There is certainly a bit of suffering, which the most acute mathematicians and logicians are well aware of, in these occupations of spaces previously reputed to be exclusive and carefully distinguished. One should recall the matter of imaginary numbers, of fuzzy sets, of the logic of individuals. Same thing with the painters, when clay, for example, opens the perspectivist cube onto the plastic support as 10 dislocated boxes presented together from 5 or 6 points of view. A bit of suffering, but it is not, however, this pain, it is like its negative, it is this pain announced a contrario in the spaces of non-pain. Exactly where the concept had produced the strict delimitation of the this and the not this, had crossed the limit, had thus determined a zone of points that were neither this nor not this, neutralized points forming a frontier and forbidding confusion, a new labor, as they say, of the concept displaces the series of points, unbound and rebound in another way, provoking the panic of a square negative, of a trivalent logic, or, in Lesnevsky's hypothesis, the truth of a proposition like the edge of the book is the book. Brief panic, one settles down again, one sedentarizes in another way, at least when we are in the grip of an obsession with the great. 13. 0. When, at any cost, one wants to produce a discourse of so-called knowledge, when therefore one never ceases, after all these disturbances, to proclaim that now, this is it, one holds the true dispositif of the logic of propositions, of the theory of numbers, of whatever. The true, that is to say what the great zero itself produces, and assumes. One soon stops nomadizing, one occupies and cultivates the earth, under the security of the true. But these disfigurations rarely take place, thank God. Even today's scientists are starting out on the road to pain, letting their little sufferings subside, their little scandals, the petty dialectic and the wretched labor of the concept. They know that this is deception itself, that what works is not the concept, that the concept is capital which pretends to work, but which determines the conditions of labor, delimits the outsides and insides, the authorized and the prohibited, selects and valorizes, invests, realizes, that the concept is trade, but that the movement, the strength of trade is not the concept, this wretched little suffering of the academic radical socialist. Our great mathematicians, those whom we love, our brothers in pain and joy, know very well that it is not even correct, that it is futile and almost base to say with a last smile, yes, all that we do is only a game, yes we quite understand that there is only the great zero and that one can only turn about it, like a vast spectacle. They know as well as we do that it is not at all a question of a game, that one never leaves the sham seriousness of the concept for the facsimile of the game. Roman pain and joy, pagan and stoic, are not games. The stage plays that Augustine despises, and adores, are in no way simulacra of another reality. The stage masks could not be the popular and political version of serious divinity, the nothing with which the philosophers and priests have furnished us as the maximum and optimum of consciousness or knowledge or wisdom, and thanks to which the vivacious and deadly intensities that shoot across us shall be discredited. This nothing, it is their desire that produces it, it one's not it that produces. Their desire. These intensities do not in any way proceed from illusions of changing investment on the immobile circle that surrounds the nothing, but on the contrary, they can engender this as the center of a concentratory disposition also called the proper body, ego, society, universe, capital, the good Lord. The thought of the game, of the great game, game of desire and game of the world, is still a little sad thought, that is to say, a thought. It remains entirely instantiated on the zero, and from there. 14. It makes this effort, supreme for thought, to say to itself, this, all that happens on the periphery, on the circle, is nothing but the transit of intensities, turn and eternal return. It says to itself, I am nothing but thought, that is, the nothing and nothing, what is turns around outside, and so, to be, I have only to place myself as well on the circumference, turn with the intensities, act as if I loved, suffered, laughed, ran, fucked, slept, shat and pissed, I, thought. May this supreme effort of thought die, such is our wish as libidinal economists. The pain of incompossibility does not refer to a delimiting, selective, orientating zero. Thought does not precede it. More often than not, what is called thought is what escapes it, is produced as a way out of it. The dispositif of confinement, that is to say of delimitation and conception, which will produce the exterior and the interior, which will enclose the extension of the concept, which will define places, of art, of culture, of production, of politics, of sexuality, this dispositif with its zero can only be engendered by disintensification. The operator of disintensification is exclusion, either this, or not these. Not both. The disjunctive bar. Every concept is therefore concomitant with negation, exteriorization. It is this exteriorization of the not this that will give rise to theatricization. The outside will have to be conquered, the concept will will its own extension, to master what it had left at the gates of its territory. It will set off for war and for labor with Hegel, as previously with Augustine, towards the outside, in order to annex it. In reality it is pushed into this not only by the demon of confusion, by syncretism, by the jouissance of overthrowing, by the quest for intensities, but by flight in the face of this pain of incompossibility that we are talking about. What anguish in these limits, in these devaluations followed by exclusions! How they are loved, these exteriorities! Hence voyages, ethnology, psychiatry, pediatrics, pedagogy, the love of the excluded, enter, beautiful negresses, charming Indians, enigmatic Orientals, dreamers, children, enter my work and the spaces of my concepts. All this is theater, it is the white innocence of the West in expansion, base cannibalistic imperialism. The little suffering is only the displacement of the disjunctive bar. The little suffering carried to the second degree, is the consciousness that this displacement is the rule, that there is always displacement. Little suffering that attains its acme in the thought of 15. Metaphor and of difference a cart. But the pain we speak of is in no way bound to the displacement of the bar of the concept. This pain is not the depression that follows from the position of having one foot here and one foot there, one foot inside and one foot outside, of being divided. This pain has no relation to the little suffering of castration, which is the suffering of the concept, fissure and disfiguration ceaselessly deferred. Instead, this is how to imagine it, perfumed mane of hair. Take this bar which separates the this from the not this. That is to say any segment at all. Place it in a neutral space, say three-dimensional to facilitate the imagination's highly crude intuition. Subject it to a movement of rotation around a point belonging to the segment, a movement yielding the following three properties. The rotation takes place on all the axes without exclusion, the central point is itself displaced over the segment in an aleatory way, finally it is equally displaced in the supposed neutral space. Thus a surface is engendered, which is nothing other than the labyrinthine libidinal band which was in question. This surface always has as its breadth the length of the segment, etc. But to describe the properties of the band is not the important thing. This segment which passes over the whole landscape of corporeal surfaces joined end to end as has been said, which in fact engenders this landscape point by point in the ungraspable time of its passage, the more quickly it turns on itself, the more energy it employs and expends, and heats the traveled zone. This passage may be absolutely immobile, the black sun of so-called hysterical conversions, or the so-called obsessional or paranoiac fixations, or conversely fulminating or ephemeral ideas of art, of science, of love. The ice that it leaves behind it is in proportion to the energy sucked up, extremely cold intensities. And every intensity, scorching or remote, is always this and not this, not at all through the effect of castration, of repression, of ambivalence, of tragedy due to the great zero, but because intensity pertains to an asynthetic movement, more or less complex, but in any event so rapid that the surface engendered by it is, at each of its points, at the same time this and not this. Of no point, of no region, however small, can one say what either is, because this region or this point has not only already disappeared when one claims to speak of it, but, in the singular or atemporal instant of intense passage, either the point or the region has been invested in from both sides at once. When one says at the same time, one says both together, or and together, but one also says one at a time, in the singularity of the 16 time, della volta. Only one turn, full of drifting affects. Not a matter of separation, but on the contrary, of movement, of displaceability on the spot. It is even necessary to imagine the monophase band as produced by this aleatory rotation, this mad segment acting as a matrix whose properties never stop changing and so unraveling the unpredictable ribbon of libidinal marks in its printout sorting. But even this image needs to be corrected, for it is modeled on an industrial machine, for example a wire drawing machine or a rolling mill, and with this model, it implies the category of an accumulation, of a stockpiling, of a material memory, and, what amounts to the same, of a diachrony. For example, you could, I think, modify in an incessant and arbitrary way the norms of extrusion or rolling, and you would still obtain bars or wires with necessarily variable properties. The fact remains that they remain, that the marks of variations are inscribed on these objects and transform them into monuments of a past activity, into means of determining an activity to come. They thus open the space of an upstream and a downstream in production, of a cumulative diachronic time, of a capitalizing history. And beware, because with the instrument, the machine, you are already right in the zero. When the whirls of the disjunctive segment in its libidinal journey, being singular, produce no memory, this segment only ever being where it is in an ungraspable time, a tense, and therefore what was previously journeyed through does not exist, acephalia * time of the unconscious. Duplicity of signs. See at once, grey-eyed unkind one, where, once again, we intend to break off, we libidinal economists, we will no longer speak of surfaces of inscription, except inadvertently, count on it, of regions to invest, and other similar things. We are suspicious of the separation allowed between inscription and its site. It is necessary, very different, Nietzsche says, this it is necessary from the you must, it is necessary that we strengthen our imagination, our palpative potential puissance until rather than to think, we are not thinkers until we forge the idea of an intensity which far from setting itself up on a producer body, determines it, the idea of a passage over nothing, which produces, one instant beyond countable time, the being of its proper passing, its passage, speaking like some others. But in quite 17. Another way. Therefore not a surface first, then a writing or inscription over it, but the libidinal skin of which, after the event, one will be able to say that it is made up of a patchwork of organs, of elements from organic and social bodies, the libidinal skin initially like the track of intensities, ephemeral work, useless like a jet trail in the thin air at an altitude of 10,000, with the exception that it be, as opposed to the trail, completely heterogeneous. But like it, being at the same time the surface crossed and the crossing. You will say, crossed is a past, it is not the passage which produces the skin, but the past of the passage, not the intensity, but what it will have been son après coup, and the surface, the libidinal skin is thus already a memory of intensities, a capitalization, a localization of their passages, there is the intensity and what remains of it, and your comparison doesn't count since there is a caput * a surface of inscription, a register, when its function was to render the acephalus visible. I see you, unkind one, smiling at the hoax played on me by the words of knowledge and capital, before I had even begun to speak. Let us love this farce, let us not fear it, let us say yes each time it requires us to, and it will require us to, and require us again, say what we have to say as libidinal economists, this farce will stuff our words with its old hash of nihilist sadness. Between the libidinal skin and a register of inscription, confusion will always be possible, as between Christ and the Antichrist, between matter and antimatter. We haven't the power, thank God, to dissociate them, to isolate a region, precisely, a domain, precisely. Which would be a good representation, precisely, of the libidinal band and would escape the management of the concept, its hard scepticism and its nihilism. There is no affirmative region, words which cancel each other out. Freud said, marvelously, the death drives work in silence in the uproar of Eros. Eros and the death drives, incompossibles, are indissociable. And so it is, all things being equal, for the passage of intensities and the surface of inscription. For this operates like memory, preserving the passage, it is that by means of which effervescence is recorded and conserved, it is the means of transforming the singular sign of nothing, which is intensity, into terms of presence/absence, the position, and thereby the value, of which will be assigned as the presence/absence of other terms. 18 Functioning as their recording, their place in a form, gestalt, or composition. The surface of inscription is then the means of recording. And from the means of recording to the means of production there is but one thing to do, which the despot accomplishes, as Deleuze says, which the great Gestaltist accomplishes. We well know that this surface is at the same time, indiscernibly, the libidinal skin engendered by the mad bar and the wise flat sheet of the account book. At the same time the juxtaposition of singular effects named Sarah, Birgit, Paul, Faith, the left eye, the cold, hard neck, juxtaposition of punctual intensities, never assembled as a body, merely adjoined in the impossible idea of the pulsional band, which cannot be one surface of inscription, but rather several explosions, not even necessarily successive, ephemeral explosions of libidinal intensities. Therefore at the same time this, and the index sheet where, in the form of lists, of words, of registry offices, of notebooks, of indexes, under the double law of paradigm and symptom, of the column and the line, where what remains of intensity is recorded, its trace, its writing. There is the farce that words play with us, that intensities play with us, and that our passion itself will play with us from one end to the other of this book. This fit of passion, reader, unkind one, will reach you at second hand, reported, this sheet on which I write and which is in one moment, in bewilderment and impatience, a woman's skin caressed, or the sheet of water in which I lovingly swim, this sheet, you receive it printed, the same thing repeated, reduplicated, you receive a recording sheet. Words burning the point of the pen, whipped like an inert herd by this point, making them run and trapping the most noble, the fastest, the strongest amongst them, in flight, you receive them as a lexicologist. And all the comparisons which may come to mind, they are damned in advance by the accumulation, which they comprise and which subject them to procedures of weighing, thought, commensurability, good for the register and accountability, forever incapable of yielding intensity in its event. Do you believe that the gloomy declaration of this differing differer of writing dismays and depresses us? It interests us acutely and gives us new impetus. If there is a secret, it is this, its own: how does the impossible juxtaposition of intense singularities give way to the register and recording? How does the differing displacement, beyond space-time, of the effective singularity give space? 19. And time to multiplicity, then to generality, then to universality, in the concept, in the frozen hole of the register. How does it give space-time to the differing composition or co-placing? How does force puissance give rise to power pouvoir? How does searing affirmation become circumscribed around a zero which, inscribing it, annihilates it, and assigns it meaning? This is our great interest, political interest amongst others, since this is the entire political question. And the hows that we address to it are not wise. The why is galling, nostalgic, treacherous, always nihilistic. We do not deny the reality, libidinal of course, of this zero, of this register. We haven't the least intention of devaluing it ex hypothesi, to start saying, this zero is an evil despot, this zero represses us, this is what it is made for, etc., all ressentiments which are often used as a political means and which we take no part in. Once again, what interests us, the sign in the Clausowskian Roman sense of subigus and of pertunda, the singular tensor with its mad multiplicity of directions, not contemplating its disintrication from the bad nihilist sign, from Plato right up to Peirce and Saussure, with a view to placing it apart in a good place where one would be at last in the shelter of the great semiotician's zero, not therefore to dissociate and exteriorize it in relation to the bad sign, or not even to exteriorize the latter in relation to the former, to separate them and so ourselves become the just, the blessed, sages, equals, brothers, comrades. No, none of these settlements interests us, rather this, to become sufficiently refined where we are, in order to feel, in the baseness of exchangeable signs, the unrepeatable singularities of the passages of affect, sufficiently discriminatory, and I will say it as a provocation, sufficiently Jesuitical to seize. In the general movement of smoothing down and inscription on this zero of capital, of the signifier, the this sides or the beyonds of this movement, the immobilities or the excitations which trail and betray this movement, to love inscription not because it communicates and contains, but through what its production necessitates, not because it channels, but because it drifts. There is our problem, political and otherwise, there, at least, is its position, theatricality without reference, masks revealing no face, unless it is a mask in its turn, names, beware the capital letter, from a history which is not society's memories, names which would be their amnesia but always inseparable from this excess of the Apollinian appearance, the Dionysus inseparable from the great. 20. Light, not as its opposite but as its nuclear night, the singularity always placed in the paranoiac order of the universal. And in this sense, it is not a revolution we need, it is one revolution, and one more. Permanent revolution if you like, but on condition that this word cease to denote continuity and mean, we will never be sufficiently refined, the libidinal world will always be too beautiful, there will always be too great an excess of mute vibrant trembling in the most ordinary nonsense or depression, we will never stop becoming disciples of its affects, the roots of the affects ceaselessly crossing and recrossing the signs of representation and tracing the most unheard of, the most audacious, the most disconcerting itineraries on them. And on condition that permanent also mean, we do not seek to produce a cartography, a memory, a register of our efforts at refinement, an organization, a party of the refined, an anti-society, a school for a framework of affects, an apparatus of refinement's officials. The permanence in question one's not something that persists throughout a time identical to itself and from which could be distilled out of acquisitions, attainments, experiments, and results, a knowledge in matters of intensities. On the contrary, all will be gradually lost, of what, and will be so lost that in one sense we will never be able to will continually, to will in the sense of a sustained resolution, this refinement in the dispossessing seizures of signs, because power puissance, mocked, cannot be willed, willter, because desire cannot be assumed, accepted, understood, locked up in names equals nomenclatured, because these intensities we desire horrify us, because we flee them, because we forget them. And it is in just such a way that there is a different revolution in each libidinal event, different to all others, incomparable, and always already comparable and still compared, as in the very words I have just employed, and no permanence at all, in fleeing Jourison's death, we meet it head-on, unrecognizable, immediately recognized, unheimlich because heimisch, different, not willed by a deliberate decision, on the contrary avoided, fled from in panic and nostalgic terror, and therefore truly desired, willa, unassumable. It will have to be forgotten every time, because it is unbearable, and then this forgetting means that it will be willed in the sense of the willa, produces displacement, the voyage of intensities, their return beyond identity. Our politics is a flight, primarily, like our style. 21. Deduction of the voluminous body. Caress ranging over the neck, place where the blouse stops, where the skin begins, or indeed the inverse, frontier or fissure. No, it is rather the region of transmutation from one skin into a different skin. The dark, flimsy cotton is a skin. Elbow lodged like liquid in the palm, middle finger revolving and lightly effacing fold of the blue and white small of the arm. A fissure here again? No, zone of passage, of a change of surfaces. What is expressed in these regions? It is stupid to reduce them to a symbolism of the feminine sex. Are they imaginary entries, entries to the imaginary? The beginning of the theater, the entry to the theater, the theatricization of the libidinal surface? No, at the outset one passes in front of the entry without going in, the long finger effaces the first illusion, that there is a fissure, thus an inside if it is penetrated. Yes, you are not a theater in which my part will play, you are not a limit we, nes pas un théâtre dans l'équal entrée jour ma piece, nes pas un limite, penis sheathed in vagina is will be was a particular case of an incessant, maniacal, and totally unforeseeable assemblage of parts of the great mono-face skin. Force is amassed on these lines of contact which, thanks to its abundant investment, spread into new surfaces of so-called inscription. This afflux is the event. Meanwhile, beneath the sleeve the hand cups the thoughtlessly folded elbow. By the action of this hand itself, the gaze remains lost, but becomes dark and starts to look within. This within is this: the force which was lodged in the eyes escapes them and runs towards the small of the arm. Will this be to undo this contact with the digital skin, or to dash at and cross it? A third, busy speaking to him, sees nothing. When, how does the ribbon start to become voluminous? Is it language which through its referential function gives it density and the presence of absence? Is it the eye that hollows surfaces into versos and immediately behind them, the continuity of their rectos? But what is language, what is the eye? Entities of thought, concepts. What function can they have? So-called perverse polymorphism, really simply diverse, is endlessly displaced from infancy over a surface without holes. There are no holes, only invaginations of surfaces. That is why when we cut open, we affirm only that which is, the vast coiled skin, where slits are not entries, wounds, gashes, openings, but the same surface following its course after a detour in the form of a pocket, front folded back. 22 Almost against itself, as in Stalingrad. Diverse polymorphism. One's aware that there is no hole, no interior, no sanctuary to respect. The child, this Western phantasm, the child, that is to say desire, is energetic, economic, non-representative. Is it absence, rupture, or breakage or loss or the disconnection of an X part of the libidinal skin which will give rise to a voluminous place, to the theater, to the substitute sign, to interiority put in the place of exteriority, of the thing lost? This is what Freud says in Jensates Plus with reference to his grandson. Such would be the origin of the theater. The child had, in his pulsional skin polysoul, just as one of the adjoining fragments makes this little skin po infinite, his own theater with his mother, the nipple on the tongue between his lips, the warm suppleness of the large breast under his blind fingers, his neck connected to her by the flesh of his shoulder, his eyes kept tight shut in pleasure, haughtily seeking his pleasure from her, in short, a very good multiple connection, diverse. Perverse, he shits in his bed in the midst of sucking, and that is how he loses his mother. Let's rather say, that this connection is undone, immense pain through lack, says Freud, unbearable distress, massive afflux from the drives to the outlet points, but everywhere impasses, gates shut, switches disconnected, breakdowns, stasis, everything is going to explode. The theater is set up, mama will be the bobbin, her loss will be repeated, 0-0-0 gone. There she is, the distress will be bound, to find a way out for these menacing masses of displaceable energy that rumble at the threshold of the body. These gates will be opened onto its substitute, the bobbin theater. Pain, then, inaugurates the theater, intensity insofar as it is deadly, Freud says. But note, the nipple, the swelling breast, the shoulder, arm, and eyes, already had to be instantiated on a person, a unity, the mother, in order that this present absent bobbin could take her place, substitute itself for her. Then the child could in fact suffer from the loss of an instance, but then he would no longer be the polymorphous perversity which interests us, Freud and us. There is the possibility of a pain through lack, even the possibility of an absence, only because it had been previously supposed that there was the presence of a mother, of someone. And this constitutes a petitio principii, a formal vice without weight for people like us whose discourse makes no claim to consistency, refusing to buy it when an explanation is attempted, as soon as there is someone, an instance which passes for the place of totalization, the unification of several. 23. Singularities, of several libidinal intensities, one is already in the great zero, one is already in the negative, and one is already in distress, since this instance onto which these singular jouers and sediths will be beaten down, the mother or whatever equivalent, is on the one hand never given, there is never a connection onto her, there are only scraps, partial metamorphoses, and thus nostalgia begins with the production of this unitary instance, and on the other hand, such an instance devalues, annihilates, inevitably cleaves the intense signs that are libidinal commutations, disaffects the adjoining lip-stung nipple, the connections neck-shoulder, fingers breast. Since instead of being passages of abundant intensity, these metamorphoses become metaphors of an impossible coupling, these commutations just so many allusions to an elusive ability to enjoy pouvoir, these incomparable, fiercely singular signs just so many common, universal signs of a lost origin. Our question is, who suffers in pain? Freud's response is, the child, thus an already constituted subject, formed in the object-mother's gaze, in symmetry with her, already, then, there is the specular partition between them, already the auditorium side and the stage side, already the theater the child constructs with the edge of his bed as the footlights, and the thread attached to the bobbin as curtain and scenery, governs entries and exits. This prosthesis theater is of the same type as that already hollowed out. Within him, it is the replica in exteriority of the hollow volume in which the two poles of his own body and that of his mother, theatrical counterparts, non-existent poles, capture, secure in their field, dominate every event of the libidinal band. Pain as caesura, as fissure, split, and disconnection, only hurts unitary totality. In conceiving pain as the motor of theatricality, Freud gives it the metaphysical consistency of the negative. He is therefore a victim of that theatricality, since only representation of a unitarist calling is hurt by fissure and disconnection, only through the already proper, proprietary body is loss felt as aggression, only for an already organized consciousness is death a horror. If one wants to explain the birth of the theater, its secret must not be sought in the pain of a loss, for there is loss only for a memory, and, the said polymorphous perversion being acephalic, loss is or is not for it an occasion of pleasure-pain, that is all. Not even suffering on the one hand, pleasure on the other, this dichotomy belongs to the order of the organic body, of the supposed unified instance, it requires the 24. Labor of decision, of Verneinung, which satisfies the pleasure principle in spitting out what harms and admitting only that which does good, the pleasure principle being just as much the reality principle, since to spit out is to separate the painful, expelled into exteriority, and the pleasurable, conserved in interiority. We must sweep aside all these wonderful little fables which presuppose what they are intended to explain, the formation of the duality, of the substitute sign, of the interior theater redoubling an exterior reality, and reciprocally, and therefore also the formation of the caesura, wound, fissure which made their way to the interior. All these fables, ingensates, in Die Verneinung registered, are already placed in the duality of the zero, of the one, of the proper person, object or subject, of the ego, and of intensity, of jouissance, of pain, of both together. It is necessary that the attempt be made to describe the circumscription of a theater where there had been flat skin, affirmatively, energetically, without presupposing lack, when this would be under the name of pain. Now imagine this, Ermengash. The turning bar slackens its pace, the mad, aleatory movement which engenders the libidinal band is sufficiently checked so that the this and the not this, confused by its extremely high speed in all the points of the field, now distinct, are sometimes the this, sometimes the not this, here it is, now it's gone, here it is, /. The bar becomes a frontier, not to be crossed on pain of confusion, sin against the concept, transgression, stupidity, madness, primitive thought. The bar becomes a boundary, the boundary of a stage, over there the not this, here the this. End of dissimulation, beginning of value, and of ambivalence. For to go from the not this to the this, it will now be necessary to pay, it will cost a great deal to have the not this over there. To pay to enter the over there, to get on stage. To have, the manner of being what one is not, prosthesis which supposes negation. And time also begins with this abatement, now this, now that, repetition, and so also memory, synthesis of the now, of the no longer, of the already more, always to be renewed, since the temporal poles are from now on held in exteriority, in relation to each other, at the same time that they are composed on either side of what separates them. Montage and the stage and narrative time. What is this abatement? A cooling? A lowering of intensity? A withdrawal of investment? Yes, all that. Influxes are displaced, the bar will turn further off, it is not the mother which the child loses. 25. It is the lips-nipple connection which now appears as a connection, from now on as a paradoxical juncture of two zones, of a this and a not this, when this was never a synthesis, but an intense libidinal zone. The child loses nothing, he gains a mother, and the mother a child. The this and the not this are put in place under the name of complementarities, whereas the movement of the segment, by slowing down, sediments them, centrifuges them. The concept, time, negation, ambivalence, come with the weakening of intensities. Representation supposes that the stars are not dead, but indifferent. Desideratum, the constellations do not shatter. Nostalgic desire, the wish, the wunsch, begins with the decline of libidinal economy. Duplicity of the two pulsional principles. Why does the movement of the bar slow down? We know nothing of this, there is no answering the question why, which implies precisely nihilism and thought. We turn this question around, we say, when it is turning intensely, no why, your why itself results from it turning less strenuously, it is recuperative and nostalgic. The movement of the bar slows down because, and then this because. One's intensified. Then the not this will start to be advanced to account for the this. Then the space of the nihilism of reasons is opened up. For example, those I have just given. Thus the theater comes with the concept. The bar stops turning, on the contrary, it circumscribes. The intense sign which engenders the libidinal body abandons this vast Mobian skin to the significative sign, the singularity of a passage or a voyage of affects is herded, closed up into a communicable trace. Whether this trace one's communicable, or whether this sign is amenable to systematization, or whether the opposition which conceals, but in what space-time, the irrelevant difference is permanent, all this refers to the duplicity of signs, already noted. But this deserves a much more refined analysis. First, that means that there is no notable difference between a libidinal formation and a discursive formation, insofar as they are both formations, Gestaltungen. A libidinal dispositif, considered, precisely, as a stabilization and even a stasis or group of energetic stases, ones, examined formally, a structure. Conversely, what is essential to a structure, when it is approached in economic terms, is that its fixity or consistency, which allows spatio-temporal maintenance of identical denominations between a this and a not these, work on pulsional movement as would dams, sluices and channels. One can, therefore, step twice, and even innumerable times, into the same river, if the river is located by its slope, its banks, its direction, its flow, as it is by any discriminating mind-body, but one never steps twice into the same river, quite simply because there is no river. That is what is said by the madman, lover of singularities, be his name Proust, Sterne, Pascal, Nietzsche, Joyce, a madman determined to judge a given swim as unexchangeable for any other, in spite of its generic name, a madman ready to want a proper name, a divine name, for each intensity, and thus to die with each of them, to lose even his memory, riverbed and course, and certainly his own identity. Madness of pathos, but recognize, unkind one, back to back with this madness, that of the structuralist, who made himself incapable of hearing, in the silence, the crackling masses of flux which circulate in the system, and which are, however, the final cause of their operativity. This confusion of formations, Gestaltungen, which render libidinal dispositifs identical in principle to formal structures, it is Freud who is their victim. The confusion forms a barrier to his project or to his idea of a libidinal economy. If ebbing intensities stabilize themselves into configurations, if affects are distributed according to the vast matrix dispositifs, along with what Klossowski calls phantasma, into voluminous bodies, into simulacra, and equally, therefore, into fixed organizations of elements of the formerly libidinal skin become organism, psychic apparatus, or whatever you like of this kind of thing, then it is certain that eros can live happily together with logos. And when I say eros, it is still too simplistic, as we shall see, it is just as much the death drives whose deregulation or deregulating, when its effect is the fixation of impulsions, produces quite as many configurations, stases, economic rigidities which will pass, in silence, for formal structures. Who can distinguish what is sick from what is therapeutic in conversion hysteria, to speak like nosographists? It has become banal, following Freud, to consider neurosis as a compromise formation, as a stabilization which fulfills desire in its double dimension, erotic and deadly. That the two dimensions are 27. Undecidable in the symptom, then, is almost in its nature. But no less certain is the quasi-communicative, logical function of the symptom, every energetic configuration, because it rests on disjunctions and synthetic recoveries of the disjoined elements, is a structure. The symptom, or at least the syndrome, will be able to be read, analyzed, and reconstituted as a structure, a stable composition of elements. Intense passages, tensors, are then no longer singularities, they take on value, as elements, from their continuation, from their opposition, from a metonymy without end. The unconscious is structured like a language, let's speak of it in this way, that's all it demands. It is in fact, and is only so when intensities are in decline, when the incandescence of the bar makes way for the glow of what is discriminating, when the dream is exchanged for the dream narrative, when the traveler has just lain down and sold images for an ear which would relieve him of them. To discriminate instances of eros from those of death by specific effects is to believe that to one of these instances, the life drive, one function would be attached, that of collection and binding, whereas the other would only disperse, expend, draw out impulsions for the greatest death of organisms. This is once again to presume too much of binarism, it is to accept the return of the concept in the midst of its dissolution. If one and only one function is assignable to each instance, both instances, of life and of death, will always be identifiable by their functions, by effects which will always be instantiated, precisely, sometimes on life, sometimes on death, but always in an unequivocal way. Although one might well protest that the signs from which these inductions or instantiations are brought about are equivocal or at least polysemic, and that on them the rivalry, or just as much the connivance, of death and life is played out, it would still be the case that one concede in principle the essential in admitting for each instance the unicity of its function, and again therefore the possible identification of the instance by its function. But in terms of what the 1920 text says, if Freud introduced the instance of the death drives, it is precisely in order to keep not only such a sign, but libidinal economy in its entirety, in the shelter of the concept and of binarist discrimination. It is not at all a matter of cleaving the instances in two, this is the so-called labor of the concept, it is, on the contrary, a matter of rendering their confusion always possible and menacing, of rendering insoluble the question of knowing whether a particular Gestaltung is an effect of 28 life rather than death, if a particular flood, pulsional unbinding, is suicidal rather than therapeutic from the point of view of the apparatus which endures it, whether, on the contrary, a particular stasis, a particular fixation, a particular crystallization of a stable dispositif is amenable to palliative orthopedics or mortiferous entropy. Silence is a single line stretched over the brows and curving in on each side in such a way as to envelop the cheekbones, as the lover's hand, in Khajuraho's sculptures, envelopes the obliging mistress's breast. Next it widens into a deltoid surface and rises to form the narrow flanks of the nose. Around the Mediterranean, in Umbria, in Provence, one finds these strange slopes, calm and inflexible, sometimes cultivated, sometimes deserts, according to its aspect, always smooth, strange because the terrain, far from being constructed of hills and valleys, flows like a liquid body, and it flows as much towards the top as towards the bottom. It does not flow in the way that a wash basin leaks, it slides in both, in all directions at once, displaying an inclined space without limit while being clearly delimited. A fixed gaze turns into a smile, the eyelid system remains immobile, it is only the matter of a modification of the cornea's brightness, perhaps of the iris, of the diameter of the pupil, something to be grasped in a time less than that of a blink of the eye. It is silence itself that calls up the influx, the abyss. What is blockage, stasis of forces, immobilization and sudden damming of impulsions, and which could be described accordingly as inhibition, neurosis, gives rise to other tracks and grows in force. This is why it is intolerable that one should pretend to cure the silence, to bring its meaning, supposedly sayable in words, to light. Excessive domination of the dispositif of knowledge over every silence, as if, in the scientists', the philosophers', or the analyst's discourse, and not only in that of the ideologist, it was no longer silence, silence left behind it by drip of the tap of well-weighed words, the track of desire which they extract, which produces its strength. Were the doctor to bend over the abyss of silence, were he to hear with one ear, the third, as in an anechoic chamber, the noise and the frenzy of blood pounding against artery walls and of nervous influxes coursing along the fibers of the trigeminus. From his own body good luck to him. What have we to cure? I do not exactly know, but at least and first this, the disease of the will to cure. And the talking cure is not to be. 29. Privileged over physical chemical methods, the one is of a pair with the other, domination everywhere, occupation by all means, words or substances, of regions allegedly attacked and their sanitization. The formation of the superego, says Freud, which attracts dangerous aggressive tendencies is equivalent, so to speak, to the installation of troops in the place where sedition threatens. Degree gaze of an eye, slow, thoughtless, fixed, then in a flash the head pivots so that there is no more than a profile, Egypt. The silence which settles around it extends to large patches of the libidinal band which, it appears, are the property of its own body. These zones are also silent. This means that heavy flood tides continuously, noiselessly, surge towards their own regions or come from these same regions, along the length of the inclines. No need to try to land. This silence is not blind and does not require that one make certain of what comes about through a language, even one of hands or skins. We love the language of hands and skins, but here it would be unsubtle. To resort to it here would be to obey the ideology of sexuality. To suggest to someone, let's fuck, would truly be to treat oneself as representing the sexual liberation movement. Same domination as from the doctor, this time from the militant. Same gross preterition of the libidinal labyrinth, in which, if it is true that language is nothing, sex is not all. There then, plugging into a sort of pain and joy, joy of the flood breaking up so many dams, pain of such a drift, entire regions coming undone drifting towards other regions, and pain moreover because everything does not leave, impatience that investments still resist, that the abyss does not call loudly enough. But then why and how can the two principles, of life and death, be assumed if they cannot be discerned through their two functions, if bound wholes can be as congenial to life, organisms, statutes, institutions, memories of all kinds, as to death, neuroses and psychoses, paranoiac confinements, lethal stable disorders of organic functions, if unbinding is as much for the relief of body's orgasm and the release of semen, drunkenness and the blurting out of words, the dance and loosening of the muscles as for their destruction, the mad laugh which sends the asthmatic's respiratory rhythm into disorder and asphyxiates him, the panic which distorts the joy of youthful demonstrations, the centrifugal impotence which annihilates the strength of those who do not wish to hold any power, the wandering to death of the schizophrenic who is in fact 30 bedridden. What good are two principles if every effect can be related to both, together? Is it not contrary to the rule of economy in hypotheses and of impoverishment in concepts which controls the elaboration of theoretical systems? Freud was well aware of these formal demands. If he introduced the principle which he names nirvana, it is in order that his libidinal economy escapes the thermodynamic and, more generally, mechanical analogy, and so that this thought of the unconscious does not precisely close up into a theoretical system, so close to Nietzsche in this respect. Libidinal economy is a disorder of machines, if you will, but what forever prevents the hope of producing the systematization and functionally complete description of it, is that, as opposed to dynamics, which is the theory of systems of energy, the thought, but this is still to say too little, the idea of libidinal economy is all the time rendered virtually impossible by the indiscernibility of the two instances. This duality is not at all that of the dialogue, it sets no dialectic in motion, it does not accept a dualism, since the two instances are indiscernible a priori, and it is only by examining a particular effect with patient, almost infinite care, as Proust does with a gait, a smile, a taste, contact with a field, the lamplight on a staircase, each event inexchangeable, and therefore lost for the memory, that it will be possible, bit by bit, to attribute a particular Gestaltung to life and the conservation of a particular organized whole, a particular unbinding and disruption rather to death through excess or lack. What may pass for a superabundance of concepts has therefore nothing whatever to do with any failure vis divus the rules of formation of a theoretical system, it is not a matter of concepts, since even if we could think the instances of life and death, for example, in the manner of cybernetic eons, the first being the memory which in a homeostatic whole relates the system thrown into disorder by some event to its unit of reference, the second then being something like the loss of this memory. Amnesia, since, in spite of these thoughts, we cannot grasp, predict, control, effects, with the help of the thought of instances, therefore very little of the conceptual. Freud wants, we want, some ideas which would be in their order, that is to say for the scrap of the libidinal skin which they invest, what one solemnly calls the theoretical field. Which would be just as, almost as, impossible as is the effect of the passage of the turning bar described previously. 31. This effect is not of duality, but of duplicity. In the theoretical order it will be necessary to proceed in this way, like this duplicitous bar, not through an anxiety over mimeticism or adequatio, but because thought is itself libidinal, because what counts is its force, its intensity, and because it is this that it is necessary to overlook in words, this interminable worry, this incandescent duplicity. It is therefore necessary that what one thinks can be always assignable to a theoretical ensemble, semantic, formal, it matters little, and shown equally to despair of such an assignation. It is necessary to alter the course of the destiny that pushes thought towards the concept, otherwise one will manufacture a libidinal economy which will resemble a trivial political economy, that is to say an ideology with the pretension to order, incapable of grasping the duplicity of the said economic movements. It is necessary to let the alleged theoretical field be swept by the tumult of intensities, even the most difficult to accept theoretically. No one can say that he will be up to such a task, everyone seeks to flee these intensities and their undecidability in the direction of the system and its binary ideal. It is true that the price to pay for these ideas is extraordinarily inflated, and renders the business hardly profitable, when it is compared to this rich man's activity which is the labor of the concept, which makes sense of the least scrap of material and whose process of accumulation appears infallible. With the hypothesis, but this is not a hypothesis, evidently, it is not discussed, and one need not wait for the alleged facts in order that it be falsified or remain acceptable. With the position of the two instances, one is plunged into fallibility precisely because one thinks without criteria of falsification, because the criterion of true and false is irrelevant to the idea when this latter is an intensely spun top. And one is plunged into the greatest anguish, for really, sirs, radical socialists of the concept, we are not stupid, We are well aware of what profile can be seen on the horizon of thought as libido, the same scarecrow which you get out of your pockets and wave above your fleshy ears each time that an intensity goes past and we jump, crazy with joy and fear, into its whirl, the scarecrow of fascism, the same as the one you were waving in '68 in France, in Germany, in Italy. You don't have to be pushed very hard before you come right out with it. Idea force is fascism. You will always confuse power and force, pouvoir et puissance. You will always call the violence which threatens your power terror. 32 We know this, we know that between force, puissance and power there is, for crass eyes, a sort of indiscernibility. We will not respond to this because we do not enter into dialogue with the radical socialist concept, communism included, having learned that to begin this dialogue is already to concede the essential, that is the position of the concept itself and its consequences of the repressive order. You should raise your soul to the following idea: we are certain, absolutely certain of what we are saying, without this being certainty in the slightest, in the sense that you habitually understand it, and at the same time, at the same instant, completely deprived of all security, certain, magisterially certain of the points when, as we think, the libido attains intensity, because we are educated and refined enough in matters of jouissance and pain to have acquired this pyromaniac flair. But stripped once and for all of the protection of the concept, thrown out of the sanitary cordon of the thought of systems, and thus fragile like children, suspects, the insane, stupidity awaits us, close to us, drawing us out from it and throwing us into your arms, men of the concept, days when the fire is too intense, when we may fear that in our words and ideas, this is no more than the death drive busy consuming everything, and when we no longer dare to breathe above the surfaces which you would have divided up. Frightened to be swept along with it? The labyrinth, the cry. The labyrinth is a flint desert exposed to the Near Eastern sun, without wall, door, or window, a chalk surface. We recognize its model, a labyrinth which, in his mania for knowledge, one of our professors constructed for the instruction of a wingless insect. Made from an immaculate box, fully lit by an arc lamp, the white terror which it was supposed to communicate to the beast had to impel it to go all the way through this labyrinth, without error. In this way the acquisition of habits is studied, and the animal's intelligence evaluated by the number of attempts necessary to achieve a faultless crossing. The cut-up box rested on a sheet of water, which also frightened the insect. The beast, expelled from the dark shelter where it was kept, runs in all directions, an almost imperceptible silver thread, terrified. It never learns this labyrinth. Terror in the labyrinth is such that it precludes the observation and notation of identities. This is why the labyrinth is not a permanent 33. Architectural construction, but is immediately formed in the place and at the moment, on what map, according to what calendar, where there is terror. The labyrinth, then, does not exist, but there are as many labyrinths in it as terrifying emotions, whether or not they are felt. Each encounter gives rise to a frantic voyage towards an outside of suffering. The suppression of this could only result in an identical repetition of the encounter. One flees perhaps to learn, to rediscover the encountered property, because through repeating it one hopes to be able to localize it, to set up its situation, to inscribe it in a time. But since this terror produces its own, singular, labyrinth, there are other corridors, other corners than those which the flight, and the fleer, are able to delineate. That is why the beast learns nothing, it multiplies incomparable labyrinths. A similar feature justifies the strange behavior of one of my Italian friends, which he recounted to me while acknowledging his inability to account for it. A researcher, he had left his laboratory very late, exhausted, and he had gone to a reception given by one of his friends, a cultural director in one of the town's big museums. This reception was held in some of the rooms of the museum itself. It was celebrating the museum's renovation and new organization, more appropriate for doing justice to modern artworks, but it also marked the end, for my friend's friend, of the contract by which for several years the town had charged him with the creation and presentation of pictorial, musical, and cinematographic activities. When my narrator entered the museum, the crowd of his friends was scattered throughout all the open rooms, which form a closed chain. Groups everywhere chat, scream, laugh, ask each other questions, smoke, drink, eat, recognize each other. Around the buffets, the two pop groups, the gallons of flowing wine in armchairs or sit on the floor. All the faces make it seem that my friend might know them. His tiredness and his isolation happen, so to speak, to balance each other, alleviated and aggravated. He takes to eating, drinking, without meeting anyone, goes round the circuit of rooms, examines the retrospectives that they exhibit, the years of work. Certain works are restored, others are present only in the form of photographic reproductions, but all of them, silent in the tumult, were still there simply in order to bear witness to past activities, like traces before effacement. The rooms diametrically opposite the buffet and the bandstand are almost empty. He flees them, returns to the swollen 34 belly of the crowd, crosses and waves to his friend the curator, drinks again, begins the circuit again, examining the faces as much as the walls, prey to a growing agitation, which he notices nevertheless. It is on this second circuit that he recognizes on a wall, a face, recently photographed at the time of a Warhol exhibition, in front of the series entitled Marilyn. A mediocre cliché in black and white, like a line drawing, exaggerating the harshest values. In front of the grid formed by the series of the actress's portraits, themselves just a painted cliché, he is brought to a halt by the face of a woman who, some years previously, had been his mistress. She is turning towards the lens, with affected surprise, her mouth half open, as if the photographer had called to her just when she looked at the picture. The hair, the eyebrows, the makeup on her eyelids and lips are here coal black, the glistening of the irises and pupils is faithfully rendered. The photograph is pinned up by 4 drawing pins, amongst others which illustrate the same period of the museum's activity. An old suffering, for which this woman was certainly responsible, loses no time in reawakening. He sets off to lose himself in the crowd. He hopes to find someone he knows. But his circumnavigation of the retrospective leads him back in front of the photo. What to do? He sets off a 4th time, stops for a long while in front of the Prose du Transsibérien illustrated by Sonia Delaunay, in an almost deserted room, more through discipline than genuine interest, however, preoccupied by the menace emanating from the photograph. He drank again. It is very late, it will soon be closed. Groups disperse, the bands are packing up, the guards begin to empty the rooms, starting from the point opposite the great entrance hall, where the cliché is, and slowly advancing along the 2 semicircles which lead there. My friend finds himself once more in front of the image, still incognito in the anonymous jostling. Taking advantage of the disruption, he prizes the pins out with his nails. He places the photo under his jacket, in the hollow of his armpit, and leaves, having stolen it. He gets into his car, and heads towards his home, but he takes the road for the apartment of this woman, whom he hasn't seen since the breakup. The apartment is situated at the top of a large building, which can be reached from the top floor only by means of a spiraling metal staircase hanging over empty space. 35. From which one can see what is happening in the front room. It is lit, he sees silhouetted movement, he slips the photograph under the door, runs quickly down the spiral stair, takes the lift, gets back into his car, and waits with all the lights off. He was followed, he hears his pursuer's footsteps in the humid, deserted street. It is the woman's boyfriend. My friend sets off without knowing if he has been identified. Some weeks later, she calls him up, saying that she doesn't understand what he was doing bringing the photo, waits for an explanation. He feigns astonishment. What photo is she talking about? She knows very well he hasn't any of her. She cannot contradict him. The hero of the story tells me that he was not aware of what he was doing, but he acknowledges the importance of having felt so possessed by something which dictated his conduct. We know no better than he, but the effect of powerlessness must be remembered. If one wants to eliminate it, the theft and the restitution will be interpreted as significative signs. For example, my friend wants to suppress even the duplicata of a past suffering, and also, in delivering this facsimile to the woman, he wants to start up with her again. It will then be said, this is ambivalent, that is why it was intense. We seek no why, and judge ambivalence a little platitude. In the labyrinth of the museum, my friend, the wingless insect, had an encounter. He began the circuit over and again, several times. Each time, he loses his way in front of the photo, he learns nothing. He flees the image, but finally takes it with him. The image opens a second labyrinth, that of the town streets, the corridors and staircases of buildings. The second encounter takes place in this other labyrinth, which grows disconcertingly from the encounter in the first. The delivery of the photo puts an end to the second labyrinth and to the suffering of which it is the effect, and which was encountered in the first. The ironic denial on the telephone marks the dissolution of the third labyrinth, originating somewhere, perhaps in this woman, from the relocation of the photograph. A fourth labyrinth may then be opened, onto the listener, but no, nothing of the sort happened, it appears. Unless the fact that my friend had told me of this event and that I am publishing it would have to be considered as a third encounter, opening a labyrinth of which I am ignorant even of the material from which it might be made. In any case, none of this can be decided. No one has the power to draw up the map of the great film. This, seen from the outside, but it has no outside, would be some kind of 36. Monstrous beast whose constitutive parts would change according to unforeseeable modulations, would appear and disappear with the same terrifying ease as virtual images on a screen. It would still be necessary to imagine that the succession and nature of these images were not determined by real images inscribed on the film pellicule, in a technical sense. More generally, let's imagine that neither the so-called contents nor the technical procedures permit the synthesis into a story, into a doctrine, into a style, of the fragments of the film joined end to end. It would then be impossible to construct a single time to contain and organize the monster of images. Even the recurrences suggested by certain schemes would remain ignored. Each occurrence would be experienced as a present and innocent effect. And there would be nothing monstrous about this assemblage, which would exist for neither a mind nor an eye. When my Roman friend passes from one labyrinth to another, he is not moving through a spatio-temporal grid. The labyrinths which for convenience's sake, in the inevitable tribute paid to the order of the reasonable, I called first, second, etc., in a way form an ordered series. They do not belong to a structure of carrying over structure to report. Nothing of the one is rediscovered in the other, at least as long as each is formed as a sort of cyclone around a heart which is the encounter, whose effects he prolongs and which he flees. Each of these mazes is closed, at the same time as it is in undecidable expansion, closed in that it has no crossover point, nor any part in common, with the other terrifying cyclones. As to its expansion, this would be in proportion to the effective force puissance d'effet of the encounter. It must not be said that the encounter takes place in the labyrinth issues from the encounter. There are only encounters, each tracing at full speed around itself a multitude of transparent walls, secret thresholds, open grounds, empty skies in which each encounter flees from itself, overflows itself, is forgotten, or is repeated, ceasing then to be an encounter. This latter does not return, does not reproduce itself. The insect's terror is unique, new every time. Nothing is inscribed. A complete layout of the unconscious needs to be constructed in order to succeed in imputing to it the responsibility for the return of the same. It must be supposed that its effects are subordinated to a system on which identities or what amounts to the same thing differences could be identified. The Pool's ions are stupid exactly to the extent that they do not repeat the same effects, therefore they invent. Invention is a triviality of time. In The Theologians, Borges imagines two heresies by non-repetition, One is the act of certain sects called Histrions, of whom he writes, they reasoned that the world would end when the number of its possibilities was exhausted, since there can be no repetitions, the righteous should eliminate, commit, the most infamous acts, so that these will not soil the future and will hasten the coming of the kingdom of Jesus. The other heretics, belonging to the diocese of Aurelian, affirmed that time does not tolerate repetitions. The admonitions of this new doctrine: do you want to see what human eyes have never seen? Look at the moon. Do you want to hear what ears have never heard? Listen to the birds cry. Do you want to touch what hands have never touched? Touch the earth. Verily I say that God must create the world anew, were much too affected and metaphorical to be transcribed. So the labyrinth ceaselessly invents and effaces itself. The first heretics he cites profess and practice the impatience to have done with it, but however much they affirm that nothing repeats itself, if they can hope to precipitate the coming of the promised result in committing, and thus eliminating, the most infamous acts, it is that they think that the quantity of evils is not innumerable and that a backwards count may be taken up somewhere else, at the end of which the truth will be attained. Their ethics is an algebra of the primacy of the negative. Johando would belong to this heresy. But can both the heresy of singularity and the heresy of acceleration be sustained at the same time? Does this latter not require a sort of memory, a catamnesia? But the heresy of singularity must exclude even catamnesia, which supposes that there is an end already assigned to history, and that the future exhausts itself entirely in maneuvers proper to removing whatever delays this end. These maneuvers are not perverse, since their infamy is at last concentrated circumverti, into the negative, on the immaculate mystical body of Jesus. Such a theology we say to be as wretched as Hegel's. It remains within the dialectic of good and evil, hardly caricatured and rendered amusing. The phenomenology of mind has 96 images per second, a 33 rpm record of the Phaedrus switched to 78. But that the earth must always be touched for the first time, the moon be seen, the bird be heard, as the other heresy professes, that is harsh in another way. My Italian friend would adhere to this sad 38. Innocence, as would my friend the insect. Great fears, great loves are not inscriptions on a spatio-temporal register, and continuity or fidelity play no part in them, since there is nothing permanent from one encounter to another, only the singular intensity, opening its own labyrinth each time. Always lost, even when we believe we make some sense of it, when, for example, we attribute such an emotion to an underlying support support, to ourselves, to a person. This does not entail that fidelity or continuity may not give rise to an intense encounter, but this is as ephemera. There are labyrinths of continuity just as there are labyrinths of treachery and interruption. Let us endeavor not to subordinate anything to anything else, neither permanence to discontinuity, nor the encounter to reliability. This is the strangest thing. I see the theology of the Histrions, which I said was wretched, as an indirect, vicious subordination of the ephemeral to the permanent. Octave's relation to Robert, in Klossowski's work, would belong to this subordination. The laws of hospitality permit, through the prostitution of the mistress of the house to her hosts, the measure of her worth in her husband's eyes. Even if this price is priceless, it necessitates an appreciation, an estimation, the reduction of each strong suffering and sensual pleasure onto a standard of measurement. Let's listen to the pleas of an unfaithful husband, the cry, he is saying, that lacerates my wife's plexus, which I never cease to love. Every time she believes she sees my eyes gaze lovingly at another face, which takes the ground from under her, this cry is what I seek most in the world, like death, the only certainty. It is this to which I have sacrificed and will sacrifice every face, every head of hair, every fissure and fold encountered and touched. My desire is for precisely such a sacrifice. It is that, for this cry, whole populations of cries remain forever unheard, unfailingly and deliberately, populations of pain and pleasure simply abandoned, from one day to the next. This must suggest that the true libidinal relation of my treachery is not that my beloved wife be sacrificed to my pleasures, but that, on the contrary, my eyes, hands, lips are only laid upon other surfaces and muscles in order that the unbearable pain in her plexus attain the intensity without any equivalent for my body, only to draw these intensities, certainly not small, back towards her plexus in order that they throw her about like a lightning strike, incomparable to any orgasm. 39. This is a bad peroration if the litigant leaves it there. It develops the Saudian's position, the proprietor's, priceless, implying a comparative calculation. It is also the position of the Histrion heretics. Each one of my infamies takes place only to hasten my meeting up again with truth and life, love for my beloved male or female Jesus. I deceive only to gain. But who can say without shame, and without ridicule, that the suffering which he spreads is a means and even a proof of love, and that he maintains power over the direction of intensities? And then, the lightning strike of which the unfaithful one speaks, if he is not a little pimp who can be reassured by procuring, negative ethics and political economy, and who can find in the comparative valuations of pleasures and pains something to stabilize his pitiful ego, this lightning strike not only hits the body of a victim, an exploited body, it is the blind deaf immobile belly of a labyrinth in accelerated expansion, without issue. The zone struck is not just his wife's body, the torment is not only her own, not even both of theirs, it is the product of several pieces of the pulsional film heated to white-hot anonymity. Borges tells the story of a duel to the death between two drunken men, rivals in competition. They have never learned to fight, they choose their weapons from their host's armory by chance, one a dagger with a U-shaped hilt, the other a short blade knife whose wooden handle is decorated with a tree. To the witness's surprise, the struggle proves to be conducted with a knowing precision, not the indiscriminate butchery that was expected, but a meticulous chess game played on bodies, right up till the final blow. Much later the narrator learns that these weapons from the duel had belonged to two rivals, gauchos famous for their courage and ability to kill. He concluded that it was indeed they who were fighting, inspiring their bearers. The anonymity of these latter does not exclude, but implies their proper names. It would be only with regard to a central instance, that of a great armorer keeping archives of all the murders committed by his weapons, that of a pimp keeping books on all the jouissances he allots to the prostitute bodies, that another anonymity would creep into the pulsional band, and that in place of proper names and insane mazes which they signal one could put register numbers, consequently allowing subjects at work to be located, imperceptible, but immense, slipping, from tense or real anonymity to productive prostitutive bureaucratic anonymity. 40. Add this besides to your first, unfaithful plea, my wife's cry is not the effect of any cause, whether the dishonor, incurred from falling from her position as a person, that I subject her to through my infamies, as is the case with the Saudian, an octave. I am not the producer, the archivist, the knower, of this cry. I do not calculate it. It shrieks over my body at the same time as it does over hers, not only when I say to her, this is how this other woman is in pleasure, not only when on her express will I make her imagine my eyes and my palms stroking fine excited areas, but also moreover at that suspended moment when the glans receives the distant pulsing coming from the depths of the other's womb. Even there it screams of cruelty, and in this violence there is my wife's pain. This presence is not obtained by comparison, trade, the interplay of the price and the priceless. It presupposes no monetary mnemonic instance, of the general equivalent and the possible rescinder of debts. It is not comparative and written into the accounts book. How this is possible, I do not know. This presence is not therefore that of the same, an instance of neither reference nor difference, be it accelerated by crimes. There is no permanent cry. The permanent is silent because it repeats itself, its abjection and its cop's or political commissioner's intelligence result from its repeating itself. The cry of your torture victim is not a cry, she cries every time, her cries open as many labyrinths. If you hear her crying no, that is not even it. If the cry resonates throughout the labyrinth in which you are lost, it is not because it is at the end, like a perverse result. The problem of jealousy must cease to be posed in terms of exteriority, of triangular formation, of penis envy and homosexual identification. There could be a pulsional jealousy, far simpler, more singular, concerning libidinal economy alone, a jealousy itself dissimulated, for example, in the highly coded jealousy that novelists, psychologists, and common sense are acquainted with, that belonging to whatever topic, coming under whatever instance, and ending up of course in political economy, for example, in mercantilism and in all imperialism. The jealousy of the cry is not, or not only, that of an instance held up to ridicule, it is the relation of every piece of the libidinal band with that piece which desire elects, when they are in affinity. This jealousy is a pulsional call, force investing itself here rests a cry, an exhalation, from there, nearby, it seizes all surrounding force, it sucks up all surrounding energy. Jealousy is the whistling made by 41. The leap of force puissance suddenly beating down onto an area, or inventing it, and the labyrinth is formed by its flows, but the center is ephemeral like the eye of a tornado. The vulva is jealous of the thoroughly kissed mouth, so is the mistress of the book her lover writes, the man of the young man's future, the son of the closed shutters behind which your imagination lets itself go in adventures of reading. The cry which resounds in your helplessness, unfaithful one, is not your wife's, nor yours, it's true, it is the noise made on the band by the incompossibility of several co-present intensities. The ancient gods were jealous of each other, this Olympus full of their cries, it is the great film, a little simplified, turning and returning on itself following its labyrinths like a monster attacked in several places at once. There is no intensity without a cry and without a labyrinth. The force which strikes a given surface of the great skin, that is to say which invents it, exhausts its surroundings by making it scream, and opens the maze of its flows. If infidelity makes the infidel cry as it does the man or woman to whom he is related, it is because their bodies, fragments of their bodies, never cease haunting the area surrounding the points on which force puissance beats down. Your body itself, unfaithful one, is jealous of the intensities which your infidelity brings it too cries from the energy taken from it, and if it cries at the same time as your lover, it is because they belong to the same pulsional surroundings. It is necessary to hear the cry of the insect thrown under the glare of 500 watts, and fleeing into the maze. Every labyrinth is traced as flight towards an outlet. There is no outlet, either one grows accustomed to it, as the professor waited for the beast to do, the way of being accustomed that is depression and inhibition, or else through an encounter, in a new cry, another labyrinth, another time opens up, but nobody is the master of encounters. Love is not giving what one does not have, it is having to cry near to areas struck by lightning. My examples are of suffering, they could have been of elation. There are labyrinths of joy, the latter no less mad than suffering, very close to it. Around the armchair from the Marriage of Figaro, Beaumarchais traces some dazzling mazes, where pieces of bodies expelled from their shelters flee and get lost, but by laughing. Joy is constructive, concentratory, it is an elevation around a supreme addressee, but incredulous and insolent joy is the laughter of 42. Metamorphoses that awaits no one's recognition and enjoys only its ductility. It is a horizontal laugh, without assent. But, you say, the encounter in joy engenders no line of flight, on the contrary, it seeks to maintain itself, doesn't it produce the very permanence you detest? No, flight is not only from terror, it is not me, you, underlying agents, dissipates, who flee, it is intensity which loses itself in its own movement of expansion. Imagine the universe in expansion, does it flee from terror or explode with joy? Undecidable. So it is for the emotions, these polyvalent labyrinths to which, only after the event, the semiologists and psychologists will try to attribute some sense. So you thereby challenge Spinozist or Nietzschean ethics, which separate movements of being more from those of being less, of action and reaction? Yes, let us dread to see the reappearance of a whole morality or politics under the cover of these dichotomies, their sages, their militants, their tribunals, and their prisons. Where there is intensity, there is a labyrinth, and to fix the meaning of the passage, of suffering, or of joy, is the business of consciousnesses and their directors. It is enough for us that the bar turns in order that unpredictable spirals stream out, it is enough for us that it slows down and stops in order to engender representation and clear thought. Not good and bad intensities, then, but intensity or its decompression. And as has been said and will be said again, both dissimulated together, meaning sense hidden in emotion, vertigo in reason. Therefore no morality at all, rather a theatrics, no politics, rather a conspiracy. We do not speak as the liberators of desire, idiots with their little fraternities, their Fouriersque fantasies, their policy holders' expectations over the libido. We have nothing to do any more with regilding the heraldry of the tragic. The tragic still necessarily presupposes the great zero, prison guard of destinies, mute allocutor, Jewish god, or enigmatic locutor, Greek oracle. What does the unfaithful one seek in his peregrinations? What he betrays, or what he encounters? He necessarily betrays what he encounters, and necessarily encounters what he betrays. Hence his joy and terror are intermixed, a vertigo which sweeps away the signposts and the directions of the movement, which destroys the landmarks, the egos. It is not the tragedy of a destiny, nor the comedy of a character, it can be presented in this way, of course, no longer the drama of totalization, rather the strangeness of fictive spaces, Escher's waterfalls whose point of impact is higher than their source. 2. Semiotic sign. Let's take up this business of signs once more. You have not understood, you have remained rationalists, semioticians, Westerners. Let's emphasize it again, it is the road towards libidinal currency that must be opened up by force. What the semioticians maintain as a hypothesis beneath their discourse is that the thing of which they speak may always be treated as a sign, and this sign in its turn is indeed thought within the network of concepts belonging to the theory of communication. It is what replaces something for someone, says Peirce, repeats Levi Strauss, which means that the thing is posited as a message, that is, as a medium enriched with a sequence of coded elements, and that its addressee, himself in possession of this code, is capable, through decoding the message, of retrieving the information that the sender meant him to receive. Immediately then, ex hypothesi, the thing is hollowed out, becomes a substitute, it replaces the information for that someone who is the addressee. This replacement, of course, may be conceived in two ways, according to two very different lines of thought. One could say that the sign replaces what it signifies, the message replaces the information. This is, to put it as brutally as possible, the Platonism of the theory of ideas. For example, the sign at the same time screens and calls up what it announces and conceals. This has all been said before by Port Royal. Or we may think this substitution, no longer metaphorically, but according to the interminable metonymy that Saussure or whatever other political economist may conceive under the name of exchange, it is no longer signification. What is encoded, then, which the sign substitutes. This trick is invented, that signification itself is constituted by signs alone, that it carries on endlessly, that we never have anything but references, that signification is always deferred, meaning is never present. In flesh and blood, we are filled with compassion for good. 44 Old Husserl, we say, no, there are only differences, and if there is meaning it is because there is a sign, and if there is a sign it is because there is difference, not just any difference. One never passes haphazardly from one element to another, on the contrary, there is an organized voyage from one term to another, and extreme systematic or structural precision, and underneath it all, ultimately, if we have religious souls like Freud or Lacan, we produce the image of a great signifier. Forever completely absent, whose only presence is absentification, reserve and relief of the terms which make signs of its substitutes for each other, the image of a great zero which keeps these terms disjunct, and which we will translate into libidinal economy under the name, unpronounceable of course, of castrator. See what you have done, the material is immediately annihilated. Where there is a message, there is no material. Adorno said this admirably of Schoenberg: the material, he explained, in serialism does not count as such, but only as a relation between terms. And in Boulez there will be nothing but relations, not only between pitches, but also between intensities, timbres, durations. Dematerialization. Here a long examination is necessary. Is this dematerialization the equivalent of what capital does in matters of sensibility and affect? Is it also simply an abstraction of pieces of the pulsional band, its dissection découpage into comparable and countable parts? Or is it, under cover, and as a result, of this squaring off, indiscernibly, an opportunity for a refinement and an intensification of the passages of affects? And if this is the case, then is this dematerialization not, in the same space and time, the cartography of a material voyage, of new regions of sonorous, but also chromatic, sculptural, political, erotic, linguistic space, being, as a result of the mise en scènes, conquered and crossed by the trails of influxes, offering the libido new opportunities for intensification, the fabrication of signs through dematerialization providing material for the extension of tensors. We are sufficiently convinced that this latter hypothesis is the right one, but first let us pursue the description of some notable effects of the mise en scène in its own field. Not only is the material commuted into a sign term, but also the thing which the sign replaces is itself another sign. There is nothing but signs. First consequence, the relation is therefore an infinite postponement, and thus sets up recurrence as a fundamental trait of the system, the reiteration of the postponement of the signifier guaranteeing that one will always need to work to determine the terms to which, in a given corpus, the term under examination can and must lead. The other consequence is that with the sign begins the search. This might have been the search for God, for signification, when the metaphorical organization of the signifier predominates. For we moderns, for whom the thought of this metaphor is absent, and who glory in substructural metonymic substitution, the object of the search is no longer God or truth, but the search itself. Scientific research is not to be made a search for causes. We are well aware that this is not a good concept, but a search for effects in the scientific sense, the search for a discourse that can produce locatable, predictable, and controllable metamorphoses, a search, then, for discrimination. There is no sign or thought of the sign which is not about power and for power. The voyage of this search is not the drift of the mad and the plague-stricken, nor the transspatial exodus of the uncanny, it is the well-prepared flight of the explorer, foreshadowing that of the priest, then the soldier and the businessman. It is the avant-garde of capital, which is itself already simply capital insofar as it is the perpetual activity of pushing back its frontiers, the incorporation of yet more new pieces of the band into its system, but incorporation with a view to revenue, to yielding a return. The sign goes with this business trip, and the business trip creates the sign. What is an African for a British explorer? What is a Japanese for an 18th century Jesuit? Organs and partial drives to be reabsorbed into the normal organic body of so-called humanity or creation. Materials to dematerialize and to make signify. Do you really believe, say the white thinkers, that the no actor, moving forward with his feet together, sliding over the stage floor as though he were not moving at all, means nothing? It is a sign, it is in the place of something else, there is a code, and the addressees know it, or in any case, even if it is unconscious, it exists, and we semiologists, Jesuits, Stanleys, conquerors, we will only have triumphed when we are in possession of this code and are able to remake it, simulate it. The model of all semiology one's not the purloined letter, it is the gold bug. These Africans, these Orientals, being dead, leave messages of treasures, we simulate them in codes. Levi Strauss, I want to be the language spoken by myths. And thus, with this voyage of conquest which could not but have been inspired by the mise en scène, unless it is the opposite, a certain 46 sort of voyage inspiring the mise en scène, but we are hardly partial to these futile questions of priority. All that is a gross package of little assemblages bearing on that thing, that material, that person. It is a dispositif where everything works in pairs, thus along with this voyage of research and conquest, where the latter is always postponed, comes, indissociably, an intention to forge a relation, an intention to yield a revenue. To rediscover the code of signs, for power, power as cause, power as aim. Every risk is taken, going to cohabit with the cannibals, being stationed at a frontier post, the microbes, radiations, all the deaths incurred, all the sins like the Jesuit in the supplement Au Voyage de Bougainville, but taken intentionally, and so divisively. Not the zone and the moment of the strain tensors, but the zone crossed, moment of a movement, therefore the tensions and their attendant risks and pains paid for in the hope of an ulterior gain, perceived and experienced as loss, as concessions necessary for health, progress, knowledge, enlightenment, socialism. The torn rags of wasted flesh are inessential, the important thing being the final revenue, what will be gained from it, as all those holiday-making wage earners will testify. As will their bosses, the rich and their masters, that is to bring back the images, photos, films, words, the prestige, tourism of the return, retourism, a series of explorations, and always the same itinerary. Here we encounter the question of interest, for tourism, or conquest, is interested insofar as the expenditures, not only those of equipment and maintenance, but also effective expenditures which are eventually very heavy, like Caesar at the Rubicon, are nothing more than advances, insofar, then, as desire is lost only the better to be recovered. But we must emphasize that it will not be recovered, but will be recovered there. Where is it? Nowhere other than in the accounts book, in the open, book-like, space-time as a result of the intention of the mise en scène. It will not be recovered since there is only postponement and difference, and since there is never any question of desire and its proper modality in the constitution of signs. Semiology as the preamble to all the sciences ignoring, as they all do, the desire that it itself fulfills. Another consequence then, with the sign, if we have intention and postponement, we have also the opening up of diachrony, which is only a drawing out of the tense of the compact immobile tensor into an always past and a still to come, an even now and a not yet, into the game of the presence, the very. 47. Game of semiotic nihilism. How does signification stand in relation to its signs? Before them since they are but its byproducts, always behind them since their decoding is endless. In this apparently senseless pursuit, the constitution of meaning, however, there will be some hermeneut or pessimist who will say to us, look, we never have meaning, it escapes us, it transcends us, it teaches us our finitude and our death. So, while the edifying pastor tells us this, his soldiers and his businessmen collect organs, pools ions, pieces of the film, stockpile, capitalize them. And the time we know so well, secondary time according to Freud, the a priori form according to Kant, the Bergsonian Husserlian Augustinian conscious unfolding, is fabricated in the double game of this despair and this hoarding, despair of lost postponed meaning, of the treasure of signs which are simply experiences happened upon, run through, the Odyssey. Already with Ulysses the thing which the sign replaces has itself become a sign. Look at Ulysses with Nausicaa and see what sort of love the Westerner can manage in his pathetic conqueror's machismo. Women to him are like Negroes and Chinese, a challenge, success guaranteed, one moment in the hoarding, an unexpendable exteriority in an endless process of the mise en scène, of the accumulation of things become signs in systems. We desired that Ulysses does not return, we cried with Nausicaa, we said to her, you have been too Greek, neither submission nor domination were necessary, but to be side by side, only then could he have gone astray, and have been rendered incapable of obtaining and registering his yield. But, she responded, is it even possible not to enter the masculine Greek capitalist game of domination? To be side by side, said the beautiful princess, is not to be alongside, but to be inside and nevertheless indissociably in the margins. Was it up to me to save this asshole anyway? In wanting me to save him, you are acting on my behalf, as he has done, you subordinate me to your plans. Of course you no longer want his return and revenue, you want his perdition, but in your eyes that would be his salvation, and so I would remain his slave, his moment, his springboard, and you would henceforth retain me within a dialectic. To desire that Nausicaa's Ulysses, she is correct, is to remain Western. It is the sign again, barely displaced. After all, there are explorers who become Negroes, pagan priests, Polynesian Jesuits, mutineers on the Bounty. Do you really believe that the salvation intention is less urgent for these people? 48 than it is for their city masters, Rome, and the Royal Navy? Less urgent with our friend Jolin than with his master enemy Levi Strauss? There remains something saved in these ruinous voyages, the intention in quests for intensity. You don't get rid of return and revenue through departure and export. Here, friends, let us be alert to duplicity and cultivate it. One further consequence for the informational constitution of the sign: there is someone for whom the message replaces the thing signified. There is a subject, two subjects, that is to say an instance to which all the predicates, all the postponements of meaning, all the events experienced and toured, are related. This someone is something that will expand in proportion to the experience accumulated. Experience, remember what Hegel said, where the subject will never stop saying that he is forever dying, O hero, O ego, to the extent that events, tensors, passages of intensity, find themselves split into signs, and then these signs, it is the receiver, the addressee, who will assure their stockpiling and ownership, and he will say, look, I have been to Egypt, look, I have navigated between Charybdis and Scylla, look, I have heard the sirens, look, I left my dwelling for the wilderness, and he will say, all these emotions, are messages that I have heard, I must understand them, they speak to me, it has spoken. Who is the sender? The I is constituted in this relation of the sign as both addressee, what Kant calls Sinnlichkeit, Receptivitat, and the decoder and inventor of codes, intellect, Selbstständigkeit, autonomy. Receptivity is here only the indispensable, constitutive moment of auto-activity. The I is first of all an ego, but it will become itself through construing what it or the other says, since it is not there. The same dialectic of the intense and the intentional splits things experienced, it splits the ego constitutively, it is its constitution, receptive/active, sensible/intelligent, donor. All this counting only, we repeat, in the configuration of the sign, part passivity, part activity, part message received, part decoding intelligence, part meaning, part understanding, part emotional opacity, part intentional capacity, and even Husserl with all his intentionality must inject passivity into his meditation, the passive synthesis. And, of course, it will be merely a moment in the construction of intentionality. Oh, the pretty movement of the jaw by which the head grasps meanings, takes them up, oh, formation of capital, gracious game of sublation. Two more things on semiotics. It thinks in concepts. This is because the sign is itself nothing but the concept. Not only in its 49. Stable static constitution of the term, whose connotation and denotation are assignable only through being put into regulated relations with other terms, through groups of allegedly well-formed propositions in a clarified formal system, but also in its conceptual dynamism. It is the sign as conquest, for the concept works, like the sign, it is frenetic, it seeks borders, its frontiers, it advances on its exteriorities, it touches them, and just as it touches them, they cease being exteriorities. It never attains them, and at the same time this allows it to marvel at the force of the negative. Oh, stupid imperialism dressed up as tragic laborism, oh, the hilarious labor of the concept. Right, it is the same self-styled labor with the sign. It is not so simple as you make out. You say to us, the metonymic relation between terms is not only endless, it is constantly breached, crossed, by other chains. Freud taught us this, and in the event each term is a crossroads of several roots, a vertigo, and their interlacing is a text or texture where not one but several meanings are woven together, each one pulling the term towards itself, and that is the labor of the sign. O exquisite polysemia, tiny rift of the well-informed, little, recalcitrant disorder, sugared deconstruction. Don't even hope to catch the libidinal in these nets. One last point, which has already been made 1,000 times, semiotics is nihilism. Religious science par excellence. Consult the Victorians of the 12th century for a fine example of semiotics, the attempt at reading creation in its details, at understanding the givens as messages in order to make a code of them, and already this refinement, Hugo and Richard de Saint Victor know that they are not and will never be in possession of the code, thus with this refinement they already love that aspect of things which denies them the code, they love the negative of the code in the message, they value the labor of this negative, the text, the dissimilitude of things, and find beauty in it. It is a religious science because it is haunted by the hypothesis that someone speaks to us in these givens and, at the same time, that its language, its competence, or in any case its performative capacity transcends us, the very definition of the unconscious we find in the boldest semioticians, Lacan, Eco. Thus the sign is enmeshed in nihilism, nihilism proceeds by signs. To continue to remain in semiotic thought is to languish in religious melancholy and to subordinate every intense emotion to a lack and every force to a finitude. 50. Dissimulation. We know your objection, semioticians, whatever you do or think, you tell us, you make a sign of your action and reflection, you cannot do otherwise, due to the simple perspective it provides on the referential axis of your action discourse, hollowed out into a tufist thing, meaningful/meaningless, intelligible/sensible, manifest/hidden, in front/behind, whenever you speak, you tell us, you excavate a theater in things. Fair enough, we don't deny it, we've been through it and go through it all the time, it is in no way a matter of determining a new domain, another field, a beyond representation which would be immune to the effects of theatricality, not at all. We are well aware that you are just waiting for us to do this, to be so stupid, but such an error does not warrant this name, we will soon reclaim stupidity, which amounts to saying, we quit signs, we enter the extra semiotic order of tensors. We are well aware that were we to say this we would entirely fulfill your desire, for it would be so easy for the first semiotician to come along to recover our alleged exteriority with the little African imperialist labor of exploration, of ethnology, the mission, the trading post, the pacification of the colony. We are well aware that this is the fate you gleefully prepare for our libidinal economy, just like that which capital prepares for the workers' demands, whites for colored people, adults for children, the normal for the mad, men for women. Very intimidating. Everything at present is played out here, it is here we must fight, trace out our route, not the frontiers of our empire, but our lines of flight as Deleuze says. We must first grasp this, signs are not only terms, stages, set in relation and made explicit in a trail of conquest, they can also be, indissociably, singular and vain intensities in Exodus. Is it a question of another kind of sign? Not at all, they are the same as those turned into theory and textual practice by the semiotician. The first thing to avoid, comrades, is pretending that we are situated elsewhere. We evacuate nothing, we stay in the same place, we occupy the terrain of signs, we merely say, ritual death for the Guayaki, you interpret it as the compensation for an exchange between the living and the dead designed to keep worldwide equilibrium intact, which you then make into a sign referring to other signs in the general structure in Guayaki culture we understand. 51. It otherwise. It speaks to you. It sets us in motion. Marcel's father climbs the stairs with his lamp, you see in his son's excitement the meaning effect of the Oedipal structure, we seek to carry them on towards the construction of other things, texts, images, sounds, politics, caresses, and if possible, just as productive of movement as Proust's text. And when I say as productive, it is badly put, for it is not a matter of quantity, it must be understood as the singular quality of this text giving rise to prolongations, ramifications, the invention of new libidinal fragments which no other object could have engendered. First, therefore, a different reaction, a different reception. We do not suppose, to begin with, that the signs, in this case Proust's text and that of Clas trace, transport messages that are communicable in principle. We do not start off saying to ourselves, there is someone or something that speaks to us, I must understand them. To understand, to be intelligent, is not our overriding passion. We hope rather to be set in motion. Consequently our passion would sooner be the dance, as Nietzsche wanted and as Cage and Cunningham want. And you must immediately understand that here, on this methodological point, there will be the worst difficulties, the greatest mistakes. We will have hordes of false dancers wanting to call themselves our friends, in the first place, and then there will be censors who will explain to us, as if we didn't already know, that in order to dance we must first hear, but we answer that by saying that it is not the same thing to dance by transit and to listen in order to understand, and finally at this very point we will have taxing analysts, who will say to us, oh yes, you extol the transition to the act, that is what they call dance, you perform actings out in order to avoid workings in, alas, these will be the most difficult to subvert. A dance, then, not composed and notated, but on the contrary, one in which the body's gesture would be, with the music, its timbre, its pitch, intensity, and duration, and with the words, dancers are also singers, at each point in a unique relation. Becoming at every moment an emotional event, as in Cage's theatre piece, as in the execution of a piece of no theatre by an actor inspired by Zimi's flower of interpretation. One could remain still for a long time, inert, waiting for the moment of this flower, this encounter, this touch where something is set alight on what is called the body, and this waiting must also be loved, just as beautiful, this immobility, just as changing and motive as the fracturing unfolding of the play of the graceful pale hands and their violence when 52 they are beaten against the tambourine in the Korean courtly dance called Ucho Shin. For there is also the something we seek in a face in a Montparnasse night, in a voice on the telephone, something about to happen, a wavering or a direct tone of voice, a silence, a fixedness, an eruption, but that doesn't come. And this, far from evoking resentment or disgust, this reserve is loved with the most demanding impatience. A dance includes suspense, as music includes silence. And the important thing not being whether it is well composed, it must, however, be well composed, but that in the event of this semiotic perfection there is tension. That the structure be merely something that covers the affect, in the sense that it acts as a cover, that it is its secret and almost its dissimulation. This is why we must dearly love the semioticians, the structuralists, our enemies, they are our accomplices, in their light lies our obscurity. Here, were I composing, a eulogy to dissimulation would be grafted on. Let us be content to recognize in dissimulation all that we have been seeking, difference within identity, the chance event within the foresight of composition, passion within reason between each, so absolutely foreign to each other, the strictest unity, dissimulation. Thus the Antichrist preaching in the square painted by Signorelli in an Orvieto fresco is exactly like Christ, so it is true that Christ dissimulates the Antichrist in the sense that he conceals his fearsome mission from the latter in his speeches, and when he says love one another, it would take very little for the most disastrous misunderstanding to ensue, and in fact it does, and the Antichrist too dissimulates Christ in so far as he simulates the latter, as close to him as makes no difference, this being the dis of dissimulation, or dissimulation. Our reception of the sign dissimulates its semiotic reception, which also dissimulates ours, although not in the same way, without necessitating that one judge there to be an Antichrist, and which one he is. But understand this, to change references, that the two principles, eros and death, of Freud's final pulsional theory, Jensates, 1920, are not two instances each endowed with a distinct functional principle allowing their identification from their respective effects or symptoms in the psyche or on the body. It is not the case that Eros is the producer of wholes, systems, compositor or master binder, and that the death drives on the other hand are the destroyers of systems, the deconstructors, the unbinders. When, on the hysteric's body. 53. Fragments of the great band are circumscribed and excluded from the regulated circulation of affects, placed outside normal intensity, anesthetized, when the muscles contract and remain taut, the respiratory tracts are choked, provoking asthma. These are little pulsional dispositives, a fragment of the organic respiratory system, a piece of the organic system of striated or smooth musculature, which form totally self-dependent wholes. Will it be said that it is Eros, insofar as he is the maker of wholes, who is responsible for this? Or rather death, because these wholes are jammed. But jammed in relation to what, to which normality? Dora the organic's respiratory system is jammed, Dora the hysteric's respiratory system works wonderfully, and there is no need to seek a secondary benefit for her troubles. The benefit is immediate, there is no benefit, there is a pulsional machinery put in place, which functions on its own account, and this machinery does not work according to death or according to Eros, but according to both, erotic as a regulated machine, a machine upon which discourse will try to produce a reasonable simulacrum in Freud and Lacan's texts, lethal as a deregulatory machine, which the analyst wants to repair, but also mortal as regulated, because it condemns Dora to a sterile repetition, and alive because of its deregulation, because it attests to the fact that the libido circulates and invests over the organic body, in its unpredictable displaceability. There are two principles then, and these principles are not instances identifiable according to their respective functions, Eros being capable of unbinding and setting free, death binding to the point of being a strangler, and Freud himself, who didn't see this clearly, nevertheless recognized it at the end of Gensates when he says in the space of a few lines first that the pleasure principle is subordinated to the death drives. It is then that he understands these latter as a system of compulsions to repeat which want to bring everything back, even the most painful things, like the dreams in traumatic neuroses, and that it is necessary to suppose a binding through repetition prior to all discharge if it is true that this requires channels of facilitation and specific actions in order to produce satisfaction, and, a little later, that the nirvana principle is subordinated to the pleasure principle. Here understanding by nirvana this excess of force which forces the discharge beyond the metabolic rule to which the psychical apparatus, or the body, is subjugated, and which threatens to make this latter explode. In each 54 unique event the functions are undecidable. It is always a question of retaining the possibility that it may not be possible to assign an affect, that is, simply assign, to one pulsional principle and one alone. And it is clear that it is not then a question of polysemia, not of overdetermination. This cannot be maintained by saying death will add its effects to those of Eros, or vice versa. It is not a question of the fact that the sign, Dora's cough, is caught up in several networks or structures producing meaning. It is quite clearly a question of the fact that the sign is on the one hand caught in these networks, thus localizable in metonymic systems, still, often with Freud himself, in metaphoric systems, each differing from the others, that it is heterosemic or heterological and consequently subject to semiotics, but furthermore, Gensates, that it is not assignable to a specific function nor therefore to the play of its effects of meaning, nor to any other, that it is indissociably a sign of referral. And through referral, but without an assignable referral. At the same time a sign which produces meaning through difference and opposition, and a sign producing intensity through force puissance and singularity. Libidinal intensity, we are almost tempted, but we will not do this. We have become sly old foxes, too often trapped, to give it a priority, and to say, in the last instance, if you, semiologists, have any cause to set up your nets of meaning, it is primarily because there is this positive incandescence, because first of all it is Dora's throat which seizes up, because there is, in short, a given, and this given is indeed the intensification of a particular region of the beautiful Dora's body. It is this region indeed which has become an intelligible sign. But we are not even saying this, we are indifferent to priorities and causalities, these forms of guilt, as Freud and Nietzsche said. Order matters little. What is, however, of great importance is the fact that this same symptom has inevitably two simultaneously possible receptions. Is there any need to mention the hilarious perspectives opened up by this idea of dissimulation in matters of theoretical discourse especially, and also in this business, blandly taken on these days under the label of Freudo-Marxism, of the dialectic of theory and practice? Intensity, the name. Were it necessary to give an example of the way in which the tensor can dissimulate itself in semantics and dissimulate this latter, we 5. could take that of the proper name. It is primarily of this name that Freya and Russell speak, which poses the logician a problem since it refers in principle to a single reference and does not appear to be exchangeable against other terms in the logico-linguistic structure. There is no intrasystemic equivalent of the proper name, it points towards the outside like a deictic, it has no connotation, or it is interminable. A small difficulty which the logicians resolve with the concept, having no choice of means, that of the predicate of existence. Hegel already knew this, the meaning, and the obstacle that the gift of existence, flesh and bones, as Husserl will say in turn, can oppose to any systematization of signs. So, to whomsoever asks, what about Flechsig, we will reply. There exists at least one individual such that he can be named Flechsig. He is Schreber's doctor, thereby keeping within the reference as if it were an anchoring. But the name of this same individual gives rise to a dividuation when it is gripped by Schreber's delirium. It will render compatible a multitude of incompossible propositions concerning the same subject of the statement. Of the predicate Flechsig, it will be possible to say simultaneously that he is a cop, that he is God, that he is a lover seduced by Schreber's feminine charms, that he does everything he can to prevent the president from shitting, that he is a member of a noble family of long standing which was involved with Schreber's family. What makes this a delirium? Simply the fact that it is stated. It is the same delirium that a writer, barely more prudent for having interposed a subject of the statement between himself and his text, called Marcel, the same delirium as over the proper name of Albertine. It is the same delirium as that of Octave over the proper name of Robert *, the deputy whore, the virtuous libertine, the undefinable offered refused body, dissimulatory body par excellence, because a dissimulation in two senses, on the one hand the Huguenot and reveller can take on the function of the sign in the equally thinkable networks of respectability and sensuality, but on the other, each of these assignations dissimulating something, not the other as such, insofar as it belongs for its part to a regulated, apparently regulated network of respectability, simply displaced, the MP being as thinkable as the whore, each according to their own order, no, each assignation dissimulating the sign as tensor, and not the other sensible sign, and the tensor sign in that the proper name of Robert 56 covers an area where the two orders at least, there must be more, are not two, but indiscernible. Where the name of Robert is like a disjunctive bar turning at high speed around some point or other, the gaze, the vulvar slit, the gloved thumb and intonation, and displacing itself in an aleatory fashion on the segment which forms this bar. If Robert is a tensor, it is not because she is both a slut and a thinker, but because she exceeds, gensates, both these assignations in the vertigo of an intensity where, if the inside face of the thigh is exposed at the edge of the skirt, if the flesh of the thumb strains towards the seducer's mouth, if the nape twists under his teeth, it is certainly because of an authentic prudery and a sincere sensuality, but this is beyond reason's capacity to explain, because of a pulsional figure, according to which influxes which do not belong to Robert, or to anyone else, are disposed of and drain away. Robert is not someone's name, predicate of existence, even if this were to be double, it is the name of this unamiable, the name of yes and no, and of both the first and the second, and if the proper name is a good example of the tensorial sign, it is not because its singular designation creates difficulties when one thinks in concepts, but because it covers a region of libidinal space open to the undefinability of energetic influxes, a region in flames. The same goes for Schreber. If we stick to the memoirs of my nervous illness, we can see the vertigo which is localized, as it were, on the name of Flechsig. I must, Schreber thinks, become a woman so that God may impregnate me and so, by giving birth to new men, accomplish, through me, the salvation of humanity. This change of sex is a miracle, but every modification of the body is a miracle in Schreber's eyes and must be imputed to a unique force puissance, or in any case to the remarkable decisiveness of a force puissance, this marking Schreber's religion out as being quite Roman, closely related to the penetration of divine instances into the most quotidian, the simplest, acts, of this secularization of the sacred or sacralization of the secular. And so for defecation, it will provide matter for dissimulation. This will apply to Flechsig, dissimulated through God, and if we may describe these continual ambivalences of the fates of the pulsion, the important thing is that there remain no less indiscernibility of incompossibles at every instant, giving and retaining shit, Flechsig protector and executioner, God lover and prosecutor, my body man and woman, my divine and my human self, and still something more besides. 57. Defecation is not natural, but miraculous. In this case, in this miracle of shitting, which Freud cites in its entirety, we see what delirium can accumulate under only one name. If defecation requires the miraculous intervention of a one who is both Flechsig and God at the same time, what is this the sign of? Of the love that one has for Schreber, of the assistance that one * lends him? No, or rather yes, but very indirectly. This compassionate love is only alluded to in the President's discourse, and it appears inverted. If Flechsig God miraculates defecation, and denies Schreber's body the natural use of this function, it is strictly speaking in order to facilitate the demiraculation in extremis of the act of shitting, and thereby to persecute the President, they send people into the toilets before him to take up all the seats. In this way, they cut short the generation of an extremely intense feeling of spiritual voluptuousness which accompanies successful defecation. And if they use him thus, it is because such jouissance threatens Flechsig God, in that it enslaves them to the President's body, as is the case with every strong jouissance. An example, God would never take any steps towards effecting a withdrawal, but would quietly and permanently yield to my powers of attraction, if it were possible for me always to be playing the part of a woman lying in my own amorous embraces, always to be casting my looks upon female forms, always to be gazing at pictures of women, and so on. It is not therefore through love that one miraculates Schreberian defecation, but in order to defend oneself against the seduction it exerts. Flechsig lover, but on the defensive. But Flechsig persecutor, also false, who, asking Schreber why don't you shit, provokes him to answer, because I am so stupid or something. Registered Flechsig humiliating his victim. Then again, stupid Flechsig God, incapable of understanding that a human creature has no need of the miraculating intervention of an all-powerful in order to defecate, the pen almost shrinks from recording so monumental a piece of absurdity as that God, blinded by his ignorance of human nature, can positively go to such lengths as to suppose that there can exist a man too stupid to do what every animal can do, too stupid to be able to shit. 7. Don't all these contrary properties simply form a polysemia around the name of Flechsig? We shall see. But before that too. Although clumsy, and apart from Lyotard's emphasis of it, I have retained the impersonal pronoun in accordance with Schreber's use. See, for example, p.000 above. Tn. 58. Remarks that announce what is to come. First, observe the immensity of this stupidity, which extends far beyond Baudelai's bestiality, since the latter continues to know what he is doing, even if consciousness no longer knows, and this is the wholly cephalic secret of minor eroticism, whereas with Schreber we must flounder about in the swamp of an uncertainty that fashions the instincts themselves, montages of the beast, that we are on the side of what animal acephalia knows, that the body no longer knows how to shit when it needs to, that the shit is unaware of its route towards the exit. Incredible stupidity of the mad body, into which Flechsig will plunge Schreiber. As opposed to the organic body, montage of montages, functional assemblage, erotic enlightenment, this libidinal body appears to have no established channels for the circulation and discharge of impulsions. Not the profundity of stupidity, but immensity, absence of measure. Libidinal stupidity is something quite different from Bavard and Picochet's stupidity, which consists in reciting, quoting once more by dipping into the common fund of statements, and this is very nearly the same thing, since, like it rests on the destruction of the subject capable of answering for its words and deeds, it rests on the loss of identity, signaled in Flaubert by the duo that constitutes the stupid hero, registered stupidity inseparable from the dissimulation of which we here speak. Second remark, this stupidity turns up again in the strange notion of femininity implied by Schreiber's text, quoted above, it is there is woman rather than being a woman, this there is why avoir being indifferently translated by, behave like the woman in coitus and also behave like this woman's man, playing the part of a woman lying in my own sexual embraces, to see woman, to see the woman image and further doubtlessly, be the woman seen, etc. Once again the stupid immensity of the libidinal band. To the proper name of Flechsig, tensor par excellence, corresponds the becoming anonymous of Schreiber's body, a body without regulated organic functions, a sexless or multi-sexed body. Shall we now say that this name Flechsig is only the predicate of several statements which imply that, under it, incompossible pools ions are activated together? Flechsig loves me, since he makes me shit come, Flechsig hates me since he forbids me to shit come, I love it that Flechsig should hate me because my own persecution is necessary in order that I may accomplish the salvation of future humanity, I hate it that Flechsig loves me, for I would like defecation to be as natural for me as it is for others. 59. Let us now interrupt the enumeration of these, already simplified, statements. Let's ignore the reading that Freud makes of Schreiber's relation to Flechsig, it is an exemplary semiotic and conceptual reading, because it turns all these statements and several more besides, into terminal phrases resulting from transformations bearing on a single nucleus which would be, I, a man, love him, a man. Transformations do, as in the unfolding of the fantasy a child is being beaten, degree to pulsional displacements through repression or regression, therefore implying a use, hardly generative, of course, but nevertheless perfectly regulated regulatory, of negation. Let us rather discuss the following point, do our statements, be they 4 or m in number, whatever, who would dare claim to exhaust their potential series, really give rise to what we seek under the name of dissimulation? Do they not rather provide a polysemia, on the one hand, a homonymy, Flechsig the lover being the homonym of Flechsig the executioner, on the other hand, synonymy, Flechsig lover and executioner being the synonym for God, synonymous group to which Freud will not hesitate to add the Father, so many relations which are well known and will be accepted by the semiologist, not at all as objections, but as encouragements for his method. Everything leads us to these transformations, it is true, through which we hardly get anywhere near libidinal economy. If Flechsig, like our previous example Robert, is a tensor sign, and not merely meaningful, it is not through the polysemia of statements which are attached to her name, it is through the vertigo of anal eroticism which grips the libidinal Schreiberian body of which the name of Flechsig is the extension. Vertigo because here once again, around the anus, the revolution of the disjunctive bar will become furious to the point that the president's arse will pass into solar incandescence, to the specific point where facilitating or forbidding the passage of matter, of the faces or the divine member, will become henceforth undecidable, both movements being invested and triggered off together, it is brought about by my faces being forced forwards, and sometimes backwards again, in my intestines. And if enough material is not present, and that in this constant struggle between constipation and diarrhea, between hetero and homosexuality, between virility and femininity, it is the position of the sun, of the gods, of the doctors, of the men, which begins to 60 turn around itself, forbidding every stable distribution and all thought. This incandescent vertigo bears the name of flexig, and it is in this way that it counts as a tensor sign. It extends the spinning top game beyond Schreber's organic body, into unexpected regions of the libidinal band. This name grasps them, or rather brings them into existence at a stroke, like pieces of the vast anonymous erectile maniac labyrinth. Ah, so you thought you were a doctor working on restoring my solar anus to the pathetic proportions of pregenital Oedipal regression, by saying flexig, by building my metaphysical and historical novel on flexig, putting flexig at the beginning and at the end of my loves and hates. I make you, doctor, not into a piece in my paranoiacs game, as you think, but into an unpredictable scrap of the immense band where anonymous influxes circulate. Your name is the guarantee of anonymity, the guarantee that these pool's ions belong to no one, that no one, not even the doctor, is sheltered from their course and their investment. This is what you fear and why you lock me up. What is woven under the name of flexig is not then just the wise polysemia found in the most anodyne of statements, it is the incandescence of a piece of the body which can have no further assignations, for it invests both the for and against, and furthermore, it is the transmission of this unthinkable burning to their libidinal regions, notably here the languages of history and religion, their invention and capture in the anal vertigo, their sexualization, as we were saying, their plugging into the mad anus, the extension of the latter to the former. And so it is the alleged frontier of Schreber's body which finds itself violated by the name of flexig, just as much as the alleged frontier of the body of flexig. This limit itself is pulverized by the vertiginous rotation, the president's body is undone and its pieces are projected across libidinal space, mingling with other pieces in an inextricable patchwork. The head is now simply any fragment at all of the skin. Flexig my arse. Beyond synonymy and homonymy, anonymity. Use me. What if this proper name were the pimp? That is to say God. Let's read Schreber again. It was mentioned in previous chapters that those rays, God's nerves, which were attracted, followed only reluctantly, because it meant losing their own existence and 61. Therefore went against their instinct of self-preservation. Therefore one continually tried to stop the attraction, in other words to break free again from my nerves. Always the main idea behind them was to forsake me, that is to say to abandon me. At the time I am now discussing it was thought that this could be achieved by unmanning me and allowing my body to be prostituted, like that of a female harlot, sometimes also by killing me and, later, by destroying my reason, making me delirious. And Schreber adds, Hike a real whore, star. With regard to the efforts to unman me, it was soon found that the gradual filling of my body with nerves of voluptuousness, female nerves, had exactly the reverse effect, because the resulting so-called soul voluptuousness in my body had rather increased the force of attraction. 3. Like a true whore, or rather swept along by the force puissance of dependence. First, however, who wants this scandal, this feminization? It was, moreover, perfectly natural that from the human standpoint, which was the one by which at that time I was still chiefly governed, I should regard Professor Flexig or his soul as my only true enemy. At a later date there was also the von W. soul, about which I shall have more to say presently, and that should look upon God Almighty as my natural ally. I merely fancied that he was in great straits as regards Professor Flexig, and consequently felt myself bound to support him by every conceivable means, even to the length of sacrificing myself. It was not until very much later that the idea forced itself upon my mind that God himself had played the part of accomplice, if not of instigator, in the plot whereby my soul was to be murdered and my body used like a strumpet. For the prostitute accepts prostitution in the name of a superior interest. She wants it, and is thus very much the same as a martyr. She testifies through her humiliation, Magdalene as Jesus. She begins by testifying against her Savior. The dissociation of the two instances is still far too naive, in terms of affects, it is God to whose eyes suffering is exposed and to whose heart it is offered. In terms of political economy, it is the pimp, here Flexig, Herod, or Pilate, who makes money from this suffering, drawing a profit from it and thus ignoring it as such. Then in retrospect, while writing the memoirs, I may say, in fact, that this idea has in part become clearly conscious to me only in the course of writing the present work, degree 62. The two names, Flexig and God, are condensed. The Court of Appeal proves to be just as criminal, or even more so than the agent of the crime. Then the pimp god doctor takes on his full libidinal dimension. The terrestrial order, says Schreiber, is truly violated by this project of my transformation into a woman, into a prostitute. There is no court of appeal. God is also my prosecutor. He is not the upright judge who receives my pain, he is the pimp who necessitates and profits from it, and consequently, he both reveals and exploits it in the duplicity of pain jouissance. Schreiber is protesting here, and we must see in his struggle to leave the hospitals in which they confine him, the same fight that a whore may wage to escape the environment and the brothel or the crossroads where one confines her. But this protestation has its own ambivalence. For, as we have seen, Schreiber desires to be God's prostitute, to come as a woman and to make him come, if not as his male lover, then at least as his master. This is why he wants to be all women all the time, and the endlessly, the continually, which in his hands serve to define the condition which according to him is that of the Flexig God's jouissance, that there was always woman. This is the poor creature's effort to measure up to divine omnitemporality. Even when I lived alone in my studio, says Xavier Lafont, the telephone would ring day and night, checking on my whereabouts. They the pimps have all the time they need to search for you, even in America if they so wished. And even when she had left her profession, I was often wakened by telephone calls in the middle of the night. No one on the other end. Only the rasp of breath, and then he hung up. Registered in the formation of this ambivalence which confuses God and the pimp, God and Flexig, punishment is a decisive element. Schreiber calls it persecution. It is nevertheless identical to what Xavier endures, being locked up, put into a state of dependency, the clinic as the law of the milieu. Here Xavier is exactly right. Punishment is still the means of making a human being accept the unacceptable. But it is also the sadomasochistic bond which ends up making you suffer something for your clients. This something has no name. It is beyond love and hate, beyond feelings, a savage joy, mixed with shame, the joy of submitting to and withstanding the blow, of belonging to someone, and feeling oneself freed from liberty. This must exist in all women, in all couples, to a lesser degree or unconsciously. Wouldn't really. 63. Know how to explain it? It is a drug. It's like having the impression that one is living one's life several times over all at once, with an incredible intensity. The pimps themselves, inflicting these punishments, experience this something, I am sure of it. This something without a name, why then give it the name of sadomasochism as she suggests? We are right at the heart of dissimulation. If Flexig is the name of vertigo, the pimp, or the community of pimps is so too. What succumbs to punishment, with regard to this vertigo, is the illusion of the self. They have succeeded, since I now only existed through them. But of course, as in the dear old dialectic of the master and the slave, this extreme dependency may be manipulated by the woman as a weapon against the dominator. In love, this may be manifest in the feminine orgasm which pulls the body towards blinding confusion. Thus Schreiber wants to be more of a woman and a prostitute, and consequently always more mad, more dead, in order the better to seduce Flexig and God. Is this then intention rather than intensity? And right where we thought we found with Xavier the force of powerlessness in pouvoir, I did not say that I regret this life. But you will always fail to understand this. It is like cocaine. Such intensity could never be found in normal life. Does this not provide a place of power and connive with every weakness? Assuredly. But this is no reason to erase the basic thing. intensity is dissimulated in signs and instances. If the proper name is pimp or god, it is also the occasion of this unamiable something. If the self succumbs to dependency, it is not merely according to the petty comings and goings of the preoccupations of power. In the dead of night, in the utter exhaustion of palms and expressions, penis and vulva in rags, the earth indiscriminately scorched, this order may yet issue from the depths of a woman's hoarsenate throat, use me, and this means, there is no me. Prostitution is the political aspect of dependency, but it also has a libidinal position besides. This is what Sada overlooked. The question of passivity is not the question of slavery, the question of dependency not the plea to be dominated. There is no dialectic of the slave, neither Hegel's nor the dialectic of the hysteric according to Lacan, both presupposing the permutation of roles on the inside of a space of domination. This is all macho bullshit. Use me tends towards the direction of the erect member above the loins, the illusion of power, of the relation of domination. But something else altogether. 64. Happens in these loins, so much more important, the chance of the abolition of a center, of a head. When the man, flexig, the pimp, employs this manifest demand to use to become a head himself, to become power he becomes defensive, he does not dare listen to the impact of the offer and follow it up. The passion of passivity which stimulates this offer is not one single force, a resource of force in a battle, it is force puissance itself, liquidating all stasis which here and there block the passages of intensity. It would be wrong to think that the spread buttocks, the anus, and the anal passage offered by the woman bent double, as though foraging, is some kind of challenge in the nature of a potlatch. Here's what I've got for you, let's see what you've got for me. This offer is the opening of the libidinal band, and it is this opening, this instantaneous extension and invention that the power broker, the pimp, and the politician refuse themselves. They are content to use every petty trick in order to capitalize on libidinal intensities in the interests of surplus value, the overexploitation of the force of jouissance, lapsing into slimy Chinese speculations. For this interest, this third-party intercession, are doubtless also true of the erotic intelligence. Unless one is constrained to wonder, just as one must concerning the Baroque machinery which connects Schreber's body to Flexig's, whether the erotic consists in shutting down, hoarding, indeed capitalizing on force, as the abundant suggestions we come across in Chinese texts, or in Les Liaisons Dangereuses, testify, or if, throwing intelligence into the stakes, incorporating ice into the energetic pathways, that is to say the burning tension of calculation, having no other function than to intensify neglected regions and passages, and not intensification by means of the counterpoint of secondariety, calculation, the other space-time, the other body, contrasted or alternated with primacy, but through the heightening of intensities, through the incorporation of the head into the libidinal band, by setting the capital and capitalist machines to work for the benefit of pulsional circulations, through the eroticization of the understanding. Imagine the little businessman or the little accountant placing his base arts in the service of his glands. So, Sada's stupidity which Klossowski, even in Le Philosophe Scélérat, 7 is unable to shake off. At least the stupidity of a Sada. There is another Sada, who is Spinoza and Lucretius, the Sada of Franchise, encore un effort pour être républicains, a libidinal materialist, the one we here desire and desire to sustain. 65. Use me is an order and a supplication, imperious supplicant, but what she demands is the abolition of the I/you relation, which is, like the master/slave, reversible, and also the use relation, of course. This supplicant would appear to be pure religiosity insofar as she demands dependence. Isn't this what Jesus Christ said on the cross? But Jesus can demand dependence because he offers his body in payment for the sinners, the exorbitance of his suffering, of his abandonment, the terrible Schreberian demiraculation that he endures, the relinquishment perpetrated and fulfilled by he who is loved and who is thus all-powerful. This exorbitance, Jesus sets it as the price for the redemption of sinners. Jesus is consequently a calculating prostitute. You have me die, this is wrongdoing, but through this the whole world will be saved, the perverts or cretins, they know not what they do, will be redeemed in the gracious body of creation, that is to say, of capital. And God is a pimp, saying to Jesus, his woman, as he says to Schreiber, do this for me, do it for them. Would you say he wins Jesus over? And I answer, he wins a prostitute, who sells the most unexpected parts of his body, his looks, his sartorial skills, his shoes, and does he win Schreiber? This is not the question. The prostitute, like Jesus and Schreiber, invents herself and poses as a subject through the calculation, even if it is pure fantasy which she imposes, and which suffices to convert perversion to concentrate it. And don't forget that, like Jesus and God as well, the prostitute is of course her client, but she is also his procurer. The mystery of the Trinity, which is that of similitude, is the very machinery which produces the meaningful sign and dissimulates the tensor sign. Once again, don't let yourself be taken in. Use me, a statement of vertiginous simplicity, it is not mystical, but materialist. Let me be your surface and your tissues, you may be my orifices and my palms and my membranes, we could lose ourselves, leave the power and the squalid justification of the dialectic of redemption, we will be dead. And not, let me die by your hand, as Mazoch said. Here lies the wreckage of the supreme ruse, voluntary or involuntary, so that this ultimate order, emanating from the body already exhausted by caresses and insomnia, resurges in the howl of unleashed partial drives, the subject function. Hegelian gloss of the supplicant, be my master, your will be done. This is how Sada, Freud, and Bodley understand it, introducing politics even here, and therefore order all over again, strategy, the rationality of war, Laclos and Clausewitz. 66. But what does she want, she who asks this, in the exasperation and aridity of every piece of her body, the woman orchestra? Does she want to become her master's mistress and so forth, do you think? Come on. She wants you to die with her, she desires that the exclusive limits be pushed back, sweeping across all the tissues, the immense tactility, the tact of whatever closes up on itself without becoming a box, and of whatever ceaselessly extends beyond itself without becoming a conquest. In the face of this, the self-obsessed mediocrity of he-men, who snigger while thinking they are unmasking and exploiting the hysteric or the woman and her alleged lie, a mediocrity similar to the politicians, written in the note which Lenin sent by courier through the corridors of the Winter Palace to Trotsky, we are not exaggerating at all. What if the White Guards kill you and me? Will Svyerdlov and Bukharin be able to manage, registered the words of a middleman, best described by Xavier again, at first, you take them for bon vivants. They are well dressed, often slightly effeminate. They are not necessarily homosexuals, but you feel that they could be. In any case, they are not great lovers. They always go about in groups. For they require an organization, those village perverts, as Deleuze and Guattari, themselves, say. What does a woman want? Asked Freud. She wants the man to become neither man nor woman, that he no longer age at all, that she and he, different people, be identical in the insane connections of every tissue. It would be more in keeping with the realization of desire, in the afterlife, that one be there finally delivered from sexual difference, writes Schreiber, citing Mignon's song in Wilhelm Meister, und gehen himmlischen Gestalten /sie fragen nicht nach man und Weib, and these celestial figures, they no longer ask whether one is man or woman. And so this will that everything flare up and catch fire is called the death drive by the thinkers, of course, those who think only, in the name of life, of collecting, uniting, capitalizing, conquering, extending, closing up and dominating. The Greeks Lenin and Trotsky, pederasts who go about in groups, prostituting the women masses. But included in their infamous proper names as directors, the insane petition of the masses, which is not long live the social. And still less long live the organization, but long live the libidinal simulacrum and phantasm. With the proper name and its dissimulation, we approach one of the epic entrees of the Klossowskian problematic, present in his reading. 67. Of Nietzsche, of Fourier, of Sada, in his philosophy of writing, of narration, of politics, Klossowski himself draws attention to this epic entree in Protes Etiapotis. Degree we come then to the meaning of the simulacrum, in the interpretation which St. Augustine gives to this term, according to Varro's Theologica Theatrica, taken up again by me in Le Bain de Diane and Le Circulvisier, in relation to the phantasm, Wanbild and Trugbild. First of all, what is the simulacrum, in Augustine's polemic against Roman paganism? What is at stake under the name of simulacrum is the very position of the sign which we have just criticized, its theological stock. In the City of God, Augustine takes as his adversary and as the representative of Roman paganism, Varro the theologian, the grammarian, philologist, rhetorician, and will attempt to turn him into an accomplice. Varro distinguishes three theologies, one natural, discursive, philosophical, which Augustine means to recover and save, another mythic, theatrical, gestural, poetic, these are his words, and finally a civil or civic, political theology. Augustine's strategy consists in dissociating the two latter from the former, presenting the last two as infamous parodies of the first one, the only honest one, for these parodies sanction not only circus games, but the political game as a circus. And facing this parodic politics, he will set up a natural politics, a philosophical politics, a divine citizenship. Subsequently he must therefore extract politics from the theatrical, show that everything which rests on theatricality, representation, is to be rejected in imperial politics, with the motive that we cannot ask or hope for eternal life from the gods of poetry and the theatre, the gods of the games and the plays too, and why not? Why should the criterion of eternal life be pertinent to theological and political matters? And is there not an eternity in the intense instant of a circus game? Is death not included in jouissance? Thus Augustine sets up a theatre, he circumscribes an inside and an outside which in fact, in Roman public life, were not separate, at least we are going to fantasize them in this way, which are even non-existent as opposed terms, if, as Varro says, it is true that the theatrical is only the mirror of the political, as the political is for the natural, if there is a non-degenerating equivalence between the two, and if it is ruled out that the transcendence of the natural divine could be set up as such. Let's take our interpretative fantasy further. Natural theology is philosophical, the principal site of 68 investment here is language. What is natural theology? The libido inventing unheard of statements, adding supplicative phrases to the pulsional band, prayers, apologias, reflexive metaphysics. Strange work in the flesh of words, where the term nature, since the Stoics, occupies a conspicuous place, an arbitrary term if it is a term at all, the idea of an autonomy, but enveloping and penetrating everything, not an outside over there to be regained by ridding oneself of a false immanence here, but on the contrary a force puissance immanent to all things and as such never dissociable. In consequence, both civil and theatrical theology turn out to be sanctioned by this natural theology. The first of these two signifies that the libido invests its energies of life and death on the space of the city, and that it first circumscribes this space, and still earlier that it invents additions to the labyrinthine band who would be politicians, a whole imagination of the civitas or the politia, of the equality of men within it, the position of women, of slaves, children on its peripheries, and also the invention of new statements, once again, rhetorical and not philosophical. It is not, however, a question of this invention being less noble, that is, discredited, with regard to the natural. The political and the natural for the Stoic and Sceptic religion of these Romans are not hierarchized. There is nothing less Neoplatonic than these warrior erotician banker philosophers. It is the same for the theology of poetry and mythology. It is no longer a question of their being discredited, since this theology attests to the fact that other investments in language are still possible, those which produce statements which in Plato and Augustine are, classed as imaginary or fantastic, under the pretext that these propositions which create tales, epics, dramas, lyrics, novels, are not true. And the ghettoization of art and artists begins here, in the Republic, and not therefore only with the bourgeoisie. And under its theatrical, gestural form, which Augustine particularly studies, this production of gods is an invention not only of new words and syntaxes, but also of spatial and sonorous arrangements. It is not exclusively inscribed in languages, but also in movements of the body, being provided with actions, costumes, masks, musical instruments, buildings, that is to say these elements are the most materially arbitrary, the most libidinally efficient. In consequence this Roman theatre, this theatricality of the circus and the political assembly, far from implying the Platonic division of the cave, which is effectively the theatrical division between a 69 real outside and an inside simulating this outside, to simplify, rests on the contrary on the conviction that everything is a sign or a mark, but that nothing is marked or signified, that in this sense, signs are signs of nothing, not in the sense that they refer to a zero which would be what causes them to signify, but in the precise sense in which we have spoken of tensor signs, each thing and part thing being on the one hand a term in a network of significations which are unremitting metonymic referrals, and indiscernibly, on the other hand, a strained singularity, an instantaneous, ephemeral concentration of force. It is this wise affirmative madness which Augustine wants to destroy in the interests of nihilist wisdom. The present intensity is not only devalued, but almost obliterated, where the concept of conscious time, ceaselessly referring the event from instance to instance in the toing and froing of the future and past, will demand that the entire network of absences be hung on a presence, on a present omnitemporally real, but itself absent, where with this tissue of referrals the semiotic machine is henceforth in position ready to close every intensity up in a sign, as a value standing for something absent. This is where the Augustinian thesis of the simulacrum takes up its position, the thesis of generalized similitude, that is to say the basis of every semiotics, or at least every metaphorics. Everything is what it is because each thing resembles another thing, and given this there must be a resemblance, a similitudo, by participation in which all similar things are similar. Augustine calls this metoche the Word, the Son a perfect imitation of the Father, representing what the latter engenders in such a complete and thorough manner that the Son is what he imitates while remaining quite distinct from the Father, the mystery of duality within unity which is the same as the enigma of the sign. The Son or Word is the simulacrum in itself if it is true that the image or simulacrum relationship between the two terms has to be one not only of similitudo, but of engenderment. The Son, exactly like the Father, is also what emanates from him. All things are therefore in a relation of resemblance if they are not all images of one another, and of course a hierarchy of things is established which depends on the contents of the similitudo, and correlatively those of the dissimilitudo, in their interrelations. And if the father-son relation gives the resemblance itself which the whole inferior hierarchy, to its lowest depths, will participate in, on the contrary, there must be 70. The least resemblance, the most dissimilar, the dissimulated and the dissimilated, and since nothing exists but through similitude, nothing which is not a simulacrum, the absolutely dissimilar would be nothingness. The last being, if it is not nothingness, is at least an illusory simulacrum. This is the body, vos quidem, says Augustine, tu nisi aliqua unitas continerat, corpus, nihil ascetis, sed rarsus esse vos ascetis ipsa veritas, corpora non ascetis. So if there is a corporeal unity, it is almost by paralogism, the unity of the body can only be infinitely precarious, and, as far as the general theory of the simulacrum is concerned, false. Its precariousness pleases us, its falsity has no other meaning for us than that it situates this thesis of simulacra as a pathetic theory of truth. In this hierarchy of similitude, the theatricality of nihilist representation is set up. The truth of a being, since we must speak in this way, taken as a sign, turns out to be situated outside the sign, and even, since Augustine conceives of the sign under the category of the metaphor, above it. This being signifies something other than what it signifies that of which it is the simulacrum, but, because it one's not what it signifies, it also signifies the distance which keeps them apart, dissimilitude, the lack of being, manque d'être, which separates them. This is why the Victorians, and the whole Hermetic tradition before them, can say that ugliness, which attests to this separation, is precisely what does most honor to the divine. Nihilism in its entirety stands here, meaning deferred, and lacks lips into this deferral. There is the same construction in Hegel, between one formation, Gestaltung, and another, an identity altérité split, other names for resemblance dissimilitude, and in the Aufhebung, consciousness of their indissociability. The Trinitary theme is given straight away in Greco-Christian thought. Thereafter, there are only variations of the above. Look, for example, at Augustinian Trinitarism as he makes it plain in the De Trinitate, 11, 8, 14, where it states, sensus accipit speciem abio corpor quod sent imus, etia sensu memoria, a memoria vero aces cogitantis, and compare it with the young Hegelian reflection found in the 1803-4 manuscript, where the master dialectician writes, color in its three potentialities, in sensation, as the determinacy of blue for example, and then as a concept, as it is related to the other. Colors as opposed to these colors, equal to them, therefore, color consists in that colors are colors and thereby exist in a simple and universal manner as color. For thus, first, this blue, as a singularity equals the Augustinian gs. Sensus, second, blue as such, as opposed to red as such, as oppositional reference to the other names equals memoria, third, color as such, the meta-unity of the blue, the red, etc. equals Augustine's aces. The thing stands for something else, and it is less than what it represents. In order that it be what it is, there has been a lack of being. What is given to us, insofar as it is not similitude itself, is deficient in force puissance. The theatricality of representation implies this deficiency, this depression. It is in and through this deficiency that the figure of alienation comes about. E. de Negri, 5 retraces the genealogy of this term. Paul wrote of the incarnation that Christ was utterly crushed by taking on a servile image, Philippians 2, 6-7, E. Kenson, says the Greek, rendered by the Vulgate as ex inanivit, drained away, worn out. It is through Luther, who translated, hat sich selbst geäußert, Jesus was taken outside himself, that Hegel receives this nihilist tradition, and will transmit it to Marx and the politicians under the name of alienation. It is just the same for whomever the metonymic sign is offered to. What is given to me through the sign is exactly what has been rejected, and it will be constituted as the collection of the memories of signs to be signified and of anticipations of the signification to be made manifest as signs. It will form its semiological being in the fusion of two nothings, past and future. This semiological being called consciousness will thereby produce what is called temporality, on the basis of the nihilism constitutive of the sign. The death which the soul must conquer is not so much the one death which puts an end to life, as the death which the soul ceaselessly experiences for as long as it is alive in time. Absent subject, dead life, signification lacking, signs marks of incompleteness, negative temporality, death as deliverance, the transfer of true life to an elsewhere, semiotic metaphysics with all its ins and outs, and nihilist theology. It is on and with this generalized lack that the great signifier is constructed, the great God, also absent, but alleged principle of all presence and signification. Master of signs and their ecosistence, Amen. Do you see how love of linguistics, love of psychoanalysis, and their conjugation is able to register the least rupture by reference to this theology? Don't you see rather that they are rejections or resurgences of this theology? Of the same theology, of the same disappearance of the pulsional body in a discourse of denial? On the other hand, there is the phantasm in Klossowski's sense of the word. Not the little mise en scene, the daydream or the traum, not 72 the little story one tells oneself, or which even tells itself, for example in the hysterical attack, the scenario, and neither is it the matrix that directs as Freud understands them. Both are, once again, substitutes for something else, there to replace the satisfaction of a forbidden desire, to be a vicarious stand-in for an impossible libidinal meaning, and like any semiological sign, are built from lack. What Klossowski understands by the name phantasm would indeed be better conceived, as Klossowski himself suggests, as an object fabricated out of pulsional force turned away from its normal use, as a generator, unless it is a matter of the perverse phantasm which is set up in Sada's work, and also in Klossowski's. Let's leave the question raised by this turning away for the moment, in which, it is plain, we will recognize the same nihilism we have just denounced in the theory of the simulacrum, and therefore the persistence in Klossowski, and doubtless also in Sada, under the idea of perversion, of a theology of dissimilitude belonging necessarily to the Augustinian theology of similitudo. Let's leave this discussion for a moment, remarking beforehand that the suggested position of the phantasm, which makes of it something like a manufactured object, a product the consumption, of which would be the voluptuous emotion itself, one's, in this regard at least, fully affirmative, the pieces of the postured body which produce pulsional force and which are vainly consumed as intensities of jouissance, are then conceived as substitutes for nothing, they are those very things engendered by the impulsion by means of its intensification and circulation, are pieces invented and added as a patchwork to the libidinal band. And just as it is then necessary, if we maintain the analogy suggested in La Monnaie Vivante between the phantasmatic and production, to conceive the latter under the same category as perpetual metamorphosis, so we will conclude that there are no more objects or subjects in the perpetual transformation of libidinal energies than there are in that of all possible energies in the heart of the so-called production process in the wider sense. We certainly lay no claim to such an analysis, and Klossowski is far from being completely won over by it, but it has, at least, the advantage of making modern minds, convinced of the positivity of political economy, imagine what the positivity of libidinal economy might be. The phantasm here is not an unreality or a derelity, it is something which grips the crazy turbulence of the libido, something it invents as an incandescent object, and which it 73. Instantaneously adds to the band traced by its trajectory. Just like a product, all things being equal. And under these conditions, there is no justification still on condition that the Sadian Klossowskian theme of the turning away of forces is ignored in searching for a truth of this object phantasm outside it, instantiating its signification on a great signifier. Strictly speaking, its signification is quite simply not in question. But we know that one cannot sustain this, we know. Since there is no semiotic nor any intelligent sign without the most rudimentary memory, the semiotic of intensities which Klossowski draws out at the end of Nietzsche etle Cirkelvizier always involves an amnesia. There again, of course, in the very word amnesia, it will not be difficult to spot, in what it includes of the negative, the recurrence of a secret reference to a body that remembers, to an organic body. Is it our fault if we are required, line after line, patiently, and uselessly, to dissociate what belongs to the understanding from what belongs to intensity? Thus, says the Baphomet, memory is the domain of the Creator, mine is myself forgetting in those who are reborn in me. And even this proper name of Baphomet, one cannot remember it as long as one is still coming back to oneself. 2 proper name of the return, which is not coming back to oneself, but rather the aleatory and instantaneous trajectory, not even over a libidinal body pre-existing this trajectory, but forming pieces of this body, lost at the very moment it is formed. This is why the Baphomet can say, I am not a creator who enslaves being to what he creates to a single self, and this self to a single body. Am not a master who reaps, as he does, what he has not sown. That one is, with this strange semiotic, indeed closer to the evanescent labyrinthine band traced by intensities, Klossowski demonstrates by forging the fantasy of the interpenetration or immediate invasion of intentions by one another in minds deprived of bodies, and it will not be hard to understand that this body of which the breaths are deprived is precisely the dull, odious, inept organic body of the habeas corpus, of having and memory. As soon as one pointed out anything whatsoever, beginning with the fact of being able to do without the body, one changed oneself in changing each interlocutor, one changed oneself in the sense that he who expresses himself bodilessly immediately passes into the thing expressed, and at the same time one changed the one. 74. Whom one was addressing, in the sense that he who receives the expression of a thing that he nevertheless already knows and sees inside himself, experiences in this very understanding the way of seeing of the one addressing it to him. For as their bodies no longer imposed any limits on their respective intentions, they mutually invaded each other. Degree the question of violence, then, is posed with a quite new simplicity, it is displaced into an indifferent and tender cruelty, yet what can we say of the violence of one breath towards another? Can the latter condemn the first for having destroyed its fragile habitation, when it should be free of all need to remain the same? Relieved of the need to remain the same, the victim's breaths merge with the victimizers once they see them coming. The latter seem not to know the shame of seeing themselves thus welcomed by the others. No accusations or regrets on either side, and no forgiveness. There is no moral atonement here, and such could hardly be required. A violence of another order is born of our condition, it is effected by means of a total indifference. It is this indifference itself, and it leaves no trace, which is the worst form of violence. The suppression of memorable and mnesiac bodies permits the interpenetration of intentions, that is to say their abolition for the benefit of anonymous intensities, for which there remains no instance to answer and to limit. This indifference, which has nothing to do with being cold, is that of the fire which burns everything inflammable. Like the bar turning on itself, it leaves no trace, if it is true that the great skin is never given in its entirety and that in this sense there is no world, no body, no inscription because there is no assignable site of inscription. Only punctual incandescences, without instantiation. This is what we see, the same palm which an instant ago was gliding over the material covering the breasts and brushing the pale surfaces of the pronators, now so tense it might burst, sweeps down in several brusque slaps between the legs, onto the vulva. This is what we see, the person doing the beating is the first surprise. This is what we see, the thrashed surfaces curl up, the fingers previously in abandon between the legs, still moist from the juices of the slit, forming a lattice before the eyes to protect them so that they may continue to see. We see fear everywhere, before the absurdity of this event, we 75. Will come to comprehend that between this fantasy of a supreme indifference by excess of interpenetration on the one hand, and the rather Sadian theory of the phantasm on the other, there must exist a kind of hesitation, and perhaps incompatibility. There is as much indifferent invasion of intensities inscribed necessarily in an eternal turn where identities, and previously therefore proper corporeal volumes, are lost, as there are on the contrary required by the phantasm, just like an industrial product in the universe of appropriation and reserve. The emotion capable of arousing the phantasm and in which it is consumed does not in any way issue from the immediate, violent, and anonymous, ephemeral interpenetration of breaths, that is to say from libidinal impulsions. On the contrary, it results and grows from the existence of a body, that of the victim, on the surface of which the irritating maneuvers of the perversion will set up affluxes of disorder and whose disarray and relinquishment will return, in the form of a voluptuous flux, to assail the surfaces of the body of the executioner. If, as has been divined, the phantasm retains its force of the turning away of energies far from reputedly natural ends, if it does so only insofar as it presupposes and maintains a reference to a unity, this is what intensifies voluptuousness, not through the loss of identities, but only through their transgression. Perversion, says Klossowski commenting on Sada, is what is proper to the decomposition of what the term of sexuality embraces in a generic manner, that is on the one hand, as the voluptuous emotion prior to the specific act of procreation, and on the other hand as the specific instinct of procreation, two propensities whose confusion founds the unity of the individual proper to his reproduction. Here we clearly see everything that may remain of the Christian and the nihilist in a solely criminal philosophy. That intensity issues from the decomposition of sexuality held to be naturally or divinely propagative. We must conclude that it is only in regard to this natural or this divine, in short to the absent body of the signifier, that it exists. Almost all of Sada, once again, is to be added to a file, beginning with the use of blasphemy that he recommends to intensify jouissance and which clearly shows the role that God continues to play in its formation. The Klossowskian phantasm, on the other hand, wants, somewhere, at least one body to transgress, for it consists precisely in a fragmentary use of the body of the victim, where the act of exceeding its reproductive finality will be an occasion for 76. Voluptuousness, when a particular fragment of its surface will be, so to speak, removed from the total volume. There would be no belief in God, that would already have to be called sacrilege. Every treatment of a spherical volume as if it were a finite surface is blasphemous. When, instead of helping the male member to engage with its vaginal refuge, the palm constrains it to circumscribe and to stroke an armpit, a buttock, an ear, blasphemy. But such indeed is the phantasm for Klossowski, not, of course, a substitute for an impossible reality, as Freud understands it, but the cutting out from the other's body of a fraction of its surfaces, and the annexation of this to the body of the fantasizing subject. Syntax as skin. It is not easy, as we can see, to follow the fault line between the intelligent sign and the intense sign. At the heart of the Klossowskian phantasm, however strongly affirmative, we again find the instantiation, the referral of the emotion to a total body, which will moderate it. In other words, in the lexis of pagan theatrics, the divine names which Augustine derides are already functional names, names of functions, and do not therefore count as the synonymous proper name which we have attempted to get at through the name of lexig, for example, but rather count as kinds of agents actants in a narrative structure. What is made apparent by this agent function of the fragment of the body in play in the Klossowskian phantasm, is even something like libidinal currency, or rather like the libido insofar as it can be exchanged for money, if it is true that the phantasm of desire, inexchangeable in itself, finds, however, in its constitutive reference to the alleged body, which is a universal, like color for Hegel, its capacity as a negotiable thing. Incipient prostitution, La Tosca. Before long, did you really believe she made genital love with Cavaradossi? Augustine, ears pricked, does well out of our retreat, to admit that Pertunda and the others are already communicable and exchangeable abstractions does not tell the whole story. He will say, you ought still to recognize that my God became flesh, that the engendering of his Son, through the good theory of similitudo, is a movement towards singularity and dissemblance, towards the intensity of pain and pleasure. Do we not also discover here the principle of indiscernibles reversed, to which Freud has already led us when Eros and the death drives are in question? 77. Don't let's go too fast, let's distinguish, become more refined. There is in Klossowski a theory of the simulacrum, it is different from Augustine's. It does not say, everything is simulacrum, a substitute lacking, what's more, an infinite wealth, the rejected residue of a divine body. It is not Platonic, it says, apart from, and no less real than, phantasms. Klossowski never doubts the real. There are verbal, plastic, or written transcriptions of these phantasms, there are artifacts which count as inexchangeable phantasms. Here then is the exclusive relation that Klossowski admits between the voluptuousness object and its simulacrum. If the phantasm is in each in fact a singular case to defend it against institutional signification given it by the gregarious group, the singular case cannot but have recourse to the simulacrum, that is accounting as its phantasm. So it is for a fraudulent exchange between the singular case and the gregarious generality. The singular case disappears as such from the moment it signifies what it is for itself. In the individual it is only his species case which assures his intelligibility. Not only does it disappear as such as soon as it formulates its own phantasm, for it cannot do so save through instituted signs, but it cannot be reconstituted by these signs without thereby excluding from itself all that becomes intelligible in it, exchangeable. For the simulacrum, because it is communicable, perhaps even destined to communicate the intransmittability of the phantasm, introduces exchangeability, therefore it is money, a sign, it counts as something other than its own material and arrangement, and it is devoted to circulation. Let us now examine the union of the phantasm and the simulacrum. It supposes both an adulterous coherence and a fraudulent exchange. These are Klosowsk 1's words, an adulterous coherence because, in order that the intellect can transcribe the phantasm in communicable signs, it must take the side of intensity against the unified body of the subject and society, without which the simulacrum it forges would not be a simulacrum of anything at all. Sada's intelligence fools the institution with intransmittable passionate singularity. The fraudulent exchange, however, in the signs employed to forge the simulacrum, to recount stories, to paint tableaux vivants, cannot but betray and disguise the inane intensity, which, moreover, one's already lost when it is declared. Hardly any divergence between libidinal economy, by the coherence it demands of the intellect, and political economy in the necessarily fraudulent exchange that it sanctions with instituted 78 signs. The simulacrum repeats in its duplicity that which we never cease to find in signs. It is at once a vain passionate sign and an exchangeable rational sign, at once vouloir in the sense of willa, and vouloir dire in the sense of meaning. Yet this comforting agreement deserves to be broken. Let's play the disciple, much more diligent, of the master of tableaux vivants. With him, we must push the principle of duplicity much further. Language, so far as linguistic simulacra are concerned, is not only the exchange, even the fraudulent exchange, of the phantasm, it is also itself inexchangeability and intense singularity, for if we have recourse to language, it is because, through the fixity of signs, it also offers the equivalent of our obstinate singularity. Plus the relation of the linguistic simulacrum to the phantasm is not only one of substitution, of counting as, of the intelligent sign, it is also that of a recovery, of a trespass. Both are of the same ilk, one does not hide the other. Its value is not only that of its capacity as a mediator of exchange, of purchase, of a postponement, but also of an actual moving force puissance. The book, through its text, is like the skin of a body. At the beginning of Les Lois de vie hospitalitte, Klosowski writes, "My syntax constitutes the tissues of Robert's skin." If the text is a phantasm, it is indeed, in Klosowski's eyes, because of its proper inflexibility. The exclusions of possible syntaxes and semantics that constitute style produce on the skin of language the same effects of intensification, of charge and drainage as can be obtained from certain fleshy surfaces through the austere rigor of an erotic dispositif. Do we then rediscover the condition proper to the Klosowskian phantasm, counting only as an affect insofar as it is referred to a unitary instance? No, it is something else altogether, quite a different understanding of the term, quite different, and fully bound up with what we have just said concerning the fraudulent exchange, which we have come to understand as betrayal of intensity by the intellect, and which we must now understand as investment in intelligent commerce itself by emotional affluxes. The fraud here is that under the pretext of rendering the phantasm communicable, and translating it into signs and syntax, these are the figures of language which will in their turn receive their libidinal charge. The nihilist capacity for postponement and regulated oppositions, is what is invested now by desire in the simulacrum, and which will give to this latter the consistency of the phantasm. 79. For indeed, the figure of language, syntax, does not count only as the substitute for surfaces of flesh invaded and annexed in the consumption of the phantasm, rather it is such a surface. The signs which the pen traces on the paper are not simply means of communicating an emotion which is outside them, and which would be, so to speak, lost due to the fact that it was written, writing being thus understood in a properly nihilist way, as Blanchot does, to write is to kill, that's all, but these written signs being simultaneously, by themselves, not in spite of but by dint of and in proportion to their rigidity and invariance, products of phantasmatic consumption. We here perceive in outline what, for us, is the most important thing of all, the possibility of imagining syntax, the law of value, and finally trade, and hence this meta-trade which is capital, as intensive regions, not merely de-intensifying, like rags of the patchwork added by the mad rotation of the disjunctive bar. We perceive this monstrosity, this bar which disjoins, and which thereby delimits properties, body, goods, self, and regulates transfers from one to the other, which is therefore the basis of the law of exchange, called the law of value or the cost of production itself if it itself is invested, if it itself is what serves as the object of attraction for the pool's ions, it is necessary that at the same time it separates and distinguishes, and in doing this, it burns and mixes the reserves that it regulates in its insane rotation. Its syntactic ice must be its incandescence. This is so, of course, at the price of allowing this imagination, and of grasping its range as the possibility that one will be able to understand how writing and negotiating and capitalizing can produce ecstasy. La monnaie vivante, living currency, means intense intellect, priceless trade, impassioned reason. Once again then, the duplicity of the sign, the question of which may now be formulated in these terms: when the emotion, phantasm, speaks, simulacrum, is it not necessary that there be adultery or prostitution? Adultery of words with intensities to the detriment of the concept, prostitution of intensity in the interests of exchanges. If for Klossowski the art of making simulacra is to be classed under the rubric of adultery because it is the law of syntax in all its rigor, the disjunctive bar, which finds itself invested as an opportunity for jouissance and vertigo for Baudelaire, it is with prostitution that the artistic action of translating phantasms into simulacra must be identified. We remember, what is love? The 80 need to escape oneself. All love is also prostitution. And, what is art? Prostitution. The day the young writer corrects his first proofs, he is as proud as a scholar who has just caught his first pox 35 in dandyism. Jouissance is instantiated on the universalization of trade and the concomitant destruction of every eloquent emotion, as Baudelaire says on the subject of Manet. This is the system's ice incarnated in new sluts, completely stripped of all romanticism, of all nostalgia for an elsewhere, pitiless sages, machines for calculating as accurately as possible the price of every demand issuing from the client which aims for an erotic manoeuvre not programmed in current consumption, cold machines whose calculable automatism, far from deceiving the dandy, rushes him towards the zenith of his jouissance. The theme of adultery in Klossowski's work, for example, in Les Lois de Vie Hospitalite, brings the theme of prostitution with it. If the husband becomes his wife's pimp, if he pushes her into his nephew's arms, it is not so that on this occasion libidinal energy may be converted into money that he will collect. It is not so that the tenser signs of the perverse emotion give way to the intelligent signs of the trade of pimps. It is in order to assess the impossible price he accords to Robert, and therefore to introduce measure, weight, and thought into the unthinkable excess of what binds him to the pieces of the body his wife. In Baudelairean prostitution, the intelligent sign, dead currency, relays intensity and displaces it on itself. In Klossowskian adultery, intensity remains instantiated eloquently on a phantasm, that is, an assemblage of fragments, the gaping of a knickerhem, semi-extension of a forearm, the nipple swelling from an unlaced corset, subtracted from an impossible body which bears a proper name. And what Octave hopes to gain by provoking his wife's adultery, is amongst other things a sort of global view over this body, quite a different passion from voyeurism, that is to make a single name correspond to a single unified body supposed to correspond to it. Octave is not therefore so much a pimp as a politician, if it is true that all true politics is haunted by the phantasm of the unitary body, but only insofar as this body simply escapes the grip of the institutions of unification, beyond bourgeois society, through the class body. Machiavelli wrote, "You must know that there are two ways of contesting, the one by the law, the other by force, the first is the method proper to men, the second to beasts, but because the first is 81. Frequently not sufficient, it is necessary to have recourse to the second. Therefore it is necessary for a prince to understand how to avail himself of the beast and the man." And he adds this has been figuratively taught to princes by ancient writers, who describe how Achilles and many other princes of old were given to the centaur Chiron to nurse, who brought them up in his discipline, which means solely that, as they had for a teacher one who was half beast and half man, so it is necessary for a prince to know how to make use of both natures, and that one without the other is not durable. Sent at the center of the labyrinth which serves as a tailpiece in Nietzsche etle circle we will find, not a minotaur, stupid beast with his monotonous appetite, but a centaur, a monster more intelligent than the most intelligent of men, the image of the marvelous dissimulation of signs into one another, supreme wisdom which includes the stupidity of bestiality. Octave is equally a centaur, adultery is a centaur, desiring not simply the country which his hands, his lips and his penis are legally authorized to cross, but insofar as this country is real, it escapes him, and this is why Octave redoubles his efforts to prolong Antoine's stay at his bestial hindquarters, because, as a receiver of force, the prince of the law knows how to metamorphose himself. And if Caesar must be removed from his mother's womb by opening it up by force, against nature, it is because Caesar, political master, is a monster made of man and beast. In prostitution, one goes from intensity to order, in adultery, from order to intensity. But it is the same route, immobile dissimulation, the voyage on the spot which crosses the extremes of pulsional stupidity and notional clarity. This is the same indiscernibility of signs, which removes from us, we libidinal economists, all appetite for vulgar romanticism and for equally tedious formalism, for a politics of spontaneous passions, and just as much for a politics of understanding. We work at a refinement of dissimulation, structure is stupid and pathos sterile. We must equip ourselves in particular with economic signs, to which we have of course already been led by adultery but especially by prostitution, which could not fail to do so, signs of this same coefficient of dissimulation that we find in other spheres, and of which they are nevertheless also events themselves. We must grasp that currency, more generally every object in the system of capital, since they are commodities and therefore currency, actual, 82 or potential, is not merely a convertible value in a universal process of production, but indiscernibly, and not oppositionally, dialectically, a charge of libidinal intensity. We must grasp the fact that the system of capital is not the site of the occultation of an alleged use value which would be anterior to it. This is the romanticism of alienation, Christianity, but primarily that it is in a sense more than capital, more ancient, more extended, and then that these so-called abstract signs, susceptible to provisional measurement and calculation, are in themselves libidinal. Economic theory or even structural anthropology conceives these signs exclusively as terms in play in a system of communication which regulates their circulation, the need for them itself produced by the partners of the exchange, their exchange values and use values. If we also approach them as proper names now, as signs of intensity, as libidinal values, which are neither useful nor exchangeable, as pulsations of desire, as moments of eros and death, then prostitution exchanges the phantasm, which is the client, against the signs of the economic system, currency, but it also introduces the intelligent sign, communicable currency, into the singular and vain monstrosity of the phantasm, and in this way it dedicates the adulterous coherence of the thinkable to the unthinkable. Price is combined and mixed in with the exorbitant, that which has no comparison, is paid for, and one's therefore evaluated. This confusion, more monstrous than the phantasm by itself could be, is at once impossible and inevitable. We have understood why impossible, but inevitable because the singularity forces itself to be communicated, because extreme pathos extends its empire to the skin of language, because the most purple sexual arousal, almost blinding, also offers words, not necessarily obscene, but always intelligent signs invested and relinquished, because the arse being buggered is also a face which talks to us. Confusion is inevitable simply because language is not a separate sphere, because it belongs, in rags, to the same band as these grey gold loins which start to move under your hands, and as these buttocks, rocking your scrotum and easing your purse. The communication of the cry is its affirmation, the extension of the gyratory madness into the domain of meaning and order, logos, which the West, and the philosopher especially, has always wanted to keep sheltered from the monstrosity of lovers and impious politicians. 83. Exorbitant. In Sada, the group of relations surrounding the value of the monetary sign and its intensity are quite different from those one finds in prostitution. From the very beginning the client's body is the same as the procurer's. Antoine and Octave together are as one, and perhaps thereby share Sada's republicanism. The society of the friends of crime is not the society of procurers. The milieu embodies the duplicity of signs, adultery of money with jouissance, fraud of jouissance when it is converted into currency. The sign of these exchanges becomes the accomplice of untransmittable phantasms. The consumption of the pulsional singularity is bought at the price of universally estimable sums in the form of money. Like Hegel's myth, the milieu assures the institution's permeability by desire, in this little different to the police. Perverse pools ions are channeled by it towards the social body, the body of exchanges, towards the circuit of the communication of exchanges and goods. Milieu of duplicity and dissimulation par excellence, even if it has no need to hide itself, just like the police, since it too is concerned with the detection and regulation of allegedly socially perverse partial drives. We would dearly love to write the parole of the policeman, the dissimulating speech par excellence, not because its real aim is other than its declared aim, which is not its own, but by virtue of its interest for the passions of the interrogated, the comprehensive desire of the commissioner, always more comprehensive, more embracing, molding itself into, connecting onto the most intense regions of the interrogated's desire, his most unknown desires, for example, passivity. Submitting to beatings, thus inscribing itself in an arousing, erotic, perverse, infantile relation to the end, however, of concentrating all these partial drives in the circle of trade and in the total body, one of the producers of which is the policeman. Making someone talk here being nothing other than the re-establishment of jouissance in the place assigned it by order. The pimp is an element of the same figure, working more on the side of the passions than on the side of interest, thus complementing the preceding case. His function still remains to refine the libido from the fragments of the negotiable body of prostitutes, to heighten its quality by a continual exercise of relinquishment, rendering them available at every moment to the strongest energetic passages. This availability at every moment is what produces vertigo in 84. Great prostitution. It is, like the creations of the pimp on the woman's body, at once the mark of her signification as a communicable and negotiable sign, the remarkable madness of her disappearance as a person and of her abolition in the anonymity of impulsions. Within the power relation, such availability is called slavery or at least Knechtschafft, but it is at the same time within the order of forces, force and anonymity surpassing every domination. Without there being any dialectic between the two positions, since there is no interval, for example the same arrogance of Jacques Le Fatalist counts both as an outburst against the position of the master and therefore an attempt to reverse it on the one hand, and on the other as the anonymous production of a libidinal knowledge savoir passing beyond every hierarchy, this arrogance being that of the inflexible partial pulsion, and in this sense, never aggressive, never receptive to social reasons for struggle. In the story of FB or O, everything marks the vertigo of the pimp in a similar manner, the master of bodies reduced to registered initials, a region of roots for nameless intensities. The woman's initial and the prisoner's registration number result from a supplementary labor on the proper name, by which it is almost effaced, As every corporeality closed up on itself, and as every subjective reserve, must be, but also maintained in its effacement, since it is by the anonymity lodged in the name that the aberration makes itself noticeable. There is none of this in the society of the friends of crime, however. A society cut off from the social body, neither catching the perverse passions nor concentrating them in it. Compared to the pimp and the cop, the criminal is a very rich man, £25,000 annual income, 10,000 francs in expenses per victim for the furthering of jouissance. And his function is not at all the concentration of the partial pool's ions. These, expended in profusion on the bodies of subjects, will never be inscribed on the social body, as money, thanks to the criminal's intervention. Conversely, this leads its revenues away from the circulation of goods and devotes them to pure voluptuous consumption. If there is venality of jouissance, it is, certainly not through poverty, but thanks to the greatest luxury and in order to increase that luxury. The phantasm's equivalent, the sum paid, writes Klossowski, represents not only the emotion in itself, but also the exclusion of thousands of human lives. Value is even augmented by the scandal, from the gregarious point of view. And he establishes criminal equations, which cannot be those. 85. Of the procurer, in the following way: exclusive voluptuousness equals famine equals annihilation equals the supreme value of the phantasm. A phantasm equals an entire population. Degree. It will be said that this is still to conceive of Sada in a nihilist fashion, subordinating the libidinal force, puissance, of the arrangements of the Château de la Forêt-Noire to the fact that they cost the price of the lives of thousands of mouths to feed. Is it not enough that the victims bought would be destroyed inside the chateau in order that we may begin to understand the deadly inanity of the libido, without any need, above the market, to calculate what it costs for those outside? But the function of this infamy is not supplementary. It must be related to the peculiar status of the criminal. He is at the same time both pimp and client, or rather, neither one nor the other. The pimp brings the partial pulsion of the client back into the bosom of the ghost body of society, under the form of the monetary equivalent. The client, in consuming his pulsional energy in the production of his phantasms with the help of the prostitute, produces a libidinal equivalent of currency. But it is essential that the criminal leave the system of equivalence between the pulsion and the money. If money remains present in its libidinal accountancy, it is no longer as the substitute or the simulacrum. It comes under the heading of a region of the body, which can no longer be, then, the alleged social body, but necessarily the great libidinal skin, which like any other can and must be grasped by the libido and be submitted to its consummatory irradiation. Currency, language itself become the object of the libertine's maneuvers in the same way as is the body. We know that from Journey to Clos tells the story of her monstrous life, which is simply the diachronic development of the combinations of infamies. This criminal's narrative is to language as the money spent on crime perpetrated by the four master libertines is to political economy, not the substitute in words for real arrangements. We know that they practice this in abundance, but reality extended well beyond the supposedly practical, unduly endowed by a nihilist tradition. With the exclusive privilege to determine reality, right into those regions occupied, according to this same tradition, by substitutes for things and persons, i.e. the regions of money and language. The criminal perpetrates, on the skin of currency as on that of beings and words, the same plan of intensification to excess, the execution of which can 86 only be followed by the calcination of the excited surfaces, and this is why signs of exchange here, as opposed to what happens in prostitution, are not only taken out of the circuit of communication, but devoted to destruction. At this point one wonders if the society of the friends of crime is economically viable. In any case, it is not capitalistic. What it accumulates is a wealth of ruins. Nevertheless, Klossowski understands this ruinous use of monetary signs in a very different way. More progressively, it constitutes, he says, a protest against the prostitutive function of cash in society. It is precisely when the pimp establishes a relation between perversion and the social body, between the tensor sign and the intelligent sign, and when he thus proves to be the only really institutive connection of the negotiating body itself, that the criminal is used as a disconnection, the withdrawal of his fortune and its squandering to the ends of untransmittable pleasure are provocations destined to give rise to the alternative, before which dissimulation or duplicity of signs necessarily invests a politics of the libido. Either recognize that the repudiation of complete monstrosity by institutions is reversed into de facto prostitution, material and moral, degree, admitting therefore that the generalized system of commodities is the system of prostitution under the cover of the trade of objects and services, and nothing else besides, or affirm that there is only one authentically universal communication, the exchange of bodies by the secret language of bodily signs, of which Sada's woman criminal provides the principle and illustrates one effect, the effect of insurrection or perpetual shaking of the circle of exchanges by the passions. To speak in the manner of Blanquet. 42, it is from posing the libidinal political problem under this alternative, either the communication of beings through the exchange of their bodies, called perversion, or prostitution under the sign of dead currency, which is capital, in any case mercantilism, that Klossowski forges his impossible fiction of a living currency. One should imagine for an instant, he writes, an apparently impossible regression, that is an industrial phase, where the producers have the means to demand, in the name of payment, objects of sensation on the part of consumers. These objects are living beings. According to this example of barter, producers and consumers thereby constitute collections of persons allegedly destined for pleasure, emotion, sensation. How can the human person fulfill the function of currency? How? 87. Could the producers, instead of being paid by women, ever come to be paid in women? How would the entrepreneurs, the industrialists, pay their engineers, their workers? In women. Who will keep this living currency alive? Other women. Which presupposes the reverse, women pursuing a career will be paid in boys. Who will keep alive, that is to say, who will sustain this virile currency? Those who have feminine currency at their disposal. What we are saying here in fact exists. For, without literally returning to barter, all of modern industry rests on an exchange mediated by the sign of inert currency, neutralizing the nature of the objects exchanged, rests, that is, on a simulacrum of exchange, a simulacrum which lies in the form of manpower resources, thus a living currency, not affirmed as such, already extant. +5. Before we marvel at this fantasy, let's measure the exact range its author attributes to it. Living currency, the industrial slave at once stands for a sign guaranteeing wealth, and this wealth itself. As a sign, it stands for all kinds of other material riches. As wealth, it meanwhile excludes every other demand that is not the demand of which it is the satisfaction. But satisfaction, strictly speaking, is equally excluded by its quality as a sign. This is how living currency essentially differs from the condition of the industrial slave: personalities, stars, publicity puppets, hostesses, etc. The industrial slave could not lay claim to the category of the sign, since she differentiates between what she is prepared to receive as inert currency, and what she is worth in her own eyes. For the creature become living currency occupies a quite different position from that held by the woman that Klossowski calls the industrial slave. This latter offers, on the whole, nothing really new if one compares it with the status of the labor force commodity as it is waged in the production industries in the large sense. The puppet whose bodily image accompanies the offer of commodities, tights, refrigerators, chalk ices, is simply one component element of the commodity constituting the publicity object, poster, blurb, commercial. The same goes for the air hostess, etc., all things being equal. Of course, the interest which this economic power shows in this body and this face appears to be indissociable from a consideration of their libidinal force puissance. But de facto, this last fact is basically ignored. The images 88 offered to the potential consumer do not have as their function the stimulation of his phantasmatic forces puissances, but the stimulation of his propensity to buy the chalk ice or the refrigerator, they do not claim to make him spend his libido, but his money. It is not a question of intensive force puissance here, it is only a matter of psychoeconomic power, but the libido is not a psychoeconomic motivation. The industrial slave therefore, by her position as a meta-commodity, is subject to the libidinal neutralization which is standard practice in the constitution of all objects in play in industrial production and exchange. The consummation it suggests is not consumption. This remains ignored by the financial system which employs the woman for the purposes of publicity. The price that may be accorded to the intense jouissance of her body in its unexchangeable singularity is not realized in the financial system, it remains exorbitant, it has to be said, valueless. The industrial slave is therefore committed to the most classical split between the merchant's possessions and the lover's concerns. In a woman-living currency, it would be, by contrast, the emotional force puissance of her body that would directly determine her libidinal price. Klossowski says, immediately, but we will see that this immediacy is impossible. In this way she will be wealth, for all that she excludes every other demand, and cannot count as the substitute for something else, extinguish the transfer and the destruction of the rest tolos. Here Klossowski suggests an analogy with gold, in which he sees a political economic metaphor of libidinal price, for like this latter, gold is useless, and it is precisely because of this that it is precious, being opposed to all instrumentality, its uselessness may recall the inanity of the passional material in the sphere of use. This useless referent nevertheless serves as a standard for the value of currencies, according to Klossowski, and does this in the most arbitrary way. It is according to the same unpredictable conjunction that the libidinal price of the currency body, concrete currency, will determine the negotiable value of commodities. From price to value the consequence, remaining undecidable and the incommensurability impenetrable. We here discover the two traits which reunite and confound the tensor sign and the intelligent sign in one and the same thing, indissociability and non-deductibility. The woman currency would be dissimulation itself, she is not only the point of intersection of more or less divergent signifying chains, a degree of polysemic. 89. Density and overdetermination, she is in excess of the infinity of the deathly tension which the libertine tracks like a beast over the plains and valleys of her body. Between its value function and its tensorial force puissance, the currency of the body offers the duplicitous relation, already encountered, of incompossibility and indissociability. It is because the order of intensities is not translatable or convertible into that of values, that currency, be it the singular body prepared to provide the material for perverse phantasms, cannot but remain abstract or dead, and that Klossowski must indeed, contradicting his whole project in these few words, add to the recognition of its libidinal singularity, it excludes every other demand if it is not the demand of which it is the satisfaction, the admission of its neutralization in the intelligible sign. Strictly speaking, satisfaction is equally excluded by its quality as a sign. The question of jouissance is, however, exposed by currency come alive, according to a fully apparatic nature, a body of intensities. This currency seems to lend itself to jouissance, but as cash devoted to payment, it cannot but defer it, just as, since it is excluded, the prostitute's skin can become excited under the caress of a client. How does the Klossowskian system differ from prostitution? In that the use of the woman is not to be bought by money, since this use is on the contrary authorized by a certain claim of which the client is the beneficiary, rather than the woman's master. The prostitute's body is entirely maintained within the network of venal values, even if it happens that the jouissance that it obtains from the client fraudulently escapes her in order to be consumed as intensity. But the body of living money does not refer to dead money, and in this sense, it is not a commodity, but rather money, since, if not its acquisition, then at least its enjoyment jouissance earns the acquittal of debts and the extinction of claims. Is there now a split between the organization imagined by Klossowski and the houses Sada dedicates to the debauchery of men and women in the pamphlet Franchise, Encore un effort? The split lies in an important point: republicanism. In Sada's houses, which are public property, every citizen, whatever their sex, has the power to convene there, to enjoy, however they please, every citizen, male or female. The motive of the convocation is not, for Sada, in any way economic, and the jouissance gained from the object which Klossowski called phantasmatic never comes to be the extinction of a debt. The sole debt Sada recognized and counted in 90. His houses is a debt of jouissance, which is political, and by which every citizen is potentially and continually burdened with regard to all other citizens. This independence, forcefully maintained by the Marquis, of the libidinal with regard to the economic, is the split within Klossowski's fantasy. The Sadian theme is a political theme, the production and exchange of commodities plays no part in this. The houses of debauchery are civic institutions, and as such have as an indirect but essential function, concentrating the libido on the circle of the political body. Here are two versions: if one passion has no more need of the whole range of the liberty of another one, none without doubt is as despotic. Every time that you deny a man the secret means of the expression of his heart, he will throw himself into venting it on the objects around him, he will trouble the government. If you wish to avoid this danger, allow a free development to his tyrannical desires which, in spite of him, ceaselessly torment him. 45. Thus one gives vent to the perversion within peripheral institutions, in this, utterly true to the Greek model. *6 But Sada also says exactly the opposite, that a republican government always menaced by the despots surrounding it must have as its sole morality its maintenance by any means, that it is ruled out that the means are all moral, that on the contrary it must be immoral men who by their movement of perpetual insurrection keep the republican government on the alert. Thus the houses of which he spoke, far from having the function of the appeasement of the excitations provoked by the pool's ions in the citizens, replenish, rather, what sustains them. Functional duplicity of the sites of luxury as regards the political sphere itself, at once the charge and discharge of energies, criminality, this perpetual mobility of those which Plato, in the Republic, named hornets and which he wanted to eliminate, provides the government with a twofold service, in the danger presented to it from the excesses of its insatiability, by requiring the institution of criminal spaces which are discharge points for them and for it. Here Sada revives the great, Machiavellian tradition of the connivance of the politician and the beast, the tradition of Chiron the centaur, instructor to princes, duplicitous politician par excellence. In Klossowski, who is a modern man, there is neither city nor government, the republic no longer exists, the only body with a totalizing pretension is the body of capital. It is an open secret that today's politicians are only the executors of the impulsional imperatives of capital, and that they have no need to receive the great excess of stupidity or bestiality from a Chiron as the endowment of political genius. They are rich enough if they are endorsed by a civil service college. It is in economics that the post-Marxist Klossowski seeks the conspiracy of the pool's ions on the social body. But he is not content to protest as Marx does against the indirect extension of prostitution into all activities through the intervention of commodities. He also draws out the implication suggested by this fact. He sees in capitalism the return, but unaffirmed and unrecognized as such, of what it rejects, that is, libidinal intensity, in the very heart of the most apparently neutralized exchanges. An analysis which, at first sight, does not appear to be unrelated to that of Baudrillard, for whom commodity fetishism, denounced and largely ignored by Marx himself, is the transcription, in the order of political economy, of the foreclosure underlying this order, at the same time as it institutes it. Klossowski consequently says, there wants little to be done, what we are speaking of in fact exists, in order that what today passes into the oblivion issuing from the production and exchange of goods, violates, under the screen of dead money, the exchange and consumption of phantasms in order that this be fully emphasized, and that this production and exchange immediately become the circulation of jouissances. The imaginary living currency has no other function than to claim to re-establish intensity on the circle of trade itself and thus to stop treating desire as banned from it. and to help oneself to the body of capital as a convenient expedient to attain the unspeakable aims of the species, to be paid in women. But in the same way as the Klossowskian idea of intensity is not affirmative, at least in La Monnaie Vivante, it is not the same in Le Cercle Vicieux, in the same way as it persists. This can be clearly seen in what he nevertheless judges to be an important corrective in this regard, in Le Philosophe Scélérat, in remaining within the nihilist tradition of transgression, of propagation, of perversion, of the medium, of turning away, of energies, and concurrently, if not in the phantasm as substitute, then at least in the simulacrum as the reduplication of the phantasm, so the establishment of jouissance in the midst of the circuit of trade can, in his eyes, only take on the form of a currency, even if this is living, heavy then with the millennial heritage of prostitution and substitution, that is to say of the dualism which we, libidinal economists, will terminate. We as soon as one admits the inexchangeability of phantasms, one must accept decisively the necessity of the conservation of political economy and capital. Since it results from this inexchangeability that they are inevitably substituted by doubles or simulacra, and therefore that libidinal riches are misrepresented in the economic signs of this wealth which they represent but which, also, will forever differ from them in terms of consumption. That currency is living does not suppress the fact that it is currency, on the contrary. By extending to the erotic bodies themselves, the new political economy makes these two into simulacra, appearances, and composes, with these fragments of assembled flesh, tableaus, also said to be vivants, for which Klossowski has such affection, a kind of terrestrial city which is only the duplicatum of another city, always out of reach. In this sense, La Monnaie Vivante continues the Augustinian religion of the city of God, and the life which excites this currency and these tableaus is a kind of death, in conformity with the tradition of the fathers. We must nevertheless pay homage to this fiction at the very moment that we distance ourselves from it. For what one sought in the fantasy of these golden bodies is also totally opposed to the lessons of Augustine. The exchange of pulsional zones in excessive arrangements, exorbitant phantasms, can and must be understood, in the work of Klossowski himself, and this is explicitly the case in Le Cercle Vicieux, not as an exchange in the sense of two contracting parties each intending to swap two objects of equivalent, marginal, utility, but as a metamorphosis in which the invested regions, and we have seen that, according to Sada, whom Klossowski follows here, this might be language or even money, exist only to the extent that they are crossed by energy, by the greatest or the most delicate or the most gentle tension and pain, unpredictably and ceaselessly. This exchange is the passage of intensities running from one proper name to another, from one initial to another, from one reference number to another, without a return to the same and therefore without capitalization, without which there can be no instance, structure, great zero of input/output matrices, no memory, to register the energies expended here and amassed there. Understood in this way, it is life which is in fact currency in the sense that there is nothing but simulacra, signs of course, but without reference to another order, toa signified, a political economy assuredly, but one which, far from being the betrayal and travesty. 93. Of libidinal economy, is this libidinal economy, a political economy without a betrayed or alienated origin, without a theory of value. A currency therefore in the sense of Roman paganism and theatrical theology, admitting only tensor signs, only masks hiding no face, only surfaces without a backstage, only prices without values. It is undoubtedly because he has not broken with the problematic of alienation, which is Augustinian just as much as it is Marxian, that Klossowski hesitates in his evaluation of capitalism and therefore over the exact range to give to a libidinal use of signs. He may indeed insist on the strict analogy which reigns between the useful product, instrumental, and the phantasm, between the consumption of the product and the voluptuous emotion, between the industrial world and the perverse society, but it is just as much in order to declare that it must be suspected, strictly speaking there exists no economy of voluptuousness which would benefit from industrial means, and even to superimpose an overtly perverse relation onto this analogy, a Purely analogical relation leads to nothing, if one does not start from the point of view of objects and needs in order to detect the struggle of affects against their inadequate formulation, materially reconvert FO the state of a demand for goods which only corresponds to them in a perverse way. 47 Now, is it not obvious that this perverse relation proceeds from a return of the thought of alienation to the heart of the erotic? Elsewhere, Klossowski says that the pool's ions are always in combat against themselves, it therefore has no need of capitalism in order to be inadequately formulated. It remains that this inadequacy, wherever it comes from, exists only with regard to a manner of thinking concerned with and determined by truth. Between the intelligent sign and the tensor sign, between the currency and the pulsion, we say that the relation is not of formulation, expression, or translation, of betrayal, but of coexistence and dissimulation. And because the problem of capital, and that of currency, cannot be that of enfranchising the desire of its grotesque masks, those of capital being neither better nor worse, more or less authentic than the others. It is of decisive importance to recognize that over a period, new signs appear, new statements amongst the number of which Klossowski's are first new practices, new works, which libidinally, just as much as economically announce the ruin of the distinction between the sentiments and business, between the affect and labor. Like those of capital, these signs are duplicitous, and there is no question of declaring by 94 et or by that with their appearance semiotics and political economics are ruined, and desire emancipated from the stocks of the system of values. Their intensity is new, in the manner in which they are inscribed into established regions, by the distances which they force back and evoke. Their relation to sign values, to intelligent signs, is wrapped in a new duplicity. Rather than greeting a dawn, we should honor the new dissimulation in them. There, where there are only surfaces, conspiracy and secrecy reign. Libidinal Marx. We must come to take Marx as if he were a writer, an author full of affects, take his text as a madness and not as a theory. We must succeed in pushing aside his theoretical barrier and stroking his beard without contempt and without devotion, no longer the false neutrality which Merleau-Ponty advised in the past for someone who, he said, has now become a classic and must be treated no differently than Hegel or Aristotle. No, stroke his beard as a complex libidinal volume, reawakening his hidden desire and ours along with it. There is no need to criticize Marx, and even if we do criticize him, it must be understood that it is in no way a critique. We have already said and repeated that we laugh at critique, since it is to maintain oneself in the field of the criticized thing and in the dogmatic, indeed paranoiac, relation of knowledge. Marx's desire interests us, not for itself, but inasmuch as it informs the themes of writings which metamorphose into themes of social and political practices. Marx must be introduced, the big fat Marx, and also the little Marx of the Epicurean and Lutheran studies, this entire continent, into the atlas of libidinal cartography, or rather the reverse, to start crossing this strange country with our affections and disaffections, letting our attachments and our deceptions circulate, refining our analysis here, neglecting it there, because we have neither the hope nor the intention of setting up a portrait of the work, of giving an interpretation of it. We do not interpret, we read, and we affect by writings. We have, for a long time, having read Marx, operated by means of practices, since this once the word left us by the Greeks as a disastrous heritage. We say this not to render the libidinal use we make of the old man more justifiable or less shameful, rather to situate these practices in the sphere of what rightly belongs to interpretation. A Marxist political practice is an interpretation of a text, just as a social or Christian spiritual practice. 96 is the interpretation of a text. So much so that practices are themselves texts, insofar as they are interpretations. And this is precisely what we desire not to do here. We no longer want to correct Marx, to reread him or to read him in the sense that the little Althusserians would like to read Capital, to interpret it according to its truth. We have no plan to be true, to give the truth of Marx. We wonder what there is of the libido in Marx, and in Marx means in his text or in his interpretations. mainly in practices. We will rather treat him as a work of art. We will take some incontestable detail, considered minor, and which in fact it is in regard to the manifest themes of the work, quite certain, however, that it is not so for the libidinal geography of the continent. We note even this, libidinal economist friends, we feel almost obliged, as you've just heard, to make some sort of a declaration of intentions, a little solemn, vaguely epistemological, as little as possible, nevertheless, take note, at the shores of this continent. No other continent would extract such declarations from us, although they remain somewhat stupid and certainly useless. We could say that it is through suspicion and intimidation, warned as we are by a militant past of, when laying a hand on Marx, even and indeed especially if it were to screw with him, we are closely watched by the paranoiacs calling themselves Marxist politicians and in general all the whites of the left. We would therefore prudently warn, it is in this state of mind, this state of heart, this state of body that we approach the old man. But the libidinal truth of our preamble lies elsewhere. It already states the essential, which is this: the old man is also a young woman to us, a strange bisexual assemblage. The dispositives which channel their impulsions into theoretical discourses, and will give rise to organisms of power, the very ones which will harden into the German party, the Bolshevik party, these dispositives are of course compromise formations. They are so many attempts to stabilize the forces on the libidinal front, mediations, oh how alienated, as he loved to say, interposed between the fluxes of desire and the regions into which they travel. This happens not only in certain themes, or at least in certain minor motifs, some of which we will pick out. Its position is established first of all in something quite astonishing, the perpetual postponement of finishing work on capital, a chapter becoming a book, a section a chapter, a paragraph a section, by a process of cancerization of theoretical discourse, by a 97. Totally pulsional proliferation of a network of concepts hitherto destined on the contrary to finalize, to define and to justify a proletarian politics, hence by the racing of a discursive machinery explicitly, however, laying claim to rationality, theoretical practical. Is the non finito a characteristic of rational theory? We are able to support this, in these post-relative days, but for Marx, and therefore for Engels the impatient, it must rather have been a bizarre, worrying fact. We say that this postponement, which results in the economy never being completed, and in the calculations of capital, Book 3 being false, already demonstrates a whole dispositif, a libidinal monster with the huge fat head of a man full of warriors' thoughts and petty quarrels, and with the soft body of young amorous Renan, a monster which never achieves the realization of its unity, because of this very incapacity, and it is this failure which is marked in the interminable theoretical suspense. What we have here is not exactly the centaur, the master of politicians as Chiron was the master of Achilles, rather, it would be the hermaphrodite, another monster in which femininity and masculinity are indiscernibly exchanged, thereby thwarting the reassurance of sexual difference. But it is exactly this which is in question in the economy, and we maintain, dear comrades, the following thesis: the little girl Marx, offended by the perversity of the polymorphous body of capital, requires a great love. The great prosecutor Karl Marx, assigned the task of the prosecution of the perverts and the invention of a suitable lover. The proletariat sets himself to study the file of the accused capitalist. What happens when the person assigned to the prosecution one's as fascinated by the accused as he is scandalized by him? It comes about that the prosecutor sets himself to finding 100,000 good reasons to prolong the study of the file, that the inquirer becomes meticulous, always more meticulous, that the lawyer submerged in the British Museum in the microscopic analysis of the aberrations of capital is no longer able to detach himself from it, that the organic unity, that this swarming of perverse fluxes that is supposed to have to produce, dialectically, never stops moving away, escaping him, being put off, and that the submission of petitions is kept waiting interminably. What was happening then throughout the thousands of manuscript pages? The unification of Marx's body, which requires that the polymorphous perversity of capital be put to death. 98. For the benefit of the fulfillment of the desire for genital love, is not possible. The prosecutor is unable to deduce the birth of a new and beautiful, organic body, similar to that of pre-capitalist forms, which would be child socialism, from the pornography of capitalism. If there is a body of capital, this body is sterile, it engenders nothing, it exceeds the capacity of theoretical discourse as unification. I do not want to be resigned to sending just anything, Marx wrote to Engels, who presses him, July 31, 1865, prior to having the whole work in his sight. Whatever defect they may have, it is to the advantage of my writings that they constitute an artistic whole, and I can only achieve this result in my own way and by never having them printed until I have them before me in their entirety. These writings on their own, however, never constitute this visible artistic whole whose model is an organic body, organic insofar as it is a complete and fecund totality, inorganic insofar as it is not biological, but theoretical. Here, the same unitary model which will be desired and recognized in pre-capitalist forms or in socialism, this time on the socio-economic plane. The young innocent little girl, Marx says, "You see, I am in love with love, this must stop, this industrial and industrious crap, this one's what makes me anxious, I want the return to the, organic body, and it has been taken over by the great bearded scholar so that he may establish the thesis that it cannot stop, and so that he may testify, as the counsel to the poor, amongst which is the little girl Marx, to his revolutionary conclusions, so that he may perform the obstetrics of capital, and so that he may give, to her, this total body he requires, this child, at least this child of words which would be the anticipated double, the younger child born first, of the child of flesh, of the proletariat, of socialism. But alas, he does not give her this child. She will never have this artistic whole before her, these writings in their entirety. She will have suffering growing before her and in her, because her prosecutor will discover in the course of his research, insofar as it is endless, a strange jouissance, the same jouissance that results from the instantiation of the pool's ions and their discharge in postponement. The jouissance of infinity. This perversity of knowledge is rightly called scientific research, and intensity there is not, as it is in orgasm, normal, the intensity of discharge instantiated in a genital couple, but is the intensity of an inhibition, of a putting into reserve, of a postponement and of an investment in. 99. Means. So much so that the prosecutor charged with obtaining proof of the pornographic ignominy of capital repeats, in his inquiry and even in his preparation and pleading, this same don't come yet, so to speak, which is simply another modality of jouissance, which is found in the libidinal dispositif of capital. While, as concerns the content, it is always in search of the lovable body which he/she desires, the form of this research already contains its denial and its impossibility. This is why the attention which this body is able to command, and to which it must have the right, provokes the bad temper of the paradoxical defender of the poor. When the refugees from the Commune fled to London and the International was fully preoccupied with them, while in short something like the subversive reality of this proletarian socialist body, supposedly much sought after, comes to explode in the eyes of the world, and, it seems, in the eyes of the author of the address to the Committee of the International dated May 30, 1871, what does Marx find to write, on November 9 of that same year, to Danielson, his Russian translator, who is awaiting the corrections to the text of the first chapter? It is, without any doubt, quite useless to await a revision of the first chapter, for my time has for some months been so taken up, and on this point there is little hope of improvement in the near future, that I am unable to pursue my theoretical labors any more. It is certain that one fine morning I will put an end to all this, but there are circumstances where one is morally bound to busy oneself with things much less attractive than study and theoretical research. Not very attractive, says the equivocal prosecutor, your fine proletarian body. Again we catch a glimpse of the infamous prostitution of capital. But, you say, this suspension of theoretical labor on capital, this is not for 1 second a pleasure in the sense of a security, an irresponsibility, it is on the contrary the result of a libidinal transaction, it is the price that the young amorous girl Marx's desire for the reconciled body is made to pay by the fat-headed accuser Marx with the shattered social body. Ah, you dream of the relation of non-domination between men and things, and between men themselves, and between men and women. All right then, show the consistency of the dream, demonstrate that reality too, dreams this dream. That is to say, you also pay in word products, in articulations, in structured arguments, endlessly. Wasn't this said, in 100 Substance, in the peripheries of the work, in 1844, the proletariat is Christ, and his real suffering is the price of his redemption, and this is why it is not enough that a particular wrong is done him, a shopkeeper's wrong, a pathetic limitation of his profit margin, for example. No, his redemption requires a total suffering, therefore a total wrong, as the proletariat will be for Marx, once and for all, and as Marx will be once and for all for the proletariat required by the desire named. Marx, Christ the proletariat, Marx his witness martyr? Theoretical discourse being his cross, his torture? Certainly, we may put it this way, in terms of a religious metaphor. But it misses the essential, because it presupposes exactly what turns out to be in question in Marx's desire. It presupposes this body of reference as a sacrifice, body of capital for the martyr of the proletariat, body of the proletariat for Marx's martyr, without which sacrifice and martyr go up in smoke, and are no more than phantasms of guilt. In other words, the sacrificial metaphor is not libidinally neutral, it is not economically correct, it one's topically correct, it requires a principle, be it imaginary, which nonetheless requires a symbolic medium, of unification and inscription in comparison to which pain and pleasure, here those of Marx's research, may be counted, registered. And what if it was precisely this referential instance which Marx's inspection turned out to lack, this body of ratio, of the account? What if what would prolong the research interminably were not, as psychoanalytic or Nietzschean crassness wouldn't fail to say, Karl Marx's masochist desire or bad conscience, but the vertigo of a terrible discovery, always hidden that there is no one to keep the accounts of suffering and jouissance, and that this, too, is the domination of money capital? If we restrict ourselves to a critique, which means, of course, non-critique, of whatever guilt or ressentiment there is in the assemblage of the desire named Marx and generally named militant 3, we will de facto remain in the religious metaphor, we will replace the religious metaphor with an irreligious metaphor, still religious then, in which judgments will be discovered at work according to good and evil in reference to a new God, which will be desire, movement will be good, investment evil, action as innovation and the force of the event will be good, reaction reiterating identity, evil. And how will we then describe the Marx or militant libidinal dispositif? We turn to the passion for expiation and ressentiment. Every reversal, of the first into the last, but just as much of the dominant into the 101 equal, which forms the figure of the revolution implies, we say, the intention of a price to be charged. If Marx authorized himself to set himself up as the proletariat's advocate, and petition against their exploiters, if he can declare to them, this is why it is you who will pay the price, it is, we say again, on condition that he had marked down the suffering, the expiation, and the ressentiment on his own body and that he himself suffers and pays. Is this not the law which gives the right to the desire for revolution, in the sphere of ressentiment, that the militant had formed his own body into a monstrous composition, so that the woman proletariat would obtain the most durable man prosecutor and the greatest total pain, that all revolutionary ressentiment will be played out between little girl Marx and old man Marx on its body? Far from emancipating ourselves through such a critique of what we detest, religion, ressentiment, guilt, morality, we will only invert its signs. Marx wants an organic body, does his desire enslave it to a genital model? We want a schizophrenic model and an unstable body. Marx wants to charge. We want generalized gratuity. Marx accuses. We exonerate. Marx the proletariat suffers and redeems. We joyfully love all that appears. Etc. A new morality, a new religion, is in fact merely a very ancient ethics, itself strongly reactive, since the party of movement and existence has always existed at the core of religions, at least of those taking authority from a revelation, to act as a counterpoison in belief and in the systems of belief, every time that its adversary, the party of order and structure, has ended up wearying the faithful and even the priests. Do we want to be merely the saviors of a fallen world, then, the hearts of a heartless world, prophets, cruel, very cruel, as the program goes, for a humanity without words? Do we bring new values then? In denouncing militant ressentiment, we are doing nothing other than valorizing a certain sort of libidinal dispositif, in fact the admirable viscosity of the fluxes ceaselessly setting up and wiping out on the great libidinal film. We affirm its exclusive value, but the exclusive value is called truth. Therefore we affirm, schizodesire, there's truth. How then does the dispositif of our affirmation differ from that by which the ancient statements, love is the truth, renunciation is the truth, knowledge is the truth, socialism is the truth, were affirmed? Doesn't their reactive element lie in their power of exclusion? Are we too not going to exclude? How pitiful! This, then, is not how the libidinal dispositif named Marx should be described, merely described, not as the effect of ressentiment. R. 102. Rule should be never to describe anything as effect, we should describe everything as capable of effects. Now there is, in the interminable postponement of the prosecution's revolutionary summation in Marx, a certain effective force. Theoretical discourse ceases to be presented according to its closure even though this is what it seeks. What Marx perceives as failure, suffering, and maybe even lives through as ressentiment, is the mark on his work of a situation which is precisely the same as that of capital, and which gives rise to a strange success as much as to an awful misery. The work cannot form a body, just as capital cannot form a body. And this absence of organic, artistic unity gives rise to two divergent movements always associated in a single vertigo, a movement of flight, of plunging into the bodiless, and thus of continual invention, of expansive additions or affirmations of new pieces, statements, but elsewhere musics, techniques, ethics, to the insane patchwork a movement of tension. And a movement of institution of an organism, of an organization and of organs of totalization and unification a movement of reason. Both kinds of movement are there, effects as force in the non-finito of the work just as in that of capitalism. Marx's inability to catch up with his book, a delay which is equally an advance upon it, a form of temporal dislocation in any case, rather than being considered as an effect of masochism or guilt, should be compared with the way in which Sterne makes a theme of this delay in Tristram Shandy. In each case, the following configuration is involved: to fabricate a discourse, whether narrative or theoretical, implying a new, unprecedented organization of space and time. The writer, narrator, theoretician, uses space and time. With Sterne, this use, or this usury, is inscribed in the narrative itself, and devours it. The place and the duration occupied by the narrative act little by little invade those which should be given over to the narration of the story and render this latter impossible, or at least transform it into the narrative of this invasion and this impossibility. With Marx, the effect that the act of elaboration has on the space-time of theoretical discourse is not explicitly marked in this latter, and the final impossibility of the domination of the duration and location in a discourse, which is here theoretical and no longer narrative, but which nevertheless refers to a supposed story taken as a reference, does not give rise to Sterne's desperate humor, to a style. With Marx, the expression of this despair remains. 103. Repressed, caught, and hidden between his activity of fabricating apodictic final statements and the statements, not even assertive, which he publishes in another text, those of confessions, letters, abandoned or withdrawn manuscripts, lecture notes, plans. But this despair gives rise, in whatever way, to theoretical suspense. It opens the void of, wait until I have finished. This void is that of the mediator alienating the subject, Marx, Stern, and the object, the book. To speak in Marx's language, it is that of inhibition, which leads desire from its primary object towards the means of its realization. It is that of capital, which loves production rather than the product, and for which the product is only the means of producing. It is that of the Communist Party, which loves not the revolution, but the means by which they are able to make it happen, which in their hands is only a pretext to the machinery for capitalizing the desire for revolution. Therefore, this void is that in which the mechanisms of power are constructed, but it is also the supple viscosity of capitalism as fragments of the body, as connected-disconnected singularities, as amnesia, decentered and anarchic, as harlequinade, as metamorphoses without inscription, as the undoing of totalities and totalizations, as ephemeral groupings of unforeseen affirmations. There is no subversive region. Let's repeat it over and again. We are not going to do a critique of Marx. We are not, that is to say, going to produce the theory of his theory, which is just to remain within the theoretical. No, one must show what intensities are lodged in theoretical signs, what effects within serious discourse. We must steal his affects from him. Its force is not at all in the power of its discourse, not even in inverse proportion to it. This would still be a little too dialectical an arrangement. No, its force erupts here and there, independently of the consistency of the discourse, sometimes in a forgotten detail, sometimes in the very midst of a solid conceptual mechanism, well articulated and rooted, but of course always in intelligent signs. What would a critique of Marx be, apart from the fact that there are already 100,000 such critiques? We must inevitably say of him, oh, he remained alienated, oh, he brought out the symbolic system, this is Baudrillard, oh, he is still religious, this would rather be us, oh, he remained an economist, this was Castoriadis. Quite. 104 Obviously he remained this, forgot that, is still such and such a thing, something which the critic is supposed to no longer be, to have superseded. Well, we have superseded nothing and we have nothing to supersede. We do not climb onto Marx's back here, armed with double spectacles. Some Lilliputian stands on the extremity of the giant's posterior. It was Aristotle actually, announces amazedly to the world what an astoundingly new view is offered from his punctum visus, and ridiculously endeavors to demonstrate that the Archimedean point on which the world hinges, can be found, not in the pulsating heart but in the firm and solid area on which he stands. So the little girl Marx, Alice, wrote in the annotations to her doctoral thesis degree, of course he remained religious. But what do we want? Desire? A true atheism? Certainly not. A beyond of both religion and atheism, something like Roman parody, and consequently, we would not at all be content to have demonstrated that Marx's politics and political economics are full of religiosity, reconciliation, and hope, although we are constrained to do so, and it is impossible to avoid this sort of knowledgeable discourse. We are, however, aware that this is set out in such a way that there is no trace of the emotions which induce it, and that, in consequence, its very position is reassuring, perhaps allowing only a certain anguish, apparently the only noble affect, to filter through, but not love, not anger, not some disconcerting surprise. It would make us happy to be able to retranscribe, into a libidinal discourse, those intensities which haunt Marx's thought and which, in general, are dissimulated in the broad-stack solemnity of the discourses of economy and politics. We will show, therefore, how in Marx's own terms, political economy is a libidinal economy. We are very close and very far then from what Baudrillard is doing registered, and this is an excellent opportunity for us to try to explain why, since there is a movement in Baudrillard with which we feel synchronized and copolarized. We are very close, read him and see, but also very distant, since what governs our brother's approach remains burdened in our eyes with hypothesis, theory, and critique. This is not for want of denouncing critique as imperialism and theory as racism, in formulas we joyfully endorse. But as holy and beautiful as it is, his anger aims ultimately at the true once again. It reproaches political economy, even and especially if this was Marxist, because we were hoping for precisely the opposite from 105. It, of remaining within the sphere of production, of value, of labor, and thus of forgetting something, repressing or rather foreclosing, in a sort of perversion, which Baudrillard previously qualified as fetishist, a relation between persons which would not be subordinated to the consideration of the product, but would be entirely governed by symbolic exchange, entirely centered on the exhaustion of the libidinal resources of love and death in a give and take, heedless of the conservation of goods, heedless of power, bound up with rekindling force puissance at all costs. Political economy, therefore, would be something which begins somewhere in the history of humanity, in any case with a certain sort of social dispositif, far then from being the universal truth of every society, presenting itself veiled, in embryo, in archaic societies from which it would be absent. It would be the retroactive projection of the capitalist assemblage onto symbolic exchanges that would ignore all interest in order to count only as passion, and all equivalence in order to exhibit nothing but ambivalence. One should sweep aside the little ploys of the determinant and the dominant, with the back of one's hand, the profoundly logocentric view according to which, of course, the Greeks were ignorant of labor, but would finally work without knowing it, and would, indeed, have to end up learning it, although no longer under the name of the Greeks, but that of the Romans and the English. We say this is all very well, and we will march on in the same direction, certain that we must everywhere destroy the bastions of alleged economic rationality, as we must those of semiology. But, just as for this latter, we do not want to fall into the trap set by this rationality at the same moment that it is vanquished. This trap consists quite simply in responding to the demand of the vanquished theory, and this demand is, put something in my place. The important thing is this place, however, not the contents of the theory. It is the place of theory that must be vanquished. And this can come about only through displacement and flight. It matters little if we say, there is no history, if it once replaced with the linear history of stages of humanity's development, such as historical materialism imagines it, replaced by a history or even a simultaneity of discontinuous forms registering social formations in underscore their internal and external differences. It makes little difference to say, there is no universal political economy, if we add, the truth of the social relation is the ambivalence of symbolic exchange, this alone. 106 gives rights to the erotic and lethal force of desire. All the more so because we are subtle enough, and this was formerly Baudrillard's very beautiful introduction to the article on fetishism, to recognize that desire underlies capitalism too, so that in some sense the former gives the right to the latter, that it is not a libidinal nothing, including in its investment a proper effect of nihilation, that of ambivalence. No sooner is this accord of capital with the order of desire accepted, no sooner is the perversion marking it specified, than we find ourselves once more within theory and evaluation, and following the same revolutionary movement as Marx did, we must move to a radically different level that, beyond its critique, permits the definitive resolution of political economy. This level is that of symbolic exchange and its theory. Registered. Are you saying that political economy rests on the ignorance of desire? No, but on the foreclosure of castration, answers Baudrillard. But what is this castration, what is foreclosure? Is desire marked by castration, and is it organized just as Saussure's negative underlies la langue? Strange game of hide and seek with ourselves, this castration, this negative, which here we name the great zero, far from seeing in it the order of desire, which is the movement of energy, it is for us the order of capital in the broadest sense, that of the theology which capitalizes effects on the instance of the other, one figure of desire. And it is of our libidinal economy that Baudrillard would be correct to say that it forecloses castration, and therefore desire. Do we maintain the opposite? Hardly. Let us take a precise case. When Baudrillard says, there is neither a mode of production nor production in primitive societies. There is no dialectic and no unconscious in primitive societies. We say, there are no primitive societies. First of all, methodologically, I'm afraid so, this society of the gift and counter-gift plays, in Baudrillard's thought, the role of a reference, lost, of course, of an alibi, which cannot be found, in his critique of capital. Baudrillard does not mean to speak of nature and naturality. Degree, how is it that he does not see that the whole problematic of the gift, of symbolic exchange, such as he receives it from Moss, with or without the additions and diversions of Baudeley, Cale Lewis, Lacan, belongs in its entirety to Western racism and imperialism, that it is still ethnology's good savage, slightly libidinalized, which he inherits with the concept. It will be necessary to take a detour here, to examine Baudrillard's critique of the idea of 107. Nature, to refute the dichotomy he proposes between the good nature which would be what lets itself be civilized, that is to say, dominated and exploited, and a bad nature which would be rebellious. Carried away as he is against the materialism of forces and relations of production, which in fact demands this separation, he forgets that there is constantly, within Western political, that is, also sociological and ethnological, thought, since at least Plato in the Timaeus, who will seek the guardians of his utopian Atlantis amongst the very ancient Egyptian savages, and certainly in Marx's socio-economic thought, there is the wholly inverted reference of a good rebel nature, of a nature good insofar as it is rebellious, insofar therefore as it is left outside, forgotten, foreclosed. Ethnology in its entirety, Levi-Strauss's as much as Jollin's, emanates from this fantasy, which is in its turn only one case amongst many of the representationalization mise en representation proper to the West, proceeding from its logophilia. We will show this in Marx, not in order to convince that this is the case, rather through a species of pleasure, through affection for the young girl that he is, dreaming of reconciliation and believing that this had taken place in the past, somewhere else, and that she and her lover, the proletariat, had been deprived of it. We will show that, speaking of the archaic laborer, this feminine Marx has some resonances not unrelated in general to those of Baudrillard forging his myth of symbolic exchange. For what happens to whomever does not want to recognize that political economy is libidinal, is that he reproduces in other terms the same fantasy of an externalized region where desire would be sheltered from every treacherous transcription into production, labor, and the law of value. The fantasy of a non-alienated region. Methodologically, to retrace Marx's movement, even extending it to the position of desire, begins religion all over again, so much so that there is something almost tragic when Baudrillard parodies the famous statement of 1843, for Germany, the critique of religion is substantially over, by writing, the critique of political economy is substantially over. For, in this text of 1843, which intends to start something else, a politics which would be non-philosophical, that is to say, religious, Marx allows his thoroughly religious love for a lost consubstantiality of men amongst themselves and with nature to show through. It is there in particular that his desire for return, so similar to that of Rousseau, gives itself free rein, weaving the absolutely Christian scenario of the martyr of the proletariat as the 108 sacrificial episode necessary to the final salvation. A class must be formed which has radical chains, a class in civil society which is not a class of civil society. A class which is the dissolution of all classes, a sphere which is a total loss of humanity and which can only redeem itself by a total redemption of humanity, etc. I am not saying that this scenario exists in Baudrillard, far from it, but there is, inevitably, the reproduction of that same thing which underlies it and which Marx's desire required. It is necessary, a region which would not be in society and which would be generations placed or left out of circulation, off limits, by the very development of productive forces, and of this production of marginals, it will be said, just as, in the past, Marx said of the production of the proletariat, New contradictions emanate from this, too. Once again, our intention is not to reduce that to this, and not for a moment do we stop loving and stoking the anger of the anti-economist. Moreover, he takes a great deal of care to show that these contradictions are in no way dialectical, and to oppose subversion, which does not itself enter the order of political economy, to the claims and counter-claims which are just the basic constituents of the game which capital plays with itself. There is no dialectic in Baudrillard, and this is because the subversive reference, that of the good savage and the good hippie, is in his eyes positively present in modern society, not negatively, as Marx imagines the proletariat to be. The marginals are libidinal affirmations, the proletarians were negations of negation in a journey and a sublation releve. We fear only the consequences of this small detail, of this methodological nuance, that the affirmative should be delimited as a region. Since every region gives rise to regime and reign, to sign and mechanism, and if therefore all one's hopes were placed in it, one is certain to despair. Perhaps, as politicians, we still and always desire to be in Despatinen. Every political economy is libidinal. There is one thing, then, which makes us say, there is no primitive society, that is to say, there is no external reference, even if immanent, from which the separation of what belongs to capital, or political economy, and what belongs to subversion, or libidinal economy, can always be made, and cleanly, where desire would be clearly legible, where its proper economy would not be scrambled. 109. And this should be clearly understood. Scrambled does not mean thwarted, tainted, by a foreign, evil instance. This is simply the problematic of alienation. It is, to invoke another brother, what still belongs in anti-Oedipus to the thought of an error or of a criminal act. Scrambled means that the economy of desire cannot be attributed, just like ambivalence, not only because it is eros and the death drive, but because the effects of each instance are inescribable, as we have said. Scrambled then, by itself and in itself, not crossed and alienated by another political economic order. There is no alienation from the instant one escapes the critical relation. There is as much libidinal intensity in capitalist exchange as in the alleged symbolic exchange. And this is the second thing to be said in a more provocative or affirmative way, concerning our gloss of there is no primitive society. Not merely, there is no other regional reference, but, capitalism is also a primitive society, or, the primitive society is also a capitalism. This latter statement first, of course, savages do not capitalize goods, but who considers that it is only the fully mercantile instance of the great zero that sanctions and indeed demands the scrupulous balancing of the inflows and outflows of affects, in the form of relatives, words, beasts, lives, sexes, hanging over and maintaining these societies? Take the ethnological descriptions that you might set against us as embarrassing counter-examples, the most embarrassing, at random, the mad witches that Michel Léry's frequents in Gondar, the terrifying murder, the Jacuji's wooden arch hung for 3 nights over the neck of the young girl who must perish, a murder announced, honored in an insomniac chant, so admirably described by Pierre Clastres. For, of course there are extreme intensities here and there, and ambivalence, this is the least one can say. But even this possibility of the Indian hunter's criminal love and hate with regard to his fellow countrywoman is not important, nor is the orgasmic and mortiferous exaltation of women stained with the blood of sacrificed beasts. What is important is that these indisputable intensities are also read in terms of order, and even of the return to order, that the tensions which all at once inscribe themselves at the extremities or at the center of the social surface fully participate in the sense. That they do not in any way subvert it, but literally compose it, and thus circulate in it as exchangeable, intelligible, semiotic signs. Good, Baudrillard would doubtlessly put up with us speaking in this way, societies of the gift and counter-gift, he would say. 110. But, if so, he would then have to admit this, that symbolic exchange is also an exchange in the sense of political economy. However, let us now try this other proposition, and see what comes of it, This dissimulation of intensities into values and values into intensities is no less active in capitalist society. Just as there is a capitalist order of savages, which sanctions Levi Strauss's imperialism, but what imperialism is not sanctioned by a guarantor of order, by a desire for balancing out, active in the dominated society itself, so there are errant forces in the signs of capital. Not in its margins as its marginals, but dissimulated in its most nuclear, the most essential exchanges, the most alienated or fetishized exchanges in Baudrillard's eyes. If we do not recognize this, then in 10 years' time we will start up another new critique, the critique of the political economy of the sign. But it is extraordinarily difficult to recognize the desire of capital such as it is instantiated here and there, as, for example, in labor, in the awful mundane sense of the grind for which not even the worker today has enough words of contempt and disrepute, or as in the object, the same object whose force puissance Baudrillard's fascination has for its part, justifiably, so helped us to recapture through its power. Isn't fetishism an opportunity for intensities? Doesn't it attest to an admirable force of invention, adding events which could not be more improbable to the libidinal band? From where would you criticize fetishism, when you know that one cannot criticize homosexuality or masochism without becoming a crude bastard of the moral order? Or again, indeed, investment in the time of capital, this strange simultaneous placing in reserve and anticipated expenditure of libidinal intensities, which is implied in the system of banking and currency, an analysis of this might be attempted later. Or more simply, investment in the system as such, in general, a characteristic by which one man, a great physician, finds himself a collaborator with a Westmoreland, a pathetic scientific criminal from the Vietnam War, one characteristic of the decisive congruence, and doubtlessly not exclusive of others, between science and capital. And yet the investment in the system, in value, in the constitution of pieces of the libidinal band in terms which only have value through difference or reference, and in the establishment of the laws of these cross-references, that is to say the deranged investment in the bond and its accomplice, lack, like a drug whose supply one doesn't even ask for again for the lack of it. 111. Is as much a having as any other. 5. In the sense of Freudian libidinal economy, in the metapsychology or the ego and the id, can't this investment give rise to vertiginous intensities? Were not Einstein's most artistic inventions also driven by this desire, by the conviction that God, as he said, certainly does not play at dice? And what is just in this? Nothing at all. But, you will say, it gives rise to power and domination, to exploitation and even extermination. Quite true, but also to masochism, but the strange bodily arrangement of the skilled worker with his job and his machine, which is so often reminiscent of the dispositif of hysteria, can also produce the extermination of a population. Look at the English proletariat, at what capital, that is to say their labor, has done to their body. You will tell me, however, that it was that or die. But it is always that or die. This is the law of libidinal economy. No, not the law, this is its provisional, very provisional, definition in the form of the cry, of intensities of desire, that or die, i.e. that and dying from it, death always in it, as its internal bark, its thin nut skin, not yet as its price, on the contrary as that which renders it unpayable. And perhaps you believe that that or die is an alternative. And that if they choose that, if they become the slave of the machine of the machine, fucked by it, 8 hours, 12 hours, a day, year after year, it is because they are forced into it, constrained, because they cling to life. Death is not an alternative to it, it is a part of it, it attests to the fact that there is jouissance in it. The English unemployed did not become workers to survive, they hang on tight and spit on me enjoyed ilsont jouir the hysterical, masochistic, whatever exhaustion it was of hanging on in the mines, in the foundries, in the factories, in hell, they enjoyed it, enjoyed the mad destruction of their organic body which was indeed imposed upon them, they enjoyed the decomposition of their personal identity, the identity that the peasant tradition had constructed for them, enjoyed the dissolution of their families and villages, and enjoyed the new monstrous anonymity of the suburbs and the pubs in the morning and evening. And let's finally acknowledge this jouissance, which is similar, little girl Marx was clear on this point, in every way to that of prostitution, the jouissance of anonymity, the jouissance of the repetition of the same in work, the same gesture, the same comings and goings in the factory, how many penises per hour, how many 12 tons of coal, how many cast iron bars, how many barrels of shit, not produced, of course, but endured, the same parts of the body used, made use of, to the total exclusion of others, and just as the prostitute's vagina or mouth are hysterically anesthetized, through use, through being used, so the worker's ear as described and analyzed by Tomatis, who, next to an alternator functioning at 20,000 Hz, peacefully writes his letters and hears the finest noises, and when Tomatis makes his audiogram study, he notices that the resonant range corresponding to the alternator functioning at 20,000 Hz, is neutralized, mute. Hence a hysterical treatment of a fraction of the auditory body, or assemblage, the libidinal use demanded, of course, by the conditions of labor, which are also, however, those of prostitution. It goes without saying, of course, that we say this without any condemnation, without any regret, on the contrary by discovering that there has been, and perhaps still once, the extraordinary dissimulating force of the worker, force of resistance, force of jouissance in the hysterical madness of the conditions of labor which the sociologists would call fragmented without seeing what libidinal intensities these fragments can convey as fragments. How can we continue to speak of alienation when it is clear that for everybody, in the experiences he has, and that more often than not he cannot properly have, since these experiences are allegedly shameful, and especially since instead of having them, he is these experiences, of even the most stupid capitalist laborer, that he can find jouissance and a strange, perverse intensity? What do we know about it? When it is clear that not one productive or artistic or poetic metamorphosis has ever been accomplished, nor will be, by a unitary and totalized organic body, but that it is always at the price of its alleged dissolution and therefore of an inevitable stupidity that this has been possible, when it is clear that there has never been, nor ever will be such a dissolution for the good reason that there has never been nor ever will be such a body bound up in its unity and identity, that this body is a fantasy, itself fairly libidinal, erotic and hygienic equals Greek, or erotic and supernatural equals Christian, and that it is by contrast with this fantasy that all alienation is thought and resented in the sense of ressentiment, which is the feeling aroused by the great zero as the desire for return. But the body of primitive savages was no more a whole body than that of the Scottish miners of a century ago. There is no whole body. 113. Finally, you must also realize that such jouissance, 1 am thinking of that of the proletariat, is not at all exclusive of the hardest and most intense revolts. Jouissance is unbearable. It is not in order to regain their dignity that the workers will revolt, break the machines, lock up the bosses, kick out the deputies, that the victims of colonization will set the governor's palaces on fire and cut the sentries' throats. No, it is something else altogether. There is no dignity. Guiodet has so admirably put this into writing with regard to Algeria. Copyright: there are libidinal positions, tenable or not, there are positions invested which are immediately disinvested, the energies passing on to other pieces of the great puzzle, inventing new fragments and new modalities of jouissance, that is to say of intensification. There is no libidinal dignity, nor libidinal fraternity. There are libidinal contacts without communication, for want of a message. This is why, amongst individuals participating in the same struggle, there may exist the most profound miscomprehension, even if they are situated in the same social and economic bracket. If some Algerian fights for 4 years out in the brush or for a few months in the urban networks, it is because his desire has become the desire to kill, not to kill in general, but to kill an invested part, still invested, there's no doubt about it, of his sensitive regions. Would he kill his French master? More than that, he would be killed as the obliging servant of this master, to disengage the region of his prostitute's consent, to seek other jourissances than prostitution as a model, that is to say as the predominant modality of investment. Nevertheless, instantiating itself in murder, perhaps his desire remained still in the grip of the punitive relation that he meant to abandon, perhaps this murder was still a suicide, a punishment, the price due to the pimp, and still servitude. But during this same struggle for independence, some other moderate, even centrist, Algerian, decided on compromise and negotiation. He sought quite another disposition of jouissance, his intelligence dismissing such a death and swearing in calculation, already nourishing contempt for the body and exalting words as negotiation demands, hence also his own death as the death of flesh in general, not as the prostitute body, a very acceptable death to the Western talker, etc. Now these disparities, which are heterogeneities of investment in the erotic and deadly fluxes, are of course also found within any social movement whatsoever, whether minute, on the scale of a factory, or immense, when it spreads to a whole country or 114 continent. But apart from the movements of open revolt, notice that these singular hysterical jouissances, for example, or those we might call potential, so akin to modern scientificity, or again those by which a body is installed within the increased reproduction of capital, where it is entirely subordinated to the measurement of time saved and time advanced, and indeed all these instantiations, brutally sketched here, even when the capitalist machine is humming in the apparent general boredom. And whenever Yachty seems to do their job without moaning, all these libidinal instantiations, these little dispositives of the retention and flow of the influxes of desire are never unequivocal and cannot give rise to a sociological reading or an unequivocal politics, to a decoding into a definable lexis and syntax. Punishment incites both submission and revolt, power, the fascination of pride and auto-depreciative depression, every discipline demands passion and hate. Even if these are only the indifference in Marx's sense, of whomever performs it. Hence ambivalence, said Baudrillard. And we say, much more than that, something else besides this condensed house of love and disgust or fear, which in general will be vulnerable to the attack of a semiotic or hermeneutic analysis of affects. No interpreter is afraid of polysemia, but at the same time and indiscernibly something which is a functioning or dysfunctioning term in a system, and something which is abruptly implacable joy and suffering, at once ambivalent signification and tension, dissimulated into one another. Not only the and/or, but the silent comma. Every political economy is libidinal, continued. How many iron bars, tons of sperm, decibels of carnal shrieks and factory noises, more and still more, this more may be invested as such, it is in capital, and it must be recognized that not only is it completely inane, we fully accept this, it is no more nor less vain than either political discussion on the Agora or the Peloponnesian War, but it is especially necessary to recognize that this is not even a matter of production. These products are not products. What counts here, in capital, is that they are endured and endured in quantity. It is the quantity, the imposed number, that is itself already a motive for intensity, not the qualitative mutation of quantity, not at all, but as in Sada the frightening number of blows received, the number of postures and maneuvers required, the necessary number of victims, as in Mina Bumdin, the abominable quantity of penises which penetrate through many entrances into the woman who works lying on the oilcloth on a table in the back room of a bar. She sucks and shakes in a sweaty haze / she sucks the knobs waved in her face / she shudders as the trouser flies wound her / her vision reel / entrances and sham exits / awakening in hospital / the bar door grinds / Mina is this door / diastole and systole / her heart is going to burst / she attempts to count the openings of the door / she says to herself that she will become so many dicks / she loses count and retains the grinding / she is made to drink coca / she has a funny taste at the bottom of her throat / she is a wounded bird / a shivering bruised bird / she lies at the roadside / she has had an accident. You have counted well / not all the time / you rested against me yes all the time / I didn't leave you for a moment / the 40th in the cunt alone / Mina in quarantine / I disgust you / tell me that I disgust you / I will play the whore for you / I will do my 100 a day on the oilcloth with the little blue squares / the smell of the acetylene torch / the whistling of the torch / the whistling of its suffering / she is dead assassinated / in the light of the wretches / she was dead here for month / 4 years / the 100 a day on the oilcloth in the back shop and the bucket of water / when she was finished to reawaken her / the frozen bucket of water / and all at once all over again the whistling of the lamp / then she was not dead / she was not dead enough / she had to start RAI. G9? Use erogenous zone numbers, registered more and still more. Isn't this a decisive instantiation of intensity in capitalism? Are we, intellectual sirs, not actively or passively passivons producing more and more words, more books, more articles, ceaselessly refilling the potboiler of speech, gorging ourselves on it rather, seizing books and experiences, to metamorphose them as quickly as possible into other words, plugging us in here, being plugged in there, just like Mina on her blue squared oilcloth, extending the market and the trade in words of course, but also multiplying the chances of jouissance. Scraping up intensities wherever possible, and never being sufficiently dead, for we too are required to go from the 40 to the 100 a day, and we will never play the whore enough, we will never be dead enough. And here is the question, why, political intellectuals, do you incline towards the proletariat? In commiseration for what? I realize. 116. That a proletarian would hate you. You have no hatred because you are bourgeois, privileged smooth-skinned types, but also because you dare not say the only important thing there is to say, that one can enjoy swallowing the shit of capital, its materials, its metal bars, its polystyrene, its books, its sausage pates, swallowing tons of it till you burst, and because instead of saying this, which is also what happens in the desire of those who work with their hands, arses, and heads, you become a leader of men, what a leader of pimps, you lean forward and divulge, but that's alienation, it isn't pretty, hang on, we'll save you from it, we will work to liberate you from this wicked affection for servitude, we will give you dignity. And in this way you situate yourselves on the most despicable side, the moralistic side, where you desire that our capitalists' desire be totally ignored, forbidden, brought to a standstill. You are like priests with sinners, our servile intensities frighten you, you have to tell yourselves, how they must suffer to endure that. And of course we suffer, we the capitalized, but this does not mean that we do not enjoy, nor that what you think you can offer us as a remedy for what does not disgust us, even more. We abhor therapeutics and its Vaseline, we prefer to burst under the quantitative excesses that you judge the most stupid. And don't wait for our spontaneity to rise up in revolt either. Let me open a parenthesis of hatred, here, a word will suffice against the great cesspool of consolations called spontaneity and creativity, that some dare to connect onto the courses, wayward certainly, but never vulgar until then, traced by the impulsions of socialisme ou barbarie in the field of political practice and theory. In 1964, apparently over questions of theory and orientation, we broke with Castoriadis, who, rightly bored with reassessing historical, dialectic and diaroetic materialism, nevertheless proposed to put in its place the abominable supermale thing of generalized creativity. In modern capitalism, he explained, but read it yourselves, he is publishing his complete works, percent. The central problem is no longer exploitation, but the destruction of any real human communication, the annihilation of men's capacity to ceaselessly create, by themselves, sua, new forms of relations with the world and with others. Against privatization, he brings back active socialization, against alienation, this always active creativity. Everywhere and always, creativity. From what do men, women, children, let's not leave anyone out, suffer in affluent society? From there. 117. Solitude and from becoming passive, and why? Because their power to communicate and to love, their capacity to invent new responses, and to try them out on the most radical problems, is annihilated, he says, by the bureaucratic organization not only of their working lives, but of every aspect of their lives. A bureaucracy which is not some small defect in the otherwise complete social body, for example, in the sense in which the Pojadists speak of administrative bureaucracy, Crozier genuinely seeing in it the relinquishment of the old royal, Jacobin centralism, in administrations, Trotsky denouncing it as a cancer-devouring a state which is otherwise proletarian. No, global bureaucratization, as Bruno Rizzi said. 2° But of course, under the name, although it is very clumsily inherited from Trotskyism, of bureaucracy, we were quite in agreement that this had to be understood, not a new political phenomenon, not only an extension of the apparatus to new sectors of social life, not only the simple consolidation of a new dominant social class, but moreover the production of another humanity for which the revolutionary thought of making that we inherited. After a fashion from Marx, even if this was through the entire leftist opposition, was no longer appropriate. And we were quite in agreement that it was necessary, in a sense, to restart the revolution, as the introductory text presented by Castoriadis and his group was entitled. Nevertheless, we went over to the adverse camp which continued pouvoir ouvrier for some time, a camp classed as traditionalist in questions of Diamat and Hismat, and which on the contrary should have been called a camp for refugees or homeless persons, so diverse were the preoccupations of those who found themselves in it, as the discords which erupted after the first attempts at theoretical or practical research and the resignations show. If one mention a word on this subject, and on purpose a thoughtless word at that, it is, 1. Because it serves nothing to shroud the affair in the solemn dress which tends to envelop politics on the grand scale and which is so inclined to maintain the already established myth of socialisme ou barbarie, a myth that should be damned more than any other. 2. So that our readers are warned that our weighty predecessors are as light as our successors. 3. So that they consider our flight into libidinal economy for what it is, the solution to a long pain and the breach out of a difficult impasse. 4. And so that they understand these few lines of hatred as the expression of our laughter, behind. 118. Our anger, at the hole that Castoriadis believed he had made, and made others believe he had made, in the wall which was obstructing everything we did as militants, our thoughts, our lives, our acts, and this was no small matter, it wasn't a question of having the party card, or selling political rags on a Sunday morning in the market, our laughter at, and against, this whole which connected us onto nothing which we already did not know, which did not make our bodies and heads flee towards unheard of dispositions at all, but which wisely channeled them towards a new vision of the world, towards a new thinking, towards a humanism of creators at heart similar to that of some big, philanthropic American boss, towards a theory, yet again, a theory of generalized alienation which necessarily implied as its double a theory of generalized creativity, the only means known, since Hegel and undoubtedly Jesus as well, of not being alienated without being God. Therefore a new religion, then, man-made God, a Faustian religion which betrayed as ever and continued to betray its antiquatedness, as an innocent friend remarked to us one day, in the incoherence of the very expression workers' power pouvoir ouvrier. For worker, that ought to have been the taking into consideration of the very force puissance of what is dominated, and it is not then a matter of revealing the scandal of power as what could console or cure him, not just because no one has to judge it, and I am not even saying, if not the interested parties themselves, since it is no more them than any others, without doubt, but again because this force belonged to us as politicians, it was for us to lower the flag before it, to take it into full consideration, and then the perspective of power would be abandoned. It should not have begun, as soon as it was perceived, and perceived in its extension, to be understood negatively, by nihilists refusing to call it force puissance, the force of holding the untenable, and also the force of not holding it and making everything shake, the self included hurrying, on the contrary, to call it privatization, passivation, alienation, loss of creativity, that is to say, hurrying to set it up as lack and present the maximum as the thing to bring about or bring back. Finally, we need not have said, restart the revolution, instead, and this would have been the whole, we had to say, let's also eliminate the idea of revolution which became and which perhaps had always been a little nothing of an idea, the idea of a reversal of position in the sphere of political economic power and therefore the idea of maintaining this 119 sphere, or even, to be fairer to Castoriadis, the idea of a reversal of position in all spheres. Even this thought of a generalized reversal had to be broken in its turn, for it was once again a wall, the same wall of the same impasse, since where there is thought of reversal, there is the theory of alienation, nihilism, and theoretician saviors, heads, depositories of knowledge. Thinking heads are always connected by invisible threads to the body of the people, a delighted Marx wrote to Meyer, January 21, 1871. This is where my hatred lies, knowledge carried on. We thought we had correct knowledge, how very sophisticated to know, knowing that one does not know, to know, presenting oneself sincerely as not knowing, to know how to construct in an open, decided, instigating way, the knowledge ultimately of an analyst, and so, thanks to this piece of sophistication, we hope to avoid adultery, not the thoroughly legal and well-sanctioned nuptials of this knowledge with power. We said, we are militants who are no longer militants, we are no longer the bearers of good news, we put ourselves at the service of people when they desire to do something, a strike, a boycott, an occupation, etc., whose form is not established. We will be their agents, their go-between, we will draw up their tracts, circulate them, we will be almost non-existent. And I have to say that this was all well and good, this desire for a servant's position in the homes of these men who were born masters, this search for hysteria, Lacan said, for these inevitably paranoid militants. But we kept going with knowledge, since absolute mind may indeed make itself the servant, it must become the dialectical servant of all the regions it traverses. The words it utters do not say what they mean, they are equivocal, not at all in the sense of dissimulation, equivocal on the contrary because interchangeable, the dirty little ambivalence, the master becoming the servant and thereby becoming or re-becoming the true master, the militant doing away with himself as the boss, or even as the little soldier of the revolution, and thereby remaining the true boss. The words from the mouth turned humbly towards the sun were already the words of the power to come, sent out from the tribunal, because they belong to knowledge. The new revolution began again before turning sour like its predecessors, should its new servants play its spokesman. Hatred for the facsimile. What does it matter what you say if the position of discourse remains the same? Within the group, only Philippe Guillaume understood that early on. To restart the 120 revolution is not to rebegin it, it is to cease to see the world alienated, meant to be saved or helped, or even to be served. It is to abandon the masculine position, to listen to femininity, stupidity and madness without regarding them as evils. Hatred for the pimp who disguises himself as a girl without having the desire to be one, sinister masculine caricature of the nobleman in drag. End of the outburst. Renouncing therefore critique and consolation. Quantity can be invested as such, and this is not an alienation, and, furthermore, it existed in the prestigious consumption of so-called pre-capitalist societies, but Baudrillard knows this better than we do. Fragmentation can be invested as such, and this is not an alienation. It is a fantasy, not simply reactionary, but constitutive of Western theatricality, to believe that there were societies where the body was not fragmented. There is no organic body for libidinal economy, and no more is there a libidinal body, a strange compromise of a concept from Western medicine and physiology with the idea of the libido as energy subject to the indiscernible regimes of eros and death. François Guéry, in his commentary on the fourth section of Book 1 of Capital, shows that the humanist protests, such as those of Friedman or Marcuse, against part-time work rest on an error in the localization of the size Zion of the body, Of course, he says, the body of capital, in taking possession of the productive body in the factories as Marx described it, and a fortiori in large semi-automated industry, breaks the organic body into independent parts, requiring an almost superhuman subtlety of some of them, which will go hand in hand with a more and more extensive mechanization of skilled actions, but, he adds, this is only an anachronistic phenomenon affecting the antique mixture of the biological and the productive body. The really great size Zion of the body is not there. It relies on another size Zion, practiced in the very heart of the biological body, the one between the body, then reduced to a machinery, and the intellectual forces of production, the head, the brain, whose present state is the software of the information scientists. *4 How are we to understand that the really pertinent cutting line is, for Guy, this one rather than the first? This is because he admits a certain image of the medieval corporation, or rather the eternal corporation, operative throughout antiquity, until the Middle Ages, an image which is that forged by Marx and which is that of a body machining forces, the organic forces of the human body, including the head. And Guy insists, this has its 12. Importance. The man's head is machined by the corporation, but as an organic part of the body. There is no question, then, of an internal hierarchy where the head would be spatially and qualitatively situated at the summit, higher than the manual forces, the lungs, the arms, fingers, legs and feet. 25 Let us admit that, in the field of productive labor, the corporation wants indeed this non-hierarchical body. It remains the case that such a characterization stands only on condition that this field is isolated, separated from the political organization from which it is taken, whether this be Oriental despotism, the free town, the city, or the empire, and to stay with Greece on condition that the appearance of speech as political techne is not taken into account, which is equivalent, all things being equal, to a process of cephalization and even of capitalization, reducing each manual task to a fragmentation subordinated to the political body. In other words, the head did indeed exist in the age of the corporation, not in the corporation perhaps, but certainly in the social body. The social body may not be the body of political economy in our age, and the productive body does not perhaps take on the form of the concentration of the partial drives, for it is a question of these. It is the political body which effects this concentration, but it is no less extant here, and the folding down onto the central zero, which is not necessarily currency, in Sparta, for example, but always the center of speech and the sword, sets up no less of a hierarchization of these pools ions and social entities where they give way to free play in a privileged way. This much will be said of a non-political, therefore a primitive or a savage society, given that concentration does not take place in war and discourse, at least not systematically. What we must take a look at here, beyond an error which appeared to be an error of detail, is the fantasy, so powerful and constant in the best Marxist heritage, of a happy state of the working body, this happiness being, in the pure tradition of the West, thought as the self-unity of all its parts. But under examination, this fantasy will be seen to be nothing other than Baudrillard's primitive society in another guise. Symbolic exchange is also a political economic exchange, just as the law of civic speaking in Athens, and the tetralogus, degree one's also a law of the mercantilization of discourse, and, complementarily, just as the scrupulous fragmentation of tasks in the regulated disciplines implies their subordination to a central zero which, while not being professional, perhaps, is no less the caput of the alleged social body. 122. There are no primitive societies. One more word on symbolic exchange. In violation of our principles, let's devote a few pages to criticizing it. It is an idea in which two concepts of the symbolic come to be confounded, the Maussian concept of the gift charged with ambivalent affects, the Lacanian concept of an order, as a marker of discontinuity, which makes the materials, for example, the day's residues in the dream work, signify by their simple and arbitrary insertion into chains. But let's leave this slightly academic critique by way of the confusion of concepts, to release its intensity in that form in which it appeared to us, one evening when between a piece of music by Kegel and a piece by Boulez we were pissing in the deserted urinals in the Donau Eskingen Konzerthalle. Where does it go? We wondered. And the idea formed that the fear of impotence impuissance is this question: what if it went nowhere? That is to say, unconnected pieces of the body, not entering into the circuit of metamorphoses. It is going to be lost? No, rather the opposite, it is going to remain. Impotence, which is not powerlessness, which may on the contrary be power, would therefore be, it remains, it no longer metamorphoses. It is not at all a question of castration, but of keeping the metamorphic currents separate, non-connection in relation to the passages of intensity, depression. Now, here comes the question of symbolic exchange. This fear is not, as we have thought, the fear of no longer being able to give. The category of the gift is a theatrical idea, it belongs to semiology, it presupposes a subject, a limit of his proper body and his property, and the generous transgression of this property. When Lacan says, to love is to give what one has not, he means, to forget that one is castrated. It should mean, one never has anything, there is no subject, and so there is nothing but love. Not only is there never anything to give because one has nothing, but there is no one to give, or to receive. It is in the theory of signs that donatory exchange, or the gift as the primitive form of exchange, may be represented as the attribution or devolution of an object charged with affects to someone who at the beginning of the cycle didn't have it, for the sign is just something which replaces something else, hides and manifests something else, for someone, for the addressee, and also for the sender. This problematic, coming from Jacobson to Lacan, that is to say the theory of communication, carries with it the entire 123. Philosophy of the subject, the philosophy of a body haunted by self-appropriation and property, since the theory of communication is obviously just as much a piece of economic theory. Moss must not be read as the discovery of a pre-capitalist, or at least a mercantilist, economy, but as the invention and the perfecting, in the heart of this economy, of its indispensable complement of anteriority-exteriority. Replace the gift with symbolic exchange and you remain in the same sphere, for exchange also takes place amongst unitary bodies or those destined to be unitary, even if they are prevented forever, by the bar of the signifier, from bringing this unity about, and even if they are always driven by their splitting in two, by the Entziehung, as Hegel used to say, to exchange something, even if only pieces of themselves, the exchangists remain perforated, like poles or ideas of mercantilist reason rather than as existence. It remains that exchange requires this polarization, this encephalization, and an in and out movement, a cycle of flows, the circle of a market and its central balance. Whether or not one exchanges affects does not modify this configuration, it simply dramatizes it. And so we see that we will not manage to adjust new it is necessary statements to the great skin by swapping mercantilist exchange for symbolic exchange. To criticize production is necessarily also to criticize exchange, all exchange, its concept. Exchange is no less humanist than production. If we must get away from production, and we must, let's also give exchange the slip, the instantiation of fluxes and effects on these exchangist entities. Circulation is no less suspect than production, it is only, as Marx well knew, a particular case of production taken in the broad sense. Let's rather place ourselves in the sense of this production in the broad sense, which is the general metamorphosis of everything which takes place on bodies and inscribes itself into the social body, haunted by the idea of a ceaseless general metamorphosis, or of a general production without inscription, which is nothing other than the great skin. We wonder instead what are the characteristics of the figure which makes the passage from this latter to inscribed production, the characteristics of the dispositif of inscription which constitutes social voluminosity. The moral of the Donau Eskingen urinal was experienced before its time in a similar environment, in the men's toilets of the Department of Mathematics and Information Science in the 124 University of Aarhus, A small photoelectric device set off a flushing in the pen as soon as your flies unzipped, you got your penis near it. There you have a new statement and the certainty that there is no impotence, except through depression. We can now pursue this critique of symbolic exchange, still for pleasure, and it may even happen that we make some important discoveries here. There is a condensation in the idea of this exchange, it is therefore a very libidinal idea, and we love it as much as Baudrillard can love it, but there is a desire even greater than ours, a desire latent in capitalist society, which does not love this condensation, and which must be understood a condensation, as we said, between Mauss's idea, which is a phenomenological description of interhuman relations, and Lacan's, which is a structuralist theory of the cutting up of elements of reality and the production of meaning. In symbolic exchange there is implied, therefore, the relation of one subject to others, mediated by objects counting only as symbols of ambivalent affects, love and death. Potlatch passes for a model in this regard, and, at the same time, a structural relation which determines, arbitrarily and according to each culture, the qualities and quantities of the objects likely to become such symbols. When Baudrillard says, there is no savage unconscious, is he doing anything other than expressing, in a provocative fashion, the aforementioned condensation, that is, affirming that consciousness in its entirety, exchange between persons, receives and assumes in primitive societies the unconscious in its entirety, the organization cutting up the symbols and their exchange, and that there is no impenetrable remainder. This condensation is very interesting by itself, supported by the Lacanian reading of Freud. It refers to the common source of Lacan and Mauss, which is chapter 4 of the Phenomenology of Mind. The struggle for recognition, which is of course the model, spontaneous or controlled, allowing Mauss to decipher Potlatch and extend its range, is also what haunts the image that Lacan has formed for himself of the unconscious. But there is already in this image a primary condensation between death in the Hegelian dialectic and castration in Freudian dramatics. If consciousness intends to leave the simple certainty of the self, it must leap outside the particularity of its natural life, explains Hegel, and this leap can only take place on condition that this particularity is in effect renounced. Since it is my life, its negation is my death, and consciousness can only attain 125. Universality on condition that it accepts the risk of this irreversible expenditure, 1 cent. That it gives up its life. So what is this but the other? Asks Lacan, if not the master who makes consciousness tremble sufficiently for it to abandon its concern to be recognized and withdraws into the equivocally of its risk-maintained particularity or of its hope for lacking universality. The splitting of the subject which gives rise to the unconscious requires this suspended death, terror in the face of castration, the menace of the law, that is to say of the sword of justice. Therefore relinquishment is constitutive of the subject. That ultimately in Hegel there is Vergebung, Versicherung, remission, reconciliation, in the theme of absolute knowledge or of the subject's substance, is apparent even though it is without doubt not illegitimate to show that the very category of the Aufhebung, of this annihilation full of reserve, is less well oiled than it might appear, and can conceal the extreme risk of madness in the void. 7. Conversely, one might suspect that with Lacan, the reader of Freud, the non-reconciliation, the impossibility for the ego to come to where its CA was, is insurmountable. Far from it, however, even at the privileged thematic level of the efficacy of the cure, 8 entirely thought in terms of dialectics, but, more seriously still, the Vergebung is present in thought as the quality of the schema, that the unconscious is conceived, and practiced, not as the other of discourse, but as the discourse of the other, results from a simple reversal which assures the subject, split into all the same, of a second-level unity, a meta-unity which is not, of course, that of consciousness itself, but rather of language, that is, the language of philosophers or thinkers. For if the unconscious one's structured like a language, even though consciousness cannot say everything because of its perpetual splitting in search of death castration, the unsayable, the part of the subject which is submerged in this primitive fear is still talking. The unconscious of course says something other than what consciousness says, and it doesn't know what it is saying. A dialogue or a dialectic of both halves is nevertheless practicable. Lacan calls it the cure. Remission of the principle is thus constituted by the silence of the master, although he refuses recognition, and one does not enter into dialogue with him, although he does not respond, but kills, or threatens, whereas he is content, as Job did to his irascible father, to remind his knecht that without him, he would be nothing. The unamiable well, despite everything, there is the 126 hope, in Lacan, that silence will be given up, simply because death is assimilated to the life of the mind, to speech. By saying the unconscious is the discourse of the other, Freud is reincorporated into Hegel. Judaism, for which the latter nevertheless demonstrates such an aversion, is recovered in Hellenic or Christian mediacy. One should remind oneself a little, the Jews, for Hegel, are the failure of the dialectic, that is, the failure of love. They are the rupture, incarnated in the story of Abraham, of all links with the homeland, with kinship, solitude in the face of a hostile nature, and impotence as regards being reconciled with it as Nimrod, Deucalion, and Pyrrha were. The Jews could not, as the fanatics did later, abandon themselves to disintegration or death caused by hunger, because they were attached not to an idea, but an animal existence, and they believed in their God because, completely separate from nature, they found reunion with this latter in him by virtue of a domination. The Jews are not attached to an idea, but to an animal existence, and they are therefore bestiality, a species of sick bestiality against nature or unnatural, which can subsist only by recourse to the infinite, immense domination of a master, and he will promise animal survival, the satisfaction of needs, but on condition that his domination is accepted and accepted ceaselessly, without dialogue, without the love of words and without the love of acts, without symbolic exchange, simply, in Hegel's sense, but solely through the gift without counter-gift which is, it appears, prayer and barbaric sacrifice. Consequently Abraham and his people are not real servants nor Yahweh a real master, since this master does not put his slave to work, and so the latter cannot tear himself from the terror of the rupture with nature, from the terror of death, by means of work. Abraham's existence is the impotence of the dialectic of the master and the slave, or rather the impotence of being l'impuissance d'être, the absence of this dialectic, the reflexive fixation in this natural life from which this dialectic must leave. 3. In this unnatural nature, in this bestiality which has lost the means to the satisfaction of its needs, in this dominated animality which sustains itself through servitude, do we see in this anything other than the outlines of one of the principal figures of the unconscious, or the idea according to Freud, the figure of the impenetrability of the body? To dialecticize the unconscious, as Lacan does, is to convert the Jews to the cult of the sun, to dissolve their body, furrowed with the ritualistic, absurd 127 marks of belonging, into the diaphane of the insipid host, to ban dark bestiality and stupidity, to put the mind where there are pools ions. So, to posit the primitives as creatures without an unconscious, once to perform again on the Melanesians and the Indians the same truly classical romantic operation that Hölderlin and the young Hegel performed on the Greeks, who were also not supposed to have an unconscious and to live in reconciliation and limpidity. To sum up, the genealogy of the critique of Baudrillard's symbolism, to derive the position of the unconscious from the phenomenology of consciousness, is to say that what the subject lacks at the same time as constituting it, is nothing other than what constitutes discourse dialogue while never ceasing to escape it, that is, death, which, for Hegel, is the element in which the life of the mind swims, the same thing indeed to which Freud will dedicate what is without doubt his most frenzied emotional text, Beyond the Pleasure Principle, where, Tauber, he seeks to thematize it under the name of the death drives as what, far from entering into a dialectical relation with eros logos, compels the repetition of the disorder until the body is destroyed, until the analysis is rendered interminable. To say that savages have no unconscious ones once again to extend over every silence the imperialism of the tumult made by Eros, which, as everyone knows today, is quite simply the language of structure. No, undoubtedly, it must be clearly said, there are no primitive societies or savages at all, we are all savages are capitalized capitalists. Now this problematic of symbolic exchange, don't go thinking that it is a fantasy foreign to the desire named Marx, it is one of its principal formations. Inorganic body. Since it is the deafening clamor of Eros logos which is in question, let's draw out for a moment the thread, in Marx young and old, but a woman at every age, of the minor theme of language. The model for this thematic comes of course from Feuerbach, as can be seen in the text of his youth, the only comprehensible language that we may speak to each other, wrote Marx, are our objects in relation to one another. We would not understand a human language, and it would remain ineffective, it would be on the one hand known and experienced as a prayer, as an imploring. 128. And therefore as humiliation, it would thus be uttered in shame and the feeling of being scorned, Wegwerfung, and it would be, on the other hand, received and rejected as a shameless and delirious thing, als unverschämtheit oder Wahnwitz. We are mutually alienated, entfremdet, at this point from the human being, the immediate language of this being would seem to us like a violation of human dignity, while the alienated language of values makes things appear to us to be human dignity itself in its full legitimacy, in confidence and self-recognition. What is lacking in the language of thing values, sack-like word, of values become things? The affect, what Rousseau called the accent. In this language, that of venal exchange and, let us add, that of the concept, which is also the exchange of the commodity of information, every passion appears delirious, incongruity, the immediacy of the demand, prayer, supplication, seems to be an obscenity. A Feuerbachian problematic, half Lutheran, half Rousseauist. Marx noticed this in spring 1844, while he was beginning his readings of political economy, and we can see according to what inevitably religious problematic. It is at about the same date that he published, in the Deutsche Französische extracts from a peculiar text of Feuerbach's, on the essence of faith in Luther's sense, where one should have no trouble discovering this same theme of immediacy carried to its conclusions. Let us complete Luther's work. In destroying papism, he eliminated mediated alienation, in showing that God himself is nothing but the fulfillment of my desire, one will keep the Supreme Being from the fate of Entfremdung. Let us say then that God is my God, that is to say me, insofar as he is my Jouissance, and that the essence of faith is the essence of self-love. 33 Immediacy as the suppression of the myth, of what is interposed, belongs to the tradition of the Reformation, which passes as it is, through Feuerbach, into the Hegelian left and into Marx, including his analysis of economics. Compare what you have just read concerning language with what Marx writes, at the same moment, concerning money. Money is the pimpter coupler between man's need and the object, between his life and his means of life. But that which mediates my life for me, also mediates the existence of other people for me. 34 We see then that money for him is the language spoken by exchange values. And he assigns this money a very similar characteristic to equivalence according to Baudrillard, indifference. 129. In money, in total indifference as much with regard to the nature of the material and the specific nature of private property, as with regard to the personality of the private proprietor. This is the complete domination of the alienated thing over the man who strives for appearance. What used to be the domination of one person over another, is now the universal domination of the thing over the person, of the product over the producer. Just as the equivalent, value, establishes the alienation of private property, so money wants the sensible, autonomous, objective existence, of this alienation. We see that it is Feuerbachian and Christian when equivalence is opposed, not exactly to ambivalence, although prayer, supplication, humiliation, shame, domination, are, let's be careful here, samples of reasonably ambivalent effects, but rather to the person, and to the person as producer. There is an inextricable combination in these texts of Feuerbachism, i.e. secular Lutheranism, with political economy. The splitting of object and subject according to the opposition use value/exchange value or labor force/labor time, a splitting still thematized in the contribution, in the Grundriss, in capital, finds its principle in a rupture or a bifurcation of immediacy, itself fantasized as the language of the heart. This impassioned language is lost, and neither the papist God in his candor, as Engels said at the time, nor even the reformed hypocrite God *degree will be able to reinstate it. And political economy, that is to say capital, no longer works except to continue this cleavage, making it pass from hearts to things, and thus faking it. For the commodity thing is always marked by the bar, while this latter is effaced. Such is the hypocrisy of political economy, which Marx calls its fetishism, and which clearly corresponds to what Baudrillard interprets as the occultation of castration or ambivalence in the capitalist object. Lost immediacy can only simulate its return in the apparent simplicity of the thing, it has the status of the fetish. The analysis of the object as concealing the cleavage proper to desire is to some extent in continuity with Marx's nostalgia, where the latter opposes immediacy to mediated alienation. The thought of the signifier castrator opposes the recognition of this cleavage and ambivalence to their fetishist foreclosure. The same thing is not, of course, said in both cases, and this is not simply to open a field where only the philosophers and the economists' discourses reign in questions of desire, which implies at least that one is going to stop. 130 Thinking of activity alone as productive and reproductive, and that one will accept in principle that it be granted its non-productive force puissance improductive. What cannot be believed is that to maintain such an opposition, whether it is given the name of immediacy/alienation or of cleavage/foreclosure, one settles in the field of truth, one compares a capitalist state of things and desire, eventually judged false or at least deceitful, with an authentic state. One annihilates what one has, which is effectively capitalism and the libidinal formations which are found at work there, in favor of what one has not, i.e. beautiful savagery. So once again the connivance appears between a philosophy of alienation and a psychoanalysis of the signifier, both nihilist religions, apart from Baudrillard's use of this latter, making it slip into optimism, towards the hope of a restitution of the true state of desire, whereas the strictly Lacanian version, if indeed it implies a dialectic of the cure, nevertheless rules out that the illusory objet petit, in its function of the fixation of ambivalence and the occlusion of the want to signify manque signifier, might never be dissipated, interminable analysis, permanent revolution. But these are nuances from within one and the same theology, a nihilism of loss. The Jews no longer await reconciliation and install their libidinal dispositif in the election, the resignation, and the humor of the suppressed, whereas the Christians hope, dialectically, for forgiveness. Nevertheless they surrender points to one another as concerns nihilism. In Marx, the alienation of the mediator, contrary to what he thinks, is still a Christian schema. The mediator must be destroyed, sacrificed in order that the alienation he fights, and of which he is composed, be removed. Nowhere better said than in the narrative of Jesus's incarnation and passion. You will now tell me that perhaps the young Marx was like this, but that as he aged, the concern with immediacy and the reference to a signifying coexistence without alienation disappear. Nothing of the sort, they are only displaced. The Feuerbachian aspect disappears, the Rousseauist aspect predominates. A paradise remains as secure ground for a critical perspective and a revolutionary project. This is the paradise of the inorganic body, at present, this same paradise which Fguery fantasizes under the type of corporate production of all antiquity, which Baudrillard imagines as a body impassioned with intense ambivalences, anterior to all political economy, and which Marx, although he comes round to this from 131. The other perspective, precisely that of political economy, still suffers from because he needs it, in his critical perspective, as the quasi-exteriority on which all critique relies in order to criticize its object, the inorganic body thematized by Marx explicitly in a text as late as the Grundrisse, in these terms, what M. Proudhon calls the extra-economic origin of property, by which he understands just landed property, is the pre-bourgeois relation of the individual to the objective conditions of labor, and initially to the natural objective conditions of labor, for, just as the working subject appears naturally as an individual, as natural being, so does the first objective condition of his labor appear as nature, earth, as his inorganic body. He himself is not only the organic body, but also the subject of this inorganic nature. This condition is not his product but something he finds to hand presupposed to him as a natural being apart from him. 37 If now we have not grasped that the expression he is the subject of this inorganic nature is what explains the function of satisfaction fulfilled by the inorganic body in Marx's imagination, in all pre-capitalist forms of production, 1.e of the commune, the earth, is the original instrument of labor as well as its workshop and repository of raw materials. The individual relates simply to the objective conditions of labor as being his, the individual relates to them as the inorganic nature of his subjectivity, in which the latter realizes itself, as subject. Asterisk. Are we in immediacy? Yes, but this immediacy includes communal collectivity, communist, which is also therefore a part of nature, this relation to land and soil, to the earth, as the property of the laboring individual, is instantly mediated by the naturally arisen, spontaneous, more or less historically developed and modified presence of the individual as member of a commune, his naturally arisen presence as member of a tribe, etc. And in a note at this point, this remark, the laboring individual thus appears from the outset not merely as laboring individual, in this abstraction, but has an objective mode of existence in his ownership of the land, an existence presupposed by this activity, and not merely as a result of it, a presupposition of his activity, just like his skin, his sense organs, which of course he also reproduces and develops, etc., in the life process, but which are nevertheless presuppositions of this process of his reproduction. Therefore, 1. The body of the earth is called inorganic only so as to be distinguished from the organic body of the worker himself, in 1s2 fact it is a body organically bound up with the organic body and identical to it in every way in that, like it, is given and not produced. 2. The commune itself is also a part of this great, organic body, for it is as a member of this commune that the laboring body, which does not in fact appear as such, can enter into a productive relation with the earth. And belonging to the commune is itself also given and not produced. The three instances, proper body, social body, the body of the earth, are articulated together as so many pieces of the same machinery, which is nature. It is within this nature that production is carried out, or rather, this production is nature reproducing itself. This image is constant. Open the German ideology and you will find this long text quite explicit. Here, therefore, arises the difference between natural instruments of production and those created by civilization. The field, water, etc., can be regarded as a natural instrument of production. In the first case, that of the natural instrument of production, individuals are subservient to nature, in the second, to a product of labor. In the first case therefore, property, landed property, appears as direct natural domination, in the second, as domination of labor, particularly of accumulated labor, capital. The first case presupposes that the individuals are united by some bond, family, tribe, the land itself, etc., the second, that they are independent of one another and are only held together by exchange. In the first case, what is involved is chiefly an exchange between men and nature in which the labor of the former is exchanged for the products of the latter, in the second, it is predominantly an exchange of men amongst themselves. In the first case, average, human common sense is adequate physical activity once as yet not separated from mental activity, in the second, the division between physical and mental labor must already be practically completed. In the first case, the domination of the proprietor over the propertyless may be based on a personal relationship, on a kind of community. In the second, it must have taken a material shape in the form of a third-party money. In the first case, small industry exists, but determined by the utilization of the natural instrument of production and therefore without the distribution of labor among various individuals. In the second, industry exists only in and through the division of labor. 133. Hardly any difference between the two texts, 12 years apart, and if there were one, it would be to the detriment of the earlier text, which speaks of pre-capitalist property as a domination, whereas in 1857 the great figure of the organic body governs the whole text, precluding every relation of domination within itself, knowing only the effects of the immediate fulfillment of a partial function through other parts. And one cannot dispose of this theme of lost naturality by saying that Marx merely made use of pre-capitalist forms of production in order to facilitate the concretion of their opposition to the capitalist form and to make this latter manifest in its full particularity, even if this were at the price of sheer mythologization of the former plus. The alleged opposition does not exist. There is for Marx a mutation, a revolution, as the manifesto says, between all these pre-capitalist forms and capitalism, a difference in the sense that in the latter alone an opacity exists, only in the latter does society misjudge itself, only in the latter can labor, which appears precisely like everyday reality, appear only on condition that it has become a completely denatured abstraction. Finally, in the sense that in capitalism this abstraction alone requires a Spaltung, a size Zion not only of objects, into commodities and use goods, into values and needs, but also of subjects into concrete bodies and registered labor forces. On the other side of pre-capitalist immediacy, this size Zion ones, for Marx, what must be explained, it is not the unity of living and active humanity with the natural, inorganic conditions of their metabolic exchange with nature, and hence their appropriation of nature, which requires explanation or is the result of a historic process, but rather the separation between these inorganic conditions of human existence and this active existence, a separation which is completely posited only in the relation of wage labor and capital. For there is more, this size Zion is not only to be explained, it causes there to be something to be explained, for the discourse of political economy is engendered from the vacuum or void which it opens in the social subject. What Marx, this time, the prosecutor, however, would have us understand in the introduction, of 1857, to the critique of political economy, saying that of course there was labor before there were wage earners and money before capital, but that the practice of labor in general, of labor sans phrase, is necessary, a practice, Marx says, which is that of the American worker, that of an indifference to the job one does, which became a means to create 134 wealth in general, and has ceased to be tied as an attribute to a particular individual. That this practice of the size Zion proper to capitalism is necessary in order that these practices come into their own as categories of political economy, practices indeed prior to this size Zion. It is the size Zion which must be explained at the same time as it is in and from the size Zion that this need for explanation originates. One can only say that to invoke the extreme opposite of an undivided society would be only an explanatory facility for Marx. It governs his methodology, which is impossible, but that's another matter, and it governs his politics, which is quite explicitly, and constantly, to do away with the size Zion and to establish the great full common body of natural reproduction, communism. This could not be put more clearly than in Book 1 of Capital, even though it is introduced under a somewhat shameful guise, since Robinson Crusoe's experiences are a favorite theme with political economists. Let's take a look at him on his island 44. There follow 4 illustrations of transparency, naturality, or immediacy, 4 forms from which the whole mystery of labor that surrounds the products of labor is absent. Let's miss out the lucidity of Robinson's political economy. There is no less clarity, however, in the obscure Middle Ages, but for the very reason that personal dependence forms the groundwork of society, there is no necessity for labor and its products to assume a fantastic form different from their reality. They take the shape, in the transactions of society, of services in kind and payments in kind. 45. Does this mean that the reality of desire, supposing that this consists in its ambivalence, is exhibited here? Why not? Marx doesn't say this, but ultimately the relations between persons are, in Marx's eyes, as in anyone else's, fully transferential relations, and form a truly passionate human language. Baudrillard will object that Marx is not concerned with transparency at all, instead he is concerned with the unpretentious exhibition of the law of value. Every serf knows that what he expends in the service of his lord, is a definite quantity of his own personal labor power. 4. Degree a correction pertinent also to the two last examples of society whose political economy is thought to be crystal clear, the present reality of the rustic and patriarchal industry of a family of peasants, and finally, the image of a community of free individuals, carrying on their work with the means of production in common, in which the labor power of all the different individuals is consciously applied as the combined. 135. Labor power of the community. 47. A collective Crusoism, Marx says, ones at communism. Nevertheless, there is no doubt that this latter is the constitution of the great organic or inorganic, transorganic or transitive body. But the objection comes back, this transitivity is already placed inside political economy since it only concerns relations of labor, production, and distribution. But Baudrillard's society without an unconscious is not only a pre-bourgeois political economy, it is a pre-political, libidinal economy, or even a preconomy. Perhaps because in fact the frontier is moved further forward in the fantastic archaeology, before production, and not only, as it seems with Marx, before the occultation of labor power in capitalist relations, the replacing of the critical line which then accepts as a criterion not only the foreclosure of desire in capitalized practice, but also its denial through the very circumscription of a field of the economy. However, replacing a frontier allows changes in the designations of the countries situated on either side, hence it will no longer be capitalist economy versus pre-capitalist economy, it will be political economy or equivalence versus symbolic exchange or ambivalence, but the system of oppositions remains the same, the formation of distinct regions, the constitution of a theatricality through exteriorization, of the peasant, of Robinson, of the socialist worker, of the marginal, critique. Made possible by the position of an uncritiqued, what requires an explanation, is not the unity of active individuals and the non-organic conditions set up as the side from which the critic speaks, and therefore nihilism. All of Marx rests on this nihilism. Edwarda and little girl Marx. Marx in toto, the young woman and the theoretician, the young woman who dreams of reconciliation, the end of poverty and sighs Zion, therefore distances herself from capitalist reality in order to oppose it to the inorganic and transparent body, the young woman who performs this movement of the disengagement and annihilation of the given, who refuses the given and buys herself another, a simply refused given, the given of lost transparency. What does she refuse in the given? Prostitution. Recall the manifesto, the bourgeois family rests on capital, it exists only for the bourgeoisie, but this state of things finds its complement in the practical absence of the family among the proletarians, and in public. 136. Prostitution. This is why, if the communist program was to institute the community of women, it would not have a lot to do, it is already the institution of the bourgeoisie. Not only does it dispose of proletarian women and girls, but bourgeois marriage is in reality a system of wives in common. Women's communism merely displayed and made explicit their actual clandestine status as common property. But, say the authors, it is self-evident that the abolition of the present system of production must bring with it the abolition of the community of women springing from that system, i.e. of prostitution both public and private. 4% Already in 1844, Marx lays into crude communism which wants only, he says, a generalization of private property, the institution of a species of private or privative community, for women in particular. The same position as in 1848, the placing in common of women is prostitution. But this reveals the secret of capitalism, just as woman passes from marriage, according to the hypothesis of this crude communism, to general prostitution, so the entire world of wealth, that is, of man's objective substance, passes from the relationship of exclusive marriage with the owner of private property to that of universal prostitution with the community. For this is clarified in a footnote. Prostitution is only the specific expression of the general prostitution of the laborer, and since it is a relationship in which falls not the prostitute alone, but also the one who prostitutes, and the latter's abomination is still greater, the capitalist, etc., also comes under this head. What the dreaming young girl rejects in capitalism is prostitution under the name of alienated mediation. This is the habitual vicious circle of political economy. The goal is freedom of thought, therefore for the majority it is mindless servitude. Physical needs are not the only goal, therefore for the majority, they are the only goal. Or conversely, marriage is the goal, for the majority then, there is prostitution. Property is the goal, for the majority then, no property at all. Degree the central and persistent theme, whose range even extends when the opposition, marked from the start between marriage and prostitution, becomes a blur. For example, in 1857, in the Grundriss, again in a footnote, of course the exchangeability of all products, activities, and relations with a third, objective entity which can be re-exchanged for everything at all, that is, the development of exchange values, and of money relations, is identical with universal venality, corruption. Universal prostitution, or, more politely expressed, the universal relation of utility and use, appears as a necessary phase. What does the little girl recoil from, whatever her age? From Madame Edwarda. Brutally said, no use laying it all up to irony when I say of Madame Edwarda that she is God. But God figured as a public whore and gone crazy, that makes no sense at all. 52 Marx overlooks nothing of this fatal conjunction. He cites Shakespeare. He comments on the two properties that the author of Timon of Athens recognizes in money. Asterisk 1. It is the visible divinity, the transformation of all human and natural qualities into their contraries, the universal confounding and overturning of things. 2. It is the common whore, the common pimp of peoples and nations, and he will quote this once again in Capital, in the chapter on money. In the indifference or the equalization of differences which results from mercantilism, but even more from capitalism, and which the crude communism which Marx despises, dreads, and rejects, and which therefore he desires, will simply generalize. He says that this is the destruction of the direct, natural, and necessary relation of person to person, which is primarily the relation of man and woman. Degree 4. He says that it is the denaturation of woman, therefore the denaturation of man and nature itself. And we say that this horror of money, of the world of money which sells to buy and buys to sell, of the world of capital as the milieu of universal prostitution, we say it is the horror of, and therefore the lust for, the perversion of the partial pool's ions. What then does the system of capital present to the innocent little girl Marx? No longer a body indeed, but an abstraction, no longer the carnal artistic unity, of an inside and an outside, of a hand and its tool, of a palm and a stretch of caressed skin, of a house and the surrounding countryside, of fatigue and its complementary rest, but the body of capital, which is not an organic body, which seems to her to be a body stricken with repugnant diseases, whose organs are separated by what should assemble them, whose mediatory unity is not totalizing immanent, but transcendent detotalizing. The money of capital groups incompossibles together. It is not constituted by a slow process of birth and growth like a living being, but by intermittent acts of vampirization. It merely seizes hold of what was already there, racked by dissolution, labor force on one side, masses of currency on another, means of labor on a third, and 138. Reorganizes it in another way. Degree it cannot exist as an organic unity, Its unity is extrinsic, like that which forms the impatient perversion of a client, the indifference of a prostitute and the neutrality of a procurer. Were capital to make every activity enter into its cycle of indifferent transformations, rendering their uses indiscernible, for Marx it would be just as though sexuality, having lost its anchoring, its finality and its justification in genitality and reproduction, were to disconnect itself from the infamy of the partial pools ions. Instead of amorous sensibility, sensuality in senselessness nonsense. Instead of the natural and immediate order, perhaps madness. She was seated, she held one leg up in the air, to open the crack yet wider she used fingers to draw the folds of her skin apart. And so Madame Edwarda's old rag and ruin lowered at me, hairy and pink, just as full of life as some loathsome squid. "Why," I stammered quietly, "why are you doing that?" "You can see for yourself," she said, "I am God." I'm going crazy. "Oh no you don't, you've got to see, look." 56 Edwarda's exposed vulva, her fainting fit in the street, for, as a brothel woman, she can nevertheless leave, just like the wage earner, who is not a slave, her hatred for her client. "I can't stand it any more," she shrilled, "but you fake priest. I shit on you." Her return in a taxi, copulating with some driver culminating in a gushing, bruising orgasm. This is what capital promises male and female lovers of organic bodies and effective harmonies. Capital is not the denaturation of relations between man and man, nor between man and woman, it is the wavering of the imaginary primacy of genitality, of reproduction and sexual difference, it is the displacement of what was in place, it is the unbinding of the most insane pools ions, since money is the sole justification or bond, and money being able to justify anything, it deresponsibilizes and raves absolutely, it is the sophies tics of the passions and at the same time, their energetic prosthetics, and if the unity which it wants to apply to the social body so frightens Marx, it is because it has certain anti-unitary and anti-totalizing traits, amongst which the great libidinal skin may be discerned. It is the discovery of this latter, at least the beginnings of its emergence in the cold waters of capital, which makes the young lover recoil. What is there left to love in this society? With what can one strike up a natural, immediate, impassioned relationship so dear to pure hearts? The task set Marx the advocate by little girl Marx is 139. To discover an object of love, a hidden priceless thing, forgotten in the subversion of prices, a beyond value in the trade fair of values, something like a nature in denaturation. To rediscover a natural dependence, a we, a dialectic of the you and the I, in the sordid solitude of pornographic independence to which the capitalist function of money and labor condemns all effective expenditure. If it is true that prostitution is the model of the relationship in capitalist society, then two things follow. The first is well known: all relations are mediated and folded back onto the milieu of the pimp capitalists, but the second, concealed in the first, is, from the point of view of the consideration of an organic body, the disappearance of this latter, its replacement by series of singular, anonymous, and indifferent relations, but only from this point of view, between clients and prostitutes. The group of client bodies does not form an organic body, and neither do the prostitute bodies. It is only the collectivity of capitalist procurers that forms a body, a clandestine body, a major state, and it is only in the instantiation of the pools ions, of all the pools ions, on their center of power, that there must be a sort of collective existence of clients and prostitutes, consumers and producers. The disappearance of the organic body is the accusation, in sum, made by Marx and Baudrillard, but this goes further, in both senses, by which the dispositif of capital stands condemned. But, far from this rejection setting us clear on the libidinal function, or the libidinal functions, relative to each economic post of capital, it maintains on the contrary, in the form of a denial prior to all analysis, the idea that capitalism deprives us of intensities as affects. This denial is indeed what introduces political economy and semiotics as separate sciences, that is to say absurd and blind to their presuppositions, but it is also what continues to underlie the critique of these sciences, and if Marx, who wanted to do this critique, couldn't avoid the nihilism of this denial, it is not by way of an error, it is because his whole critique draws its impetus from the following denial: no, you cannot make me come. Baudrillard remains no less in this line when he adds, you can only make me enjoy perversely, by placing me beyond ambivalence, by denying bisexuality and castration. For we do not see why this limitation would be proper to capital. We can clearly see, for example, what modes of jouissance are excluded from the circumference of Hellenic homosexuality, or from the hierarchical organization of medieval guilds. On the other hand, in the immense and vicious circuit of 140 capitalist exchanges, whether of commodities or services, it appears that all the modalities of jouissance are possible and that none one's ostracized. On these circuits, it is just as much a piece of the libidinal band which becomes clear in its ephemeral and anonymous polymorphism. Now, therefore, we must completely abandon critique, in the sense that we must put a stop to the critique of capital, stop accusing it of libidinal coldness or pulsional monovalence, stop accusing it of not being an organic body, of not being a natural immediate relation of the terms that it brings into play. We must take note of, examine, exalt the incredible, unspeakable pulsional possibilities that it sets rolling, and so understand that there has never been an organic body, an immediate relation, nor a nature in the sense of an established site of affects, and that the organic body is a representation on the stage of the theater of capital itself. Let's replace the term critique by an attitude closer to what we effectively experience in our current relations with capital, in the office, in the street, in the cinema, on the roads, on holiday, in the museums, hospitals, and libraries, that is to say a horrified fascination for the entire range of the dispositives of jouissance. It must be said, the little girl Marx invents critique, with her fat-bearded prosecutor, in order to defend herself from this horrified fascination, which the disorder of the Pool's ions also provokes in us. Of course, prostitution is still an order, a separation, and a distribution of pulsional movements onto distinct poles, each of which fulfills a definite function in the circulation of goods and jouissances. But intensities are lodged here no less than in every possible network. Madame Edwarda is not only a prostitute in the sense of order, which authorizes a semiotics and a sociology of prostitution, she is also a madwoman. What does her madness stem from? From excessively enjoying her profession. The rule of coldness is not respected, it is on the contrary the deregulation from frenzy and orgasm that she dares to obtain under cover of her job. Not the disjunction between what belongs to the hypothetical lover and what belongs to the client, but the disjunctive bar turning on the disjunctive function itself, intensity being produced without any reference to an outside, but by heating to white-hot the operator of this exteriorization. The taxi driver will have shot his load as if it had been just another lay, but he will have paid nothing, his vehicle will have served as a hotel bedroom, he had asked for nothing, and finally it is 141. Insanity he held and penetrated, and not neutral venal flesh. Edwarda the prostitute journeys beyond every pimp's organization, but in the same place, on the same terrain as this organization, by the very fact of her venal position as a body commodity. It is certain that her frenzy, snatched from the disjunctive bar, from what demarcates all passion between clients and courtesans, goes hand in hand with another characteristic sketched by Baudeley, her autonomy within the prostitutive organization. If the prostitute is her own mistress, if she offers herself without even the excuse of the procurer's wickedness, if Jesus climbs onto the cross without having been invited there by his Father, if then there is no one to collect the price of jouissance suffering, I am not saying that all would become clear, but that ultimately the veil of intentions whose intensities are dissimulated by the organization would clear a little, whether this organization is the trade in women or the organization of labor and its market, and reveal that it takes very little, even within the order of prostitutes and wage earners, to arouse Edwarda's lunacy anywhere, As Chaplin had shown in modern times, the skilled worker becomes a kind of mad god when his body lets go of the jouissance that he receives from machines, and which he transfers onto them. This minor requirement is the destruction of the circle of reference, of the milieu, and of the divine triangle, that is, of capital as the site of the accounts. This does not mean that the law, the disjunction separating the woman from her client, would disappear. On the contrary, it remains an impassable bar, which will always be able to give rise to the return of power, to the return of the accountable, to the semiologist, but it is on this bar and underscore from this bar that extreme jouissance will result, and this extreme jouissance one's indeed an intensity in that it embraces not only the clientele, but also the staff, not only the client, but also the woman. So that outlined here, in madness, is the suppression of religion, whether gentle Jesus, the strict pimp, or whatever capitalism. Wasn't this what Sada planned in his profoundly egalitarian institutions of pleasure? And this equality is quite different to that which capital takes into account and devours in the petty fear of its equations, an equality of the availability to enjoy, not through property, this is capital, but through jouissance, or even the right of possession over jouissance, as Sada says. In these republican houses of debauchery, not only do all men have an equal right to jouissance over all women, but, under the special clause of abandoning 142 oneself equally to all those who desire to do so, women must equally have the liberty to enjoy all those they deem worthy to satisfy them. 5. Madame Edwarda is in the process of transforming the brothel where the group earns its living into one of these democratic houses of pleasure, a place where intensities emerge within political isonomy. And Marx, both the little girl and the old man, horrified, discerns how one inequality dissimulates the other, how venal equivalence encourages, while concealing it, the exchange of pleasures, and soon equal rights to jouissance, which is its limitless wandering. One equality is order, and the other, which is the same, but without the pimp and money, is the subversion of this order. Subversion by condensation, the girl is her own procurer, the worker his own boss. But above all, the jouissance of fucking or laboring is not instantiated on an absence, the milieu, capital. The end of alienation? It is perhaps nothing of the sort. Sada also sees in his strange institution of debauchery a factor of order, which is political. The circle of instantiations and accountancy is reconstituted, alongside the economic circuits, on the political circle. They will say, recuperation, certainly not, intensities never circulate as such, only as dissimulated, for want of doing this in venal equivalence they will therefore be dissimulated in republican equality. This displacement, if it spread as Sada hoped, would indeed be a displacement, in no way a defeat of liberties, or rather of libidinalities, and Marx was not fooled by this. In capitalist prostitution, he denounces depravity, but what is exposed here, is polymorphous perversion without a master, the madness of Edwarda's flaps opened by her own hands, madness and hazard and anonymity, since, as in masturbation, hands feeling for the nipples, the clitoris, the thin line on the glands, belonging neither to me nor anyone else, and since the erection and detumescence they produce is due to neither women's nor men's hands, is not their product, they are inassignable. Tensions. Or as in this image of coupling, squatting on haunches, sodomized so that hairs mingle, left breast lodged in the bend of the left arm, the right in the hollow of the left palm, right nipple stiff and erect between the left thumb and index finger, head fallen back onto the left shoulder, mouth wide open, the gaping refuge probed by 3 bent middle fingers, the tongue and palate moistened by the liquids drawn from them. There remain 2 hands, 4 feet, breaths, the interface of sweat covering the back to torso contact. What belongs to whom? 143. Or in this image of separation, under their nails, they carry particles of skin gathered from tracks scratched onto the ridge of the hips, the spread-eagled arms, the base of the neck and the small of the back. This is not 2 identities disjoining from each other in the separation, 2 bodies each owned by a separate identity. the bar of division unpredictably crosses the fields of sight, touch, smell, and hearing. The skin's texture belongs just as much to the tongues that have loved it or hated it, not only to the alleged body which it envelopes. Parts get inextricably tangled up with regard to the order of this is yours, that is mine. This order is the order of capital, but this disorder is the disorder of capital. Order counts and produces its writings, disorder is multiplied in these accounts, sending shock waves through it. The figure of Madame Edwarda is repeated in that of the masturbator writer, a superbly capitalist dispositif. On reflection, says Guillaudet, what spectacle is more brutally exciting than that of a child wanking with his left hand, in this system, and writing with his right? In the resultant disarray, there must be seen one of the terms of this contradictory pulsional will, being at the same time seen and voyeur, seeing, pimp and whore, buyer and bought, fucker and fucked. Asterisk now, what did Marx the prosecutor's left hand do while he was writing Capital? Force. The critique of political economy is therefore instantiated on the, organic body. It is this beautiful body of reconciled genitality that allows the characterization and rejection of capitalism and wage earners as arising out of prostitution. The whole critique is articulated in the following simple statements: profit hides surplus value issues from the occultation of the use value of the force of labor by its exchange value, that is, from the occultation of its substantial, superabundant force by its property of being an exchangeable, sufficient, commodity. Capitalism must also be mistaken about the origin of its growth, and this mistake is fatal to it. Is this the dissimulation of force puissance in order? No. Is it the same thing that we wanted to show in signs, the sensible sign, that of exchange value, dissimulating the tensor sign which would then have to be confused with use value, and the reverse? Not the 144 slightest chance. Use value belongs to the system of sensible signs just like exchange value, it is not external to it. That this is so, one's nevertheless what Marx says, with specific reference to the use value of labor force. For its exteriority, its heterogeneity is responsible, he thinks, and solely responsible, for the introduction of events into the system. If capital is threatened, thinks the prosecutor, it is because it cannot, at the same time, reduce working time to a minimum, v., and continue to reap a profit from the exploitation of this force, the growth of the organic composition C/V ceaselessly lowering the rate of profit and the incentive to invest. Capital captures force and turns it into a means of social labor, countable as time regulated by the clock. It binds force. One could bring out a sort of homology between the schema and Freud's. Something undermines the psychic apparatus or capitalism, an excitation which proceeds from the pulsional X or from force, and in relation to which the apparatus or the system reacts not only by binding the disruptive effects that result from the introduction of this force into a circuit of regulated tension, but by modifying, and in particular by heightening, the capacity of the tension regulator, without which the system cracks up. This is because capital for the procurer consists at least in a turning away of funds, in the capture of force and the putting into circulation, regulated by the law of value and under the form of accumulated labor or death. Living force one's the pulsional source of the event, capital is its death as its binding. Nevertheless, Freud distributed these roles in the opposite way. What produces the event in the system is the death drive, the eros of life is what produces the system. Of course, this inversion of signs enables us to discover an optimism in Marx and a pessimism in Freud. But this, in its turn, conceals the essential, since the Marxist dialectic is fulfilled entirely within the interplay of force and system. The action, as indirect as one could wish, of the former on the latter is what carries it to its point of rupture. With Freud, on the other hand, the opposition between the lethal pool's ions and the erotic organization is neither dialecticized nor dialecticizable, subject to an action of the cure. Of course the latter binds the former and, in a sense, benefits from it, the famous secondary benefit, but the former are not external to the regulated apparatus, they rather inhabit it, and this unthinkable cohabitation of the regulator and deregulation in the same signs is 145. Properly, the dissimulation or dissimulation through which every intense sign appears as a coded sign, and some coded, but inassignable, sign conceals an intensity. Even if Freud himself gets this wrong, for example, interpreting the death drives as aggression in civilization and its discontents, therefore re-establishing a sort of pulsional binarism, it remains that his invention of 1920 gives rise to a dissimulatory monism. There is no equivalent in Marx, too much of a Christian for that. One first entirely decidable effect, and it is original, for this androgynous Marx, is the splitting of force into living force and dead force. Living force gives more than it takes, consumes less than it produces, a little meta-economic miracle of the extravagant gift which would be the forgotten origin of all wealth creation. What is killed in reproduction is this absolute, improbable, negentropic excess. It is a matter of the true origin of capital, the immutable event which always underlies the process of growing accumulation and which must give rise to its death sentence. The force of labor, conceived in this way, a force which gives out more than it expends, fully satisfies the petition formulated by Baudeley for expenditure and consumption. What is this force, if not the return to critique of an element indispensable to the model of the sovereign gift? Force consumes itself, and it is this very consumption which enables the accumulation of capital. Such a model is set up against that of exchange. You believe that there is exchange, says the little girl Marx, but under all exchanges of equal value there is an original gift, an irreversible relation of inequality, making all equalities and equalizations illusory. Labor force is exorbitant, or at least beyond value, inasmuch as the origin of surplus value escapes the whole system of valuations at the same time as it renders this possible. With the result that this is not even a general wrong done to it, but a meta-wrong, a wrong which is not economic but ontological. Between the value that this force comes to add to those of the means of production employed, and its true use value, the split is inestimable. That does not mean that they cannot be fixed, which in fact takes place through the continual discussions, dialogues, and disputes which surround the definition of salaries and conditions of labor. But, if the cost of force in its donatory function can only be arbitrarily established with regard to what is worked out for other commodities, it is because it is not an object, because it remains beyond value, and this is why this price may be fixed only in an extra 146 economic context, beyond the value system, in the context of class struggle. Wherever force escapes the economic approach, for instance, in its originary function, is where, what's more, it is trouble and disorder, and to evaluate it necessitates that one resort to conflicts or institutions of dialogue, which would no longer appear to arise from the regulated body of capital, but from the disparate, uncertain, equivocal, troubled socio-political body. The transcendence of the system by force is marked therefore in the referral of its definition from the field of reproduction to that of struggles. Prostitutes getting organized to fight the domination of the pimps. The political consequence follows smoothly, in the Marxist's eyes. If it is to obtain a better percentage on rates per lay, one remains within the denaturation of force, one is inscribed into the system, confining labor force in its entirety within it, consequently comparable to a commodity. In this way economism will be denounced in the Leninist critique of union demands. The good fight aims on the contrary to emancipate the venal bodies from the bargaining of their alleged procurers, when it is the former who support the latter, and to re-establish everywhere the magnificent transcendence of the one who gives, force, which masks the infamy of the one who receives, capital. The hope of the young political woman is simply that the prostitutes become fertile virgins once more, members of a pure, organic body which they form in reality. And their gift should be distributed amongst them, in proportion, in short, to their respective needs, exactly as is the case, Marx thinks, amongst the organs of a healthy organic body. Capital or prostitution, disease of a social body, one part absorbing the forces of the whole, altering the relation of the given and the taken, reversing the relation of the donor and the donee, the boss appearing to provide labor and sustenance when it is the worker who enigmatically provides the surplus of force, this latter in its rage turned back into the self-styled wisdom of the concerted regulation of jobs, salaries, prices. The emotions of hate or despair which may seize leftist militants or the most infuriated workers. When they see the proletariat accept, after renegotiating, the rates for its prostitution, do not of course have economic motives, as in fact the leaders of companies, unions, and parties, all good pimps, complain, they nourish themselves on the passion for an elsewhere, for an organic body hidden beneath the abstract body of capital, for a force lodged underneath or outside power relations. 147. Now, this idea of a transcendent exteriority of force to the system, which would be at the origin of surplus value and therefore of profit, would appear to be dangerously threatened by the actual state of capitalist production. Marx himself knows this, as a text from the Grundrisse testifies, where he states clearly that the individual labor force in its immediate use ceases to be the source of wealth in proportion to the development of large industry, in proportion, therefore, to the fact that the totality of knowledge becomes an immediate productive force. A remark which, on this decisive point of the accusation that the prosecutor is charged to bring against capital, to ascertain the exploitation, or, as he says here, the theft of working time from labor of the other, the present basis of wealth, cannot but make little girl Marx despair. For this basis is only present, and although the poor for a long time may hope to reap vengeance for this theft by a reversal, by a revolution, which would finally allow labor force to be recognized in its unalienated transcendence, it is the very development of capitalism that sticks them away in the margins, neben, of the production process, of which they were previously the principal agent. Thus, more overworking as a condition of the development of wealth in general, more need for the extravagant generosity of a force to ensure growth. It is true that Marx, worried, soon substitutes another master pillar of the production of wealth, the social individual, that one's, the intelligence and mastery of nature by the whole of society, for this poor, marginalized subject. How can we understand this social individual? Is it a society become the subject of production in its totality? Is it a group of individuals by which, incredibly, socialization, that is the artistic, scientific, etc., development of every individual thanks to the reduction of working time to a minimum and to the extension of its leisure time, will be increased? The formulations of the wise prosecutor belong to this hesitant subject, but this hesitation is not important here. What is important is that Marx, placed before the perspective of a production without the exploitation of the immediate labor force and therefore without a proletariat, still sees in it the promise of a labor force, an anonymous and triumphant labor force. However, man's appropriation of his own universal productive labor force, such is the new social subject, conscious, knowing and able. Is it still the same unified body craved by the love of little genital Renan? No, it is no. 148 Longer an organic body, it is a fleshless body, a machinic body obeying an immense head. Machines are the instruments of the human brain created by human hands, they are the materialized force of knowledge degree. Now, will this body be socialist or capitalist? Marx writes, with that, production based on exchange value breaks down. And more strongly, capital calls to life all the powers of science and of nature, as of social combination and social intercourse, in order to make the creation of wealth independent, relatively, of the labor time employed on it. These are the material conditions to blow this foundation sky high. Degree. Why this blowing sky high? Because capital wants to use labor time as the measuring rod for the giant social forces thereby created, and to confine them within the limits required to maintain the already created value as value. And such is the moving contradiction, to reduce labor time to a minimum, while it posits labor time, as sole source and measure of wealth. Copyright. So my friends, if capital must burst, it once from counting all wealth in terms of working time, it is because the standard and the basis of value is and remains labor force measured in hours and minutes. But who says this? The basis of value, meanwhile, is not capital, which does not want to and cannot know its origin, but the bearded, bitter prosecutor of its causes. This contradiction is only as mortal as the depth of his hatred, of course. As for the measure of values, the capitalist has his answer ready. We do not count in working time, we take any unit whatever capable of ensuring a minimum of consistency in the facts in our system, which is production for production's sake, such that the machinic body crowned with a huge abstract head, which we call the social subject and the universal productive force of man, is nothing other than the body of modern capital. The knowledge here in play is not at all made by all individuals, it is separate, a moment in the metamorphosis of capital, obeying it as much as governing it. And today's salaries, the defender of the bourgeois masters and bureaucrats will continue, don't they contain indistinctly the price of the selling of labor time and a fraction of the redistributed surplus? And the formation of additional capital, you are well aware that it has become impossible legitimately to impute to it the metaphysical difference between the use value and the exchange value of an alleged labor force, a difference which alone would be at the origin of surplus value, but what if in general it would require? 149. Simply an inequality or a difference of potential somewhere in the system, a difference which marks its frame at the same time as it attests that the system could not be isolated. What if it must ceaselessly draw from new reserves of energy in order to transform them into more commodities? Perhaps it had to draw initially on human energy, but this is not essential to it, and it can survive exploitation quite well, in the sense that you, the prosecutor for the poor, understand it, and requires, like every other complex natural system, only an irreversible superiority in its metabolic relation with the biophysico-chemical context from which it draws its energy. Hence its exteriority, which is not at all transcendent, but simply natural. Do you not say yourself, prosecutor, intelligence and mastery of nature by the whole of society? What is this nature, prosecutor? An object as opposed to a productive social subject, or the natural context from which an equally natural system draws its energy. And if this is the case, where is the guilt? Tautology. If the system of capital is, when all said and done, natural, and Marx himself is not far from admitting this in many confessions, a supreme betrayal of the cause which he is supposed to defend, a great many oppositions, stemming from the desire to cleave the givens, ought to collapse. It would be opportune enough, for example, to ruin the opposition of fixed needs versus artificial needs, registered plus let us be content to draw out the consequences of the elimination of the couple value versus use value. To determine the former seems to require only two things, the definition of a standard of quantification applicable to all commodities entering into production, and rules of proportionality for the redistribution of products in diverse branches of production. This is how Piero Sraffa understands it when, postulating a regulated body of capital in a self-replicating state en boucle, he constructs what he calls a commodity standard as a composite entity formed from n branches of production redistributing the totality of their n branches according to a law of proportionality which will allow the previous distribution of products to be re-established, and production to start again according to the same methods. Take a body of production composed of two branches or enterprises, one, W, producing wheat, the other, I, producing iron. 150 All the wheat produced by W must be redistributed between W and I as subsistence means and means of production, supplying the workers, the same for iron. Value, Sraffa says, will be the proportion in which X hundredweight of wheat is exchanged for Y tons of iron in such a way that each is completely redistributed between W and I as they were at the beginning. Take, for example, the following system of production organized into two branches. W, 280 cwt of wheat plus 12 feet of iron 400 cwt of wheat. I, 120 cwt of wheat plus 8 t of iron 20 cwt of iron. there is only one value of the relation iron/wheat which allows homogeneous reproduction, here 1/10. In fact W employs 280 cwt of wheat for its reproduction per 400 products, it sells the difference to I, that is, 120 cwt, required by I for its reproduction. Conversely, I will sell W, 28, equals 12 T of iron, which W employs for its reproduction. Therefore, on condition that 120 cwt of wheat is exchanged for 12 cent of iron, the compositions of means of production for the two branches will be thus reconstituted in their initial state. Value, says Sraffa, is therefore the equal relation of 10 cwt of wheat to 1 cent of iron. It is indeed a question here of a standard measure, for there is a unique set of exchange values which if adopted by the market restores the original distribution of the productions and makes it possible for the process to be repeated. Degree the commodity standard or system standard will be, in a complex group, this single set of exchange values allowing the return of the body of production to its original proportions. From such values, Sraffa adds, methods of production flow directly, a formula aimed, of course, at neo-marginalism and all theories of value based on demand and subjective utilities, but which no less affects Marxism and the theory of value based on quantity of work. For such a calculation completely excludes the distinction between the phenomenal form and the substantive reality of value, a distinction which, by contrast, is indispensable to the Marxist doctrine copyright with Sraffa, we abandon cleavage and theatricality. And this is because this anchoring in a pre-systemic exteriority is abandoned, a role played by force in Marx's economic critique, and by the, organic body in his philosophical approach. 151. Sraffa starts with the facts, as does Marx, but not the same facts. Marx's fact is and remains, from one end to the other of the romantic prosecutor's career, the alienation of property, of capital, from labor, which is not therefore a primary fact, but something which makes reference to a still more archaic and hidden fact, the lost instantiation of labor and needs, through an immediate mediation, in a social nature or a natural society, a nihilist fact giving cause for interpretation. Sraffa's fact is the system of capital as the producer and consumer of commodities, a positivist fact, to be constructed. Here there is no authentic point of origin, nor is there any derolizing finishing point, there is closure, commodities transformed into other commodities, and salaries as profit are taken as variables, dependent on one another of course, profit equals one salary, but as observable givens, which have no need to be explained or interpreted, what must be explained, that is to say constructed, on the other hand, is how, with the methods of production, quite close to organic compositions, differing. According to the branches, the system can nevertheless maintain itself in equilibrium, that is to say remain a system. Value is simply the set of the rules of transformation for all commodity products into commodity goods of production. The entire system of these transformations can be taken as a unit, equals 1, and the exchange value of each commodity will be expressible in terms of this composite commodity standard, that is to say in an absolutely closed manner, a closure then at the level of the system of branches. The exchange ratio, of a basic product registered, depends as much on the use that is made of it in the production of other basic commodities as on the extent to which these commodities enter its own production. And at the level of each branch, there is a feedback boucle. In the case of a basic product the prices of its means of production depends on its own price no less than the latter depends on them. Such feedback notably implies that, in order to determine the value of a commodity, one does not analytically take into consideration a quantity of substance included in it, labor force, for example, but its exchangeability as an amount, that is, the relation of its quantity with that of its means of production. And downstream, the relation of its quantity with that of all the commodities that it puts into its production. It is only within the entire set of circuits, at least of basic products, that value can be read. It is clearly read there, not by a return to source, but by the 152 Construction of a totalizing theoretical model and by a setting out of the givens. The meta-economic opposition of use value and exchange value, or rather of use value and value as such, completely disappears here. There are only use exchange values, prices in mutual interdependence, or the quantitative relations of commodities. What, when all said and done, are we dealing with in Sraffa's approach? Strictly speaking, with a theoretical discourse, expelling from itself every recourse to an exteriority and to a dialectic of the reversal of economic reality, putting only disparities regulated by the laws of transformation into play between terms none of which has a referential privilege. On the contrary, any commodity at all from the system may be taken as the standard, and the composite commodity just described being, in the theoretical model, only the most saturated equivalence of what effectively regulates exchanges in the domain of reference or the empirical system. This is a type of discourse analogous in every way to the one which Saussure elaborated for language, the same epistemological bias, in linguistics, langue rather than parole, in economics, the system of commodities rather than of subjects or goods, and has therefore the same concept of value as regulated referral, replacing that of signification designation. A fully syntactical perspective. Compared to Sraffa, Marx's attempt and failure to make the system, and his book on the system, self-replicating can only appear illegitimate. Whatever the Althusserians may say, what prevents Marx from making a scientific description, is that he must fulfill the function of the prosecutor assigned him by his desire for an integration of goods, means and persons into a single body, his desire for harmonious genitality. Sraffa's body is as elusive as the body of capital. Commodities are themselves only evident there as the limits of an endless metamorphosis, which suggests the congruence of capital's operation with that of a theoretical system. It follows, of course, from such an approach that every catastrophic perspective is excluded. The death of capital cannot come to it from within, from some contradiction. There is no contradiction, there are at most disequilibrium states, there is no death through disruption. In the vocabulary of little girl Marx, Sraffa defines the proper field and the strategy of the group of great procurers, an economist's ideology concealed under cover of the harsh prostitution of people and things in the pimp's interests. Is this what we are saying? 15y3. In Baudrillard's terminology, the accusation brought against fetishism completes the structuration, the occultation of castration and ambivalence in the position of the anonymity of neutral goods. We are not even saying this. We say, here is a structural syntax of the language spoken by commodity exchanges. It is, so it seems, one of the strictest of its kind, but we are not economists enough to make a judgment on this. Does it leave something outside itself? Do we reproach it, as S. Latouche does, registered for confusing the heterogeneity of the commodity force of labor with every other commodity? This would be to retrace our steps, to seek an exteriority once again, a substance, to continue theology, whether humanist or atheist. On the contrary, we love the coldness of the system and its absolute lack of eloquence. The body of capital speaks only, in a sense, as ratio, bank notes, and accounts, tautology. If anything flaws Sraffa's description in this regard, it is the same thing that underlies it, the libidinal instantiation on this ratio, the incandescence obtained by the segmentation of the continuum called the ephemeral skin and tautologically interchanging the resultant segments, and ultimately, enjoying value, that is to say postponement and its algebraic cancellation. Theoretical discourse one's no less jouirisive than any other. What it enjoys is situated in this same coldness of the model which it constructed, and which, ex hypothesi, is a model of equilibrium, static or dynamic, that is the estimated maximal binding in the object of which it speaks, but primarily obtained in fact through its strict arrangement as discourse. Speech without viscosity, fastened to itself by the nuts and bolts of an infallible axiomatic, tending therefore towards an immobilized or immobilizing body of language, a body which could be forever debated as to whether it is death or life, this being undecidable. But even this assessment of the positivistic discourse of closure remains somewhat imperfect from the libidinal point of view. The instantiation of desire on the tautology is far from being the most important of the formations of desire in the capitalist dispositif. There is the strange operation which Marx calls increased accumulation, and which poses the problem of so-called growth for economists. The difficulties it presents to economic theory in its tautology would appear to be exactly those that can bring about the presence of a surplus of value in a homeostatically regulated system. How can a system obtain, at the end of a cycle, more than it consumed during the production process? Basically, the answer to 154 this question has always been of the type: the system is not isolated, it deducts or receives energetic supplements outside itself, which it transforms, integrates into its circuits, and which still allow it thereafter to retain its specificity. The physiocrats call this exteriority nature, Marx calls it labor force, many Marxists or Keynesians call it the third world or unequal exchange degree, but in any case the concept of a borderline must be introduced, putting the tautological system in contact with an external reserve of energies which can be drawn on. A dispositif of conquest, and therefore of a voyage beyond the rules of tautology, which must not be imagined as the obvious outsides of military or commercial imperialism, but much more subtly and more interestingly as the conquest of time. For the conquest by itself is not a process proper to capitalism. The great despotic states have always practiced it, and doubtless the nomads as well, but, for these latter, it cannot be threatening, since it was only the pillage of transient energies, a discontinuous withdrawal prelevement, a regulated regulator. As for the former, it has by contrast always been fatal to them because it created a disparity between the quantities of energy conquered and the assimilable quantities of energy. Always too much or too little of the first relative to the second. Capitalism includes, on the contrary, in the name of increased accumulation, growth, development, etc., a dispositif of the regulation of conquest, a dispositif of permanent conquest. The speciality of this dispositif lies in a certain use of currency, which is a game with time. The libidinal function of this use must be grasped. The examination of mercantilism, and trade first of all, will allow us to approach it. 4. Trade. Nicomachean erotics. Let's not wait for the historians to validate the following event, all the more because they may have already done so. In order to make it a core of questions that preoccupy us, we libidinal economists, the Messendatischen, Vitalnake, Vernant and Finlay place at the empty center of the ancient Greek collective of warrior talkers, this place for depositing all the plundered loot, this tribunal at the center of the civil world, this geometral plan of the isonomia of the citizens, this hub where all the political radii are instantiated and all the diameters of exchange are neutralized, in sum, this zero. Well, it's the same one that Aristotle institutes, under the name of money, as the judge of economic exchanges. Its distributive justice consists initially in annulling the terms of the exchange and the exchangists themselves, inasmuch as one wants, desires, needs, fancies, is motivated to acquire, is interested in, what the other has. Marx, rereading the texts of the Nicomachean Ethics, will induce from them the conviction that a theory of exchange, which notably remains tied to prices and to needs, is incapable of understanding why 2 chairs, and not 3, will have to be offered against one table. And he will say, an objective value is necessary, a measurable element common to both terms. We must descend beneath the scene of the market, and in the basement we must find the totally objective and necessary machinery of subjective and contingent exchanges. By so doing, he evidently and intentionally devalues the place of the price, by turning it into the surface, the skin of the economic body, almost an illusion. Now, if we start again with the zero of the money judge, with its function of annulment as Aristotle understood it, without concerning ourselves, we must repeat, with knowing how, and much less why, the figure of the isonomic warrior politician circle is or one's not displaced into the economic sphere, or better, how and why in the 156 Aristotelian world, instead of men bearing arms and words, there will be tradesmen and commodities. We take the skin of the body utterly seriously, precisely because we realize that in libidinal economy, there is nothing but skin on the inside and the outside. There is only one monophase surface. The libidinal body is a mobius strip, and a dispositif like that of the meson is not an underground machinery beneath the plateau of the stage or the wings. Quite the contrary, it commands certain instantiations of libidinal impulsions on the body band, the blockage and exclusion of other regions, so the chattering warriors and pederasts don't even show their arse to women, slaves, medics, children, foreigners, nature, but their profile, preoccupied as they are with the mad accumulative circle of internal debts of deaths and lives, of productions and words, fascinated exclusively by the balancing out of all that, its compensation and maintenance at the regulatory zero, no longer harnessing any external force insofar as it will be able to find its expression, its place, and its neutralization in the world of citizen calculators. Thus the political order and, in the narrowest sense of the word, the mercantile order, that of the market where exchanges using payment money take place, is not taken by us as the expression of something else, for example, of hidden relations of production, of a subterranean order to be deciphered. No, we take it as a modality, a figure, a dispositif by means of which the pool's ions running across the surfaces of the bodies of the young and old, male and female, Greeks and non-Greeks, are to be found driven back towards the center where they congregate, combine, conspire, and must always ultimately be annulled, that is, they are primarily driven back to the outside. This entails, and not metaphorically, many things. For instance, this, the citizen's body, the famous Greek body, is a tiny fragment of the polymorphous ribbon, the monophase band, and the city, the politeia, consists in only rendering useful, utilizable, a tiny fragment of the band. The harmonious, voluminous totality of the athlete is a prejudice as regards the pieces of the libidinal surface. What is a citizen body? The pulsional investment of the penis and the logos. But the shank and language are here diverted from the charge points offered them by the configurations of other societies. Far indeed from reserving his semen for the female womb and therefore for the propagation of the species, the Pythagorean homosexuals apportion it out. They will of course impregnate their women. This will simply be the price to be paid for providing the city with young people to educate, arm, introduce into and annul in the homosexual circle. 1 part sperm for propagation, 1 part for masculine commerce. They strangely reverse the terms of a dispositif that one used to be able to think of as natural, itis when they go to bed with their women that they prostitute themselves, for the prostitute transforms the client's jouissance into money and therefore phlegmatically converts the perverse libido or simply its use, the surplus of pulsional energy scattered in society, and dangerous to it, deadly because it is capable of setting it off in every sense. Without any regard for its organic unity, it converts therefore these perversions or diversions of energy into money, and then into commodities, into capital indeed, thereby taking care to safeguard the social whole, assuming the sacred malediction of genital sterility, but simultaneously bringing about the return of these lost expenditures into the circuit of social exchanges. The prostitute therefore redeems perversion, the diversion of the pool's ions, by replacing its product, not semen exactly, but its equivalent, money, not in the entry to her uterus which is necessarily closed off while the penile clientele frequent her, but in the entry to the goods market, and therefore to society. But our warrior, when he makes children with his woman, behaves just like the prostitute when she makes money from society through her client's perversion. And just as the client pays money for the fruitlessness of whatever jouissance he may derive, thereby paying homage to the social eros, so the citizen pays by the semen he deposits in the woman's genitalia for this truly sterile jouissance, only obtaining his satisfaction elsewhere in civic homoeroticism. What happens here then, is not the harnessing of deadly energies in a monetary form, but their regulation under the genital form, but this latter would then appear, and this is the great Greek reversal as the new and genuine prostitution, Prostitution turned inside out, from now on every woman, and no longer insofar as she is sterile, but insofar as she is impregnated, like a machine that transforms sperm into a child, into a potential warrior. Every woman would therefore appear as a detestable but necessary appendage for the one authorized function of jouissance, which is here the production of a society of loquacious citizens, homosexuals, and warriors. It is propagation which becomes prostitution for them, that is to say the indispensable redemption of the sterile intensities of homosexual jouissance by means of the reproduction of children. They pay in semen for 158 perverting semen. They have, therefore, two penises, one for this payment, the other for civic jouissance. Now where is this civic jouissance on the inside of the circle of men, apart from payment at its frontiers? What is exchanged here, if not more children, that is to say, the means of reproduction? How are the connections of libidinal body strips in the circle of warriors organized? The absolute identity required of the members of this circle, called the equality of citizens, isonomia, equal distance from the center, from the meson, the fact that they are all apparently males and speakers of the Attic and Hoplite tongues, that each of them can come to the center, into this empty tribunal which nevertheless no one must be able to occupy and appropriate on a long-term basis, the fact that the words of political decision must follow the singular rule of the tetralogus, I speak, you respond, I respond to you, you respond to me, after which it is resolved, bulliasis. All these characteristics make the politeia a strange dispositive for the annulment of differences. This annulation is operative from the outset, since it is required only of males in this circle of citizens, and it operates as the rule of all rules of political administration, the rotation of offices, the eligibility of officials, the revocability of appointments, public deliberation on all decisions, the counting of votes, in every case, return to the zero, neutralization by the zero. This democracy, it will be said, rests on the obfuscation of both sexual difference and that of labor. But it further and essentially implies the geometrical formalization of pulsional bodies, and still more it requires an algebra of the pool's ions, their comparability, their exchangeability, and their annullability by means of some neutral element. The impossible, dangerous liaison of Alcibiades with Socrates, at least as recounted by Plato in the Symposium, not only proves that Eros is at work amongst the citizens, which we know already, it teaches us rather that the circular organization of the desiring bodies in the politeia necessarily inscribes them into an equal exchange, equivalence. Alcibiades offers himself to Socrates so that the latter might take pleasure in his youth and beauty, but in order to obtain in exchange the secret of the old man's wisdom. There is a market. It supposes therefore the exchangeability of terms which are here the penis-anus region on the one hand, Alcibiades, and on the other, Socrates, the discursive oral region. It is necessary to see in this business proposition a particular sort of amorous advance. Enjoyment, in its political economic perversity, counts on a revenue and discounts what it advances, expenditure with the greatest profit and the least loss. Alcibiades is counting then, and Socrates, justifying his apparent refusal to enter the market, in fact provides the theory of every market, in the simple mercantilism that is politics, which is that there is nothing to be gained, that every exchange and the balance of every account is nil. My wisdom's worth in gold, says Socrates, is zero. Such is the virtue required by the politeia, to remain staunchly within the zero of impulsional exchanges, to live without having lost or gained, to regulate the circulation of libidinal energies at the minimax, at the minimum of losses and the maximum of gains, allowing the partners a zero-sum game. The exchangeable quantities are constant, and a game of complete information. Each knows what the other will ask at the center, a draw at chess, for example. Hence the sterilization of penises, and compensation in semen, and also the limitation of the number of exchangeist citizens, and again the eroticization of the speech through which, in these political games, essential announcements are made. The city is made therefore from completely working over the bodies which enter it, from a squaring off by which they are reduced to a few useful organs, all the other organs banished, all vaginas, all foreign tongues, every hand which cannot kill, but only work, all speeches delivered somewhere other than in the center, and doubtless many more besides. Far from being a complete man, the kalos kagathos is a section from the pulsional body band, a piece of the surface where the libido's investment and its flowing towards discharge are strictly restricted. But more astonishing even than this, is that discharges from one body to others must be compensated for, therefore that the entire coursing of the pool's ions across the circle must cross the central zero, and that after each cycle, the quitus, that is to say the the quiescence of nullity, may be pronounced by the group of exchangists. So not only the parsailing out of the citizen body, which is not original in itself, since the pulsional body has never been and will never be unified with itself, and no social organization can anchor itself in its impossible totality, but the instantiation of the useful segment of this body on the zero center. Annullatory perversion, annulling through movement, on the ring of the city. Concentration circumversion. 160 It is, in particular, in the very institution of the cleavage between use and exchange values that one assists with this political operation. If the bodies at work in the politeia, and, in Aristotle, the goods and needs in play in the koinonia, can be exchanged according to the law of the final zero, it is because they have first undergone the strict libidinal education which will entitle only those segments of the band where jouissance will be instantiated convertibly to remain in place on the agora, on the market. Market equivalence is the double of political homosexuality. Signs of more and less can be applied to these pieces of the body and to the fluxes which cross them, because they are quantitatively calculable, having been set down as homogeneous. What Aristotle, the first of the political economists, will call need, krya, is what becomes of the pulsional charge, pressing towards discharge post-santajouer in one segment of the isonomic, concentrated body. And the use value of a good, which is its value in terms of jouissance in these conditions on the circle, will be the capacity of this good, being plugged into the segment of the desiring body, not only to lead it to discharge, but to render the resultant product capable of being turned back once again onto the market, and annullable in the final balancing out of losses and gains. Use value is, consequently, immediately subordinated to exchange value, which is already a jouissance in the economist's, rather than the eritologist's sense. This is not to say that it doesn't exist, that it is illusory, or alienated. It is nothing of the sort, and, conspicuously, we turn our backs on this old critique. Once again, to sustain it, we would have to be able to speak of a total libidinal body, of a band or collection of organs which can be invested at every point, capable of discharge apt to jouer everywhere without exemption, in comparison to which every jouissance instantiated in one place or another would be so only at the price of a genuine amputation. We recognize this old image, we libidinal economists. It is not so much jouissance as phantasm, an entirely sad and nihilist idea, but the make-believe of totalization, of an eros without a death drive, or, markusa, reconciled with it, of a unity without loss. An idea not far removed from mechanism, as strange as it may seem, for absent from this and from every physical theory of movement ex hypothesi, is the principle that an ineliminable, irrepressible disorder might at unexpected moments and according to inevaluable modalities, come to disturb the organizations of movements and bring about the dismembering of mechanical bodies. But the death drive of which Freud speaks, and which underlies our own libidinal economism, implies on the contrary a tremendous chance, not in itself, but due to its indiscernibility, and if he called it the pulsion of death, it is because this chance inevitably involves the disorder of the dispositives at work, their lethalization, just as the proper functioning of these dispositives, for example, that of the isonomia of citizens and commodities, stifles beneath its harmonious music the grating and the cries of all the segments of the body band removed from the circulation of the libidinal fluxes, dehydrated, sterilized, rebellious, subversives beyond concentration. If use value is from the outset instituted with exchange value in the geometry and the algebra of the city and the market, it is because it is nothing without this exchange value and this isonomia, and one would be unable, as Marx did, to appeal for one against the other, as what is authentic against what was wrongfully assumed. Everything is false and everything is true. Utility and its value are cut UPS decoupages of bodies, corresponding to exchange and its equilibrium. All this is just one dispositif. Use and need are not exteriorities, naturalities, or references from which one would be able to criticize exchange, they are a part of it. Everything must have its money value fixed, because then there will always be exchange, and if exchange, association. Strictly speaking, adds Aristotle, things so widely different cannot become commensurable, but in relation to need a sufficient degree of accuracy is possible. So there must be some one standard, and that on an agreed basis, ex hypothesi, which is why money is so called, because this makes all things commensurable, since they can all be measured in terms of money. It is this that has led to the introduction of money, which serves as a sort of mean, meson. But by a convention need has come to be represented by money. Strictly speaking then, the terms of the exchange are not exchangeable, every segment of the libidinal band is absolutely singular. By convention, however, under the name of need, the pressure from the strength of desire on whatever points of this band will become measurable, and by convention one will contrast it, under the name of a good, for plugging in and discharge, with a proportion of another body or product of that body. Who is this one? The dispositif of the politeia koinonia. And as regards money, it is the standard as accounting money and the neutral element as payment money, the 162 convention of conventions of need. The need is what is utterly dissipated by means of money. Money is the zero of need. But at once because the need was first the median side of desires, the reabsorption of intensities as measurable intentions, just as the isonomic citizen was obtained through the repression of heteronomies and anomies. Need is desire maintained within the canons of identity, it is exchangeable because it is not different, or indifferent. What money does for us is to act as a guarantee, aguets, of exchange in the future, that if it is needed now, it will take place as the need arises. Point for this zero of money is therefore something else still, it is a temporal instance, the eternal present of possible exchange, and hence of need and possible need. It is the for all time of the market and the community. Money introduces an omnitemporality, that of the economic cycle and that of thought insofar as both are instantiated on the mean. The zero of money is the region of annulation, potential, always possible, lamb hungry, I buy, I eat, where there was exteriority of a need and a good, nothing remains, need satisfied, good consumed, but the zero of the money paid, passed into the hands of the seller. The latter experiences no need, this zero in his hands assures me, assures us all, who are on the circumference, that he will put it back into circulation against some of our goods. This zero of exchanges past which makes us quits, is at the same time the zero of a deposit against future settlements. Between the need, this political economic form of desire, whose essential characteristic is solubility, that is to say possible resolution or suppression through money, between the need and the suppression itself, the zero of money opens up duration and the durable, permanence. The soluble need, is, in itself, equally predictable. And everything that there is on the periphery of the mercantile political circle finds itself then instantiated on the possible. But nothing is more unknown to the pulsion hooked onto its little segments of the two-dimensional film, than the possible. Thought begins with the possible. This is why the logos begins with the politeia and the market. It is as if the voice or writing, the production of signs with a view to exchange, monopolized almost all the libido of the citizen merchant bodies. But I'm not saying that the body that speaks, writes, and thinks, does not enjoy, it is a segment of the flat body of the pool's ions, rather that its charge, instead of taking place in singular intensities, comes to be folded back not only onto the need of the market and the city, but onto the zero where both are centered, onto the zero of money and discourse. Nihilism brings this with it, needs, one will say, and therefore the bodies who are supposedly their bearers, needs and their proprietors, the talking mouths, create nothing but ceaseless transition, and there is nothing actual, death alone is immortal, this empty meson around which the members of the koinonia gravitate. Ulysses, a commodity in transition from form to form, returns to Ithaca. Ulysses, the speaker and the liar, all his words are annulled, whether true or false, in the final recognition, all his proofs in the final identity. Ulysses is Hegelian spirit, the domination of the possible, the devaluation of all affirmation in favor of a nothing, Hegelian scepticism already arrived at its empty plenitude. A arcular voyage, for nothing. This is the voyage of money metamorphosing through all its incarnations, but it is none of them, they are only the moments of a something which is nothing, money. But it is also the voyage of the concept, seeking, by trial and error, to exchange itself according to the rule of logic, determination, and reducing the affirmed affirmative singularities to representations or forms of itself, just as money reverses everything in its possible specifications. To die/not to die. In this oscillation of the yes and the no, which is expressed perfectly in French, according to Aculeole, by the interrogative reflexive infinitive, voyager. 7. The linguist sees the modality of the possible, which, once again, he calls the notion. One might think that, beneath superficial differences of expression, it exists in every language, but what the dispositive or figure of which we speak does for the Greeks, is to make this modality predominate over others, the predominance of the negative, the no in parity with the yes, negation with affirmation, affirmation affirming itself only on condition that it determines, excludes. Socrates' labor, the binary analyses of the later Plato. But desire as displacement of forces over the libidinal body knows no. None of these exclusions of certain regions, blockages of certain routes, none of the stases which result in quantities of energy being invested as kinds of channels irrigating such zones, not one of these operations is a negation or a denial, each proceeds from the investment of the libido alone, and it is only, pulsional jealousy excepted, in the body with a memory, instantiated on memory, on permanence, in fact therefore on the concept of its life, its survival, it is only in such a body. And in relation to it, in relation to its alleged totality, that 164 will be able to say that the instantiation of the forces of jouissance in such regions as these is accompanied by a disaffection of others and in consequence by a sort of denial focusing on these latter as objects unacceptable to the former. We must take Freud's metaphors quite seriously here, that is to say we must not take them as metaphors, or take them just as they are, those by which with the help of images of foreign towns or countries, such as Rome or Egypt, just like Piranesi's prisons or Escher's other worlds, he suggests an entirely affirmative unconscious, simultaneously accumulating investments in the most perverse appearances, for the logos, on every point of the libidinal body. What Freud makes us consider through these arrogant violations of the rudimentary rules of space-time, is precisely the affirmativity of these occupations of libidinal terrain. Nihilism indeed comes from Socrates, doubtless not in the way that Nietzsche thought in his slightly naive faith in dualism in the birth of tragedy, but instead from the model of the talking homosexual warrior citizen which the early Platonic Socrates demonstrates. When Plato puts the nihil into Socrates' mouth, when the latter rejects Alcibiades' bargain, it is not, for once, the nihil of a transcendence, of an affective state or a state of thought which would be kept out of reach, placed in another region, it is the negation of this region, it is also therefore the negation of hypostatized place, the affirmation that there is no side of discourse and knowledge other than that of trade, which could be gained by paying the highest price. It is in this way that philosophy's words are suddenly put back in their place, in annihilatory exchange, and thus committed to annihilation like all exchangeable objects, and, on the other hand, these objects are from now on established to be immediately annihilable, that the body's desire takes possession of them, grabs hold of them as positive extensions. These objects are fated for annihilation by the zero of bookkeeping at exactly the same time as they are desired. If the worth of my knowledge in gold is zero, says Socrates, it is not because it is nothing, but because it is money, the vehicle of exchanges and the means of the annulment of debts, that is to say stasis of forces puissances halted on the libidinal body, illusions and errors. Nihilism reigns then on the interior of the circle. The predominance of the notion, in the linguist's sense, that is to say of the concept, in the philosopher's sense, or of money, not only affects bodies by transforming the displacements of energy into needs, it not only affects objects by transforming their plugging into use value for purposes of discharge, it will also affect the talking mouth by so imposing on him that he can no longer enjoy the production of narratives of destiny, the henceforth popular imagery of myths or the henceforth artistic staging of tragedies, that is to say in simulacra homogeneous to the libidinal body, in that they count in terms of the extreme intensities which they convey, making those so-called spectators weep, rejoice, cry. These spectators who are violently plugged into these simulacra to pump up and pour out their pleasure pain know, the citizen mouth will have to enjoy the policed political exchange of arguments, in the fastidious face-to-face and equally armed of Isocrates, Lysias, and all analogous plaintiffs. The parafits and the marquise, in fine tones, in an evenness of tone and temper, and in the rhetorical regulation of divergences of tone and temper. Instead of arguments, discourses about arguments. The mouth will have to enjoy in this way, which is not to say that this will come about. Plato complains often enough that it does not, and that all democrats are rabble, that Callicleses do not speak so as to gain the minimax, but to eliminate the adversary, and that the tyrannical city is like a body sectioned off into incredible polarities. Nevertheless, for want of good, nullifying, politics, philosophical discourse will emerge from this exigency, as dialogues with a neutralizing function, where the result of words will end with a notion on which all the protagonists agree, squared off citizen bodies, and by means of which, consequently, the reasons for pursuing the discussion will in the end disappear. This notion, this concept, is a word which will enable the players' mutual debts to be discharged. It will be money from new mouths, the nihil in which they will always be able to annihilate the libidinal forces, puissances, that move them. And as the citizen body rejects the uterus, manufacturing hands, barbarous phonemes and syntaxes, so the citizen mouth will consign the cries, all the signs of its belonging to the libido, to the dungeon of Dionysus Nocturnes. First enclosure, night, the first prison, from the point of view of the beautiful xerotic son of the Apollonians. Its black a market. Lydian eulogy. Herodotus says, the Lydians were the first people we know of to use a gold and silver coinage and to introduce retail trade. Degree in the 166. Previous line. He remarks that the only difference between the Greek and Lydian money makers and retailers, is that the latter delivered their daughters into prostitution. This libidinal consistency must be admired. Payment money is the zero installed es meson, centered, with the koinonia of men, merchants this time, on this zero, and homosexual perversion established in the market in the form of the homogeneous normality of exchanges and exchangeable goods. This normality is perverse in the sense that it is sterile, all past exchanges achieving annulment. Far from aiding propagation, this normality inserts it into the impasse of an unproductive algebra. The instance of the market, centered on the zero of all things considered, can only beat time according to the pulsation, from now on regularized, of needs arising here and there on the circumference of the mercantilist circle, in the bodies of those called buyers. These latter come therefore to the center, to the market, and collate what each can, wants to, give with what each wants to, can, receive. Goods are balanced out here and there, as are needs, necessarily, as marginalism shows, for every exchange from A to B is at the same time, for A himself, an exchange, a comparison between what he has and what he desires to have. In this way a proportionality of what is offered and what demanded, of the actual and the possible, is established. Thus the famous hump-backed curve will be established, the inscription of diverse choices on the axes of utility, which are otherwise encoded in Morgenstern and Rappaport's matrices, of which we will say more later on. If the game is zero-sum, if all that A can gain is lost by B, if therefore there is no exteriority to the circle of citizens' exchanges, and if they remain in the zero of the milieu, it is clear that the system remains utterly infertile. This society of merchantmen is a quite singular libidinal dispositif, a dispositif of the libido's conservation in a sort of pulsional treasure constituted by the members of the koinonia, the wealth of which circulates from one to the other without ever leaving the circle and without any libidinal supplement ever being introduced into it. Therefore, not only is it a very selective dispositif, but a very conservative one, in the pulsional sense, for the zero of annulments of exchanges, understood in terms of intensities, the sign that the merchant citizen society completely follows the dictates of a regulator of tensions itself programmed on a unit of tension which is the sum of intensities present throughout the circle. If these intensities are entered into a ledger, it is because they have already passed through the filter of the politeia, which excludes, as we have said, enormous pieces of the labyrinthine band of the libidinal body. In this case, this market or this city functions as a stable, homeostatically regulated whole, the zero marking the simple return to a state prior to the excitation of exchange. The economic, but doubtless just as much political and erotic, cycle is thus determined by the instantiation of all operations on a mean, or meson, or mit, or medium, or minimax, in which differences are annulled. But differences can be annulled there only because they are simultaneously annulled in the constitution of the citizen merchant lover partners, identical bodies where desire, deprived both of its errancy, by means of strict localizations, and of leaps of tension by rigorous educational adjustments, the paideia, will be exchangeable against itself in equal quantities. Here then, the zero of all things considered is at the same time the sterility of the koinonia. When money functions solely as payment money, it ensures that nothing happens, to such an extent that society can no longer reproduce itself. Hence the fringe of women and workers which provided with young exchangists and fresh goods. But this fringe functions only, let's repeat, on condition that the women are impregnated by homosexual citizens, who then prostitute themselves in reverse. If homosexual perversion has become the model normality, fertile heterosexuality will only be able to be carried out by means of the extreme devaluation which in principle accompanies prostitution. In fertilizing his wife, the Greek citizen diverts a part of his emotions from the circle of the politeia, he devotes them to something other, having no civic rights, but this something, the uterus, will, in the form of the child, provide the city from which the child is excluded with what the citizen penis, diverted from its noble pederastic function, has conceded it in semen. But the prostitute, or her proprietor, also turns back onto what is called the social organism, in the form of the money she has gained by making a career from her body, the unusable, perverse jouissance of her clients. This is all a very Hegelian alienation. Meanwhile, in the standard case of prostitution where it is the woman who is prostituted, it is not her womb that forms the useful section of her body, but any segment whatever, according to what the client demands. As such, indifferent, the she-prostitute is therefore just as much a he-prostitute. The turning back, the return to the community of the social body cannot take place in the form 168 of children, since it is this which the client, the pervert, fears and which he goes to her arms in order to avoid. It must therefore take place in the form of an equivalent to children, money. When the Lydians prostitute their daughters, they take an immense step forward over the Hellenes. The latter only prostitute their penises, the time to ensure the reproduction of citizens, that is to say the return, through the mediation of the uterus pudenda par excellence of a proportion of their pulsional expenditure. This is prostitution because first of all, it is the diversion beyond the civic institution of the pools ions which belong to prostitution, and because, in the second place, it is also the return to this institution, in children, of these diverted pulsional quantities. In all that, a simple calculation of survival and homeostatic regulation. Basically, homosexuality pursued through the vagina and the uterus, just like the prostitute and her pimp, wealth pursued through the perversions of the clientele. But the Lydians of Herodotus the gentle dreamer, who are doubtless equally forced to pass this way, in other respects suddenly extend the market. For to prostitute their daughters and not their wives who retain the aforesaid reproductive function is on the one hand to commit them to sterility and on the other to make them enter into the circular game of the exchange market as goods and proprietors of goods. There is no difference that can pass from hand to hand. The homosexuality of the Dorian warriors is lacking here its characteristic trait of isonomia. The genuine merchant exchanges as much with one sex as with the other. He stops conceiving of and practicing with the female body as a reproduction machine. He can plug it into the circulation of jourissences, but always under the perverse, homosexual condition that this body remains sterile, that its natural fecundity is barred, and that for it is substituted a capacity for the reproduction of money. The Lydian citizen does not impregnate this woman, his daughter, he indemnifies her, or her proprietor, he pays her, and this payment money is the same as that in circulation on the goods market. By paying her, he can, having consumed her, annul her consumption, pay off his debt to her, since this money will return to the center in one way or another, when the daughter or her proprietor, having some need to satisfy, will come looking for the complementary good from him. And so nothing will happen. This dispositif, which we will call Lydian, taking Herodotus at his word, anticipates capitalism, and this is why it is even more